Well, it's taken me a while to get it narrated. Thankfully, I did it before this cold hit. It seems like it always hits me when I'm narrating my own books. But I am pleased to announce Chemistry 101 for your listening enjoyment. This was my first YA book, but I have more planned, and so I hope you guys enjoy it. If you do, give it a like, give it a thumbs up, tell your friends, and I'll see you soon. Bye.
Chapter 1. Sloan. A white trash bag. That's what they hand you when you're a foster kid and it's time to move from one home to the next. Not a backpack, not a tote bag, or even a pillowcase. A white trash bag. Sometimes a black one, as if the color matters. It doesn't. It could be purple zebra print and it still wouldn't be anything more than a trash bag. A depressing symbol of my broken life. I used to wonder why we only got trash bags. I mean, I know the state doesn't spend a lot on us, but I've seen some inexpensive bags that are a little less humiliating than trash bags. One time, I even got up the nerve to ask why. The social worker I had at the time, the one before Rhonda, who was meaner and always smelled of cigarettes and depression, told me it was because kids come from homes with bed bugs and lice, and those bugs can live in regular bags or suitcases that are hard to wash. The thought process, she said, waving her hands in the air like she was some sort of symphony conductor, was that a suitcase might just sit for a while, allowing the bug infestation to grow and eventually take over the house. With a trash bag, you can simply throw the washable contents into the washer and dryer and throw away the bag, thus removing any bugs that might be there. It made sense at the time, I guess. Now that I've had time to really process her explanation, it no longer does. Because if you don't burn the bag, or you throw it away in the house, wouldn't the bugs still infest the house? I have to assume she meant they threw it away in the dumpsters outside. But regardless, I wasn't moving from a bug-infested place. At least not this time. This time I was moving from a drunk man who spent all the foster money on booze, and a woman who tried to earn it back prostituting herself and had managed to get picked up by the police. Still, I could have made it work. After all, I only have one more year of this, and then I'll be 18 and on my own. I was keeping my head down and minding my own business. But Darla had to go and get herself arrested. When the police ran her address, they found out she was a foster parent. Then they called Rhonda, who, unlike the first caseworker I had, actually cared about what happened to me. She showed up here half an hour ago, handed me a bag, and told me to pack my stuff. My stuff. That's a joke. I roll my eyes as I shove the few shirts I own into the bag. As if I have much. I was poor before I got thrown into foster care, but almost everything I owned was left when they plucked me from my parents' house. The original caseworker, Corinna, even her name makes me shiver, told me to grab my things, but not knowing what she meant or how long I was going to be gone, I grabbed my favorite stuffed animal. I was 12 at the time. A few books, my favorite shirts, and my pillow. She was mad as a hornet when she realized I'd barely brought anything with me, but I didn't have the courage to tell her it was her fault for not being explicit with a 12-year-old. For someone who worked with kids, she seemed to know little about them. After that, the only additions to my meager stash of belongings were from the families I lived with. Some were better than others. But suffice it to say, I now own exactly 6 shirts, 2 pairs of jeans, 1 pair of shorts, and 1 pair of shoes. No sandals or dress shoes for me. My non-clothing items consist of a grand total of 3 books, 2 that I snuck from my last house, and 1 that a previous teacher gave me. She said it was for doing so well and because she could tell I liked the book, but I'm pretty sure it was because I was a foster kid. I could see the pity in her eyes when she handed it to me, right before her eyes shifted to the floor, like most people's do when they find out. I used to get offended by it, but now I realize it's their way of dealing with the cognitive dissonance. They can't take me in, so they hope a book or a jacket will make up for it. It doesn't, but at least it shows they're trying. A little. Sadly, they probably don't do anything else to help, but that's the messed up, self-obsessed system we live in. Honestly, I'll take those people any day over the ones who act like I have cooties and try to pretend I don't exist. Those are the ones that really cut. Along with the books, I have the meager school supplies Rhonda managed to score for me before the year started. Frank and Darla couldn't be bothered to get me supplies. Most days they couldn't even be bothered to get me food. All of my items don't even fill a trash bag. But then again, they rarely do. "Sloan, are you ready? We need to go." Rhonda checks her watch. It's not a fancy watch, no Apple Watch or anything techie for Rhonda. Probably because she's afraid some of the kids might steal it, and some of the rougher ones might. But it's more than I have. I had a watch a few homes ago, nothing expensive or anything, just a discount one a foster parent had picked up for me. But the oldest girl at the home I ended up in decided she needed it more than I did. I fought her for it, and she got a black eye for her trouble, but I ended up having to give her the watch, and I haven't had one since. Nor do I have a cell phone like most kids nowadays, but I make do. When I get out of high school, I plan to get a job for a few months to afford one. Yeah, I guess. Where are we going this time? Disneyland? Dollywood? Okay, so I can be a little sarcastic sometimes, especially with Rhonda, but who wouldn't toss some sarcasm if they were in my situation? I throw the dehumanizing white trash bag over my shoulder as she shoots me a glare and opens the front door. "Good riddance," Frank, the drunk, calls from his favorite recliner. It's old and faded, much like Frank, and perfectly molded to his overweight frame. I rarely saw him out of the chair, and I often wondered how much time he spent in it before I arrived. He's wearing his favorite once white tank top, the kind they call wife beaters because of people like Frank, and nursing a warm beer, his favorite beverage of choice. I'm not sure I've ever seen him sober, now that I think about it. "I'll miss you too," I mutter, rolling my eyes as we step onto the porch. Rhonda closes the door behind me. "You are too sassy for your own good sometimes," she says as she clomps down the rickety steps. Rhonda always reminds me of comfort food. Not fancy, but filling. Her noisy footsteps aren't due to her build or her gait, though. It's the hideous black shoes she's always wearing. She swears they're the most comfortable shoes ever, but I can't see how. They're ugly as sin and have to weigh 20 pounds. When I get older and can afford to buy my own shoes, I will never purchase clodhoppers. I don't care how comfortable they are. I shrug. It's kept me alive so far. Well, that and knowing how to blend in and when to keep my head down. Staying alive and sane as a foster kid is a balancing act of sugar and spice. She opens the back door of the car and motions for me to throw my bag in the back before sliding into the driver's seat. I toss it in, not caring how it lands. Nothing breakable in there anyway. "So, tell me about the new family," I say as I buckle my seatbelt. "Do they have a huge family? Is it another drunk man of the house or a handsy one this time?" Rhonda glares at me, but she can't say much because she knows I'm right. I've been in 4 foster homes since the state took me out of my parents' home. That's better than some kids, and none of the moves have been because of my behavior, but all of the previous homes have had one problem or another. "This is a new family. They just got approved to foster a few weeks ago, so you'll be their first permanent child." "Great," I say, sinking down in my seat. "A family who doesn't know what they're doing. I guess a family like that could be better. At least they might not know how to play the system. but I also feel like they might be woefully unprepared, like I was when I got thrown into these unnavigated waters. They know what they're doing, Rhonda says, turning on her blinker. They've had kids of their own, and they've had a few short-term stays. So what's the catch? She doesn't say the word, but I can feel it, hovering in the car like an unseen force. Do I have to change schools again? I know this would be a big deal to most kids, but it really isn't to me. It's not like I have friends I'd be leaving. I don't really do friends, and I certainly don't need them. Friends want to come to your house, and not only would I not want to bring friends to the places I've lived, it's not generally an option. And once kids find out you're a foster kid, they're less likely to want to come over, mainly because they don't know what to expect. It stings, but I've gotten used to it by now. Plus, I don't have time for relationships. My goal is to study hard, get a scholarship, and do something with my life. I've been dealt a pretty crappy hand, but I refuse to let it rule me. So while I've got a pretty good routine at my current school, changing schools wouldn't be that big of an issue. She chews on her lip. No, you won't have to change schools. It's not a question, but her voice lilts up at the end, and I can tell whatever the issue is, it's big. Okay, so what is it? Are they planning to move in a month? Is it a farm where I'm going to have to learn to milk cows? I'm not particularly outdoorsy, but I could think of worse things. She glances over at me and then turns back to the road. Her hands tighten on the steering wheel. They're Christian, and part of their conditions are that any kid in their home will go to church with them. Church? No, thank you. I'd rather milk a cow every day. What? Nuh-uh. I shake my head sharply, my nose scrunching up in disgust. Just pull over now and drop me off in the street. I'm not going to church, Rhonda. What's God ever done for me? I pull on the door handle, but it won't open while we're driving. I scowl at the door. Stupid safety features. There is nowhere else, Sloan. Every other home is either full or... She doesn't finish her sentence, but I know what she was going to say. I've already been to the other homes, and more importantly, been removed from them. Besides, church isn't all that bad. It's only an hour or two once a week, and maybe you'll even make some friends. Doubtful, I say, wishing I had a hat I could pull low over my eyes. I keep my hair long so I can use it to hide my face, but it's not perfect, unfortunately. I'd rather have no one see me at all. Well, you'll have to give it a shot, Rhonda says, as she pulls into the driveway of a blue and white 2-story home. An American flag waves proudly from the porch. The grass is short and manicured, and the flower bed appears well taken care of. It's actually a nice-looking house, one of the nicer ones I've been at least from the outside, but I'll never say that out loud. They better not be like the Brady Bunch, I mumble under my breath, as I open the car door and grab my bag from the back. Rhonda appears at my side and leads the way to the front door. She rings the bell, and I drop my gaze to my worn-out sneakers. I hate meeting new families for the first time. I hate the way I look. I hate how worn my clothes are, and I hate that they generally open with fake smiles for the social workers before reality sets in. The door opens, and I can't help but glance up at the sound of the warm voice. Hello, you must be Sloan. I'm Linda Chase. Linda makes me think of sugar. Her hair is mostly dark and cut short, but strands of gray are clearly winning some battles. The lines on her face appear etched where she smiles, but she doesn't look that old. Late 40s or early 50s maybe, and her eyes are kind. Her clothes, however, leave a lot to be desired, and that's saying a lot coming from a girl who has nothing. Her shirt is a flowery blouse monstrosity, and her pants are a pale blue color of some fabric that is clearly not denim. It matches, but it turns my stomach like spinning toys on playgrounds do. Rhonda nudges me. "Say hello, Sloan." Why, I doubt I'll be here long enough for it to matter. That's actually not true, and I'm not sure why my sarcasm is coming out now. Usually I save it until I get to know the family better. "Oh, I think you'll be here longer than you think." Linda tosses a conspiratorial wink at me like we're two buddies sharing a secret or something. "Come on in, and I'll show you your room." I look up at Rhonda with one final desperate pleading look, but she shakes her head and motions for me to follow Linda. With a sigh, I step into the house. The scent of freshly baked cookies wafts through the air, and my stomach rumbles as I realize I haven't eaten all day. "Someone sounds hungry," Linda says with a wide smile. "We were just about to have dinner, and I have cookies for dessert. So how about we get you set up and then get you fed?" I shrug nonchalantly, but the rumbling of my stomach calls me out for the liar I am. The sparkle in Linda's eyes tells me she has me, at least for now. She leads the way upstairs, and Rhonda falls into place beside me as I follow. Though she always checks out the houses before she places me, she still accompanies me to the room the family set up for me as well. It's probably her job, but I like to think it's her way of trying to look out for me as much as possible. Rhonda's the closest thing I've had to a mother in years. "This was my oldest daughter's room," Linda says, opening the door. "She went through a bit of a goth stage, but she's been out of the house for 10 years now, so you're welcome to redecorate it." Though I try to play it cool, my eyes widened when I step into the room. I don't often get my own room at foster homes, and when I do, they're about the size of a closet, and not a walk-in closet. One of those single door only holds about 20 hangers, well, monstrosities. This room is bigger than any I've had before. The bed is probably a full, if not a queen, and it's on an actual frame, unlike the last bed, which consisted of a mattress on the floor. It's not even a cheap, simple frame. No, it's one of those canopy beds. Super princessy and something I would claim to hate, but have always secretly wanted. Especially since this canopy bed doesn't have white frilly curtain stuff, but a black and purple panel curtain. The color scheme is carried throughout the rest of the room as well, with small touches. The walls are a light lavender color, but all the frames are black. Even the desk and dresser are black. This is quite possibly the coolest room I've ever seen, yet I can't say that. "It'll do," is what comes out instead. Linda and Rhonda exchange a look. They aren't buying my act. But I have to keep it up. Walls are built for a reason, and as soon as they start getting holes in them, they crumble much easier. "I'm glad it'll do," Linda says. "Katie probably left some clothes in the closet. Feel free to keep them or toss them out. Would you like a few minutes to unpack before dinner?" Her gaze drifts to the white trash bag and embarrassment floods me again. Has she heard about the bugs? Is she wondering if I'm infested? Or maybe she just feels sorry for me having so little. I'm used to the looks, but for some reason it feels different coming from Linda. And the fact that I don't know why freaks me out. "Sure, I'll take a few minutes." I struggle to keep the emotion from my voice. She nods. "Okay, the kitchen is just to the right when you go down the stairs. The house isn't that big, and I'm sure if you follow your nose, you'll have no trouble finding it." "Thanks," I say, and wait for her to leave. "So not so bad, right?" Rhonda asks when Linda is gone. I shrug again, though "not so bad" is definitely not the phrase coming to mind. "I guess not, but I haven't had to go to church yet." A long sigh spills from her lips. "It will be fine. And this room, this house?" She waves her hands to indicate it all. "You couldn't ask for a nicer place." Well, I probably could, but there's no way I'd actually get it. And she's right. This place is definitely a step up from the other homes I've been in. 3 to 4 flights of steps up, actually. I'm sure it will be fine. I can tell she was hoping for more excitement, more gratitude, but that's all I can muster and still retain my image. Still, I don't miss the flash of relief that crosses her face. You have my number. If you have any issues, you know you can call. Give them a chance, Sloan. I think you could be really happy here. She touches my shoulder, which is the closest we've ever come to a hug. And then she too leaves the room, and I'm left alone. The first thing I do is dump my belongings on the bed and wad up the trash bag and throw it away. Good riddance, and I hope I never have to see or use one again, though I probably will. I cross to the dresser and run my hand across the top. It's mostly clear, except for an old wooden jewelry box with a cross engraved on the top. I open the box, expecting to find it empty, but a myriad of bracelets stare up at me. Did Linda's daughter leave all this? And if so, why did Linda leave it for me? Does she want me to wear it, or is she testing to see if I'll steal it? I close the box and move to the window. The curtains covering the window are purple, but black lace has been sewn on top of them. I pull the curtains aside and find myself staring into a big backyard, complete with a pool and a hammock swinging lazily between 2 trees. This has got to be a dream. There's no way people with a place this nice would foster. I pinch my arm and grimace at the pain. It sure doesn't feel like a dream. Letting the curtains close, I turn to the nightstand. It holds 2 drawers. The bottom one is empty, but the top one contains a single book. A black leather-bound Bible with a gold embossed cross on the front. Ah, yes. Here's the nightmare part. Is she going to expect me to read this and discuss it or something? Will I be required to bring it to church? I shove the Bible back in the drawer and close it. Out of sight, out of mind, right? I cross to the closet and pull open the door. It's mostly empty, but there are a few items hanging on the bars. I skim them and then add my belongings to the group. When I'm done, it's still not much, but it's something. I take one last look around the room, and then my stomach growls again. Guess it's time to face the music and see what this family is like without Rhonda around. Flicking off the light, I exit the room. Chapter 2. Aaron. Adrenaline pumps through my veins as I scan the field for an open man. September nights in Texas are generally warm, but even if it had been cold, I don't think I would have noticed. My eyes are solely focused on the game. Even the sound of the crowd is nothing more than a gentle hum in my ears. Just one more touchdown and this game will be ours. The second win of many this season. I can feel it in my bones. At the far left of the field, I see Tyson break loose from his defender, and I pull back my arm. The laces on the football are like an old friend under my fingers as I release the ball and watch it soar through the air with a perfect spin and near-perfect arc. My breath catches in my chest as I watch the ball drop into Tyson's hands. I swear the guy puts glue on his gloves because his drop average is almost nil. Gracefully, he pivots and races for the end zone. My breath returns in a whoosh and escapes in an excited shout as I join the others in running toward Tyson. There's no need to block, as he's across the goal line before we get to him. But that doesn't matter. With the sound of the game buzzer echoing in our ears, we encircle Tyson, folding him into our excited group hug. "Nice pass, Aaron. Thanks for that," Tyson says, as he holds up the ball. "Nice catch. Thanks for making me look good." Hopefully a scout was here tonight. Coach has said they'll be at some games, but he won't tell us which games so as not to intimidate us. I suppose I can understand his reasoning, but I wish I knew. I scan the crowd, now up on their feet, yelling and hugging each other. A scout would probably stand out, be the guy with a notepad or the one not celebrating, but I don't see anyone like that. Nor do I see my dad, which deflates my elated mood slightly. My dad used to attend all my games, but then he got a promotion at work, and now he's rarely off in time to even make it to the stadium, much less see an entire game. Still, I scan the bleachers before and after every game, hoping to see his face. A waving hand grabs my attention, and I grin over at Stephanie, the head cheerleader and my girlfriend, who blows a kiss in my direction before leading the girls in a rousing victory cheer. Even with the absence of my father, my life is pretty great right now. Our kicker makes the extra point to officially end the game, and then we're slapping hands with the other team as we head toward the locker room to change. Another victory in the bag. It's a little early to think it, but I wonder if this could be our year to go undefeated. "That was a great game. We still up for dinner out?" Tyson asks, hitting me on the shoulder as we enter the locker room. I blink to adjust to the darker light of the smelly room and nod. "Yeah, as long as Coach doesn't keep us too long." "Man, I'm going even if he does. I'm taking Gina with me tonight." He wiggles his eyebrows suggestively, but there's no need to do that. We all know that Tyson is a serial dater. I'm honestly surprised there's anyone left for him to date at our high school. In fact, I think he even dated Stephanie once, which sort of creeps me out, but he swears nothing happened between them, and she always says the past isn't important. "All right, everyone, good game tonight," Coach says, motioning for us to step closer. "But it's only the second game. We still have a long season ahead of us, so don't stay out too late tonight because you all have class tomorrow, and I'll be getting grade reports from the teachers. I don't want to have to bench anyone for the next game. Got it?" A collective groan fills the room, but we nod. Very few of us are stellar academics. But the school has tightened its eligibility policy this year, and we all know how important grades are now. With the after-game talk finished, Coach releases us to the showers. I run through mine quickly, anxious to meet up with Stephanie. Tyson finishes about the same time, and together we head back to the girls. Stephanie is all feline as she cozies up to me and purrs in my ear. "You looked so good out there." "Thanks, babe." I wrap an arm around her as we head to the parking lot. Stephanie isn't the epitome of a dumb blonde, but she won't be winning any academic awards either. However, she is gorgeous. A little self-obsessed, maybe, but gorgeous. And I always feel a little taller with her on my arm. There aren't a lot of great restaurants in the small town of Wolforth, Texas, but thankfully Lubbock is only 10 to 15 minutes away. Lubbock may not offer much else, but restaurants and churches are on nearly every corner. So half an hour later, we're sitting down at a decent Mexican restaurant. The girls quickly scan the menu and order salads before returning to their phones. Tyson and I go for giant plates filled with burritos, beans, and rice. Then we dig into the chips while we wait. "Do you think there were any scouts there tonight?" Tyson asks as he dips a chip in salsa. "I sure hope so. I love playing for our school, but I can't wait to go somewhere bigger." He nods. "Me too. I gotta get out of this small town." "You could always play for Tech," Stephanie says, looking up from her phone. I'd almost forgotten she was there, as she and Gina are so absorbed in their phones that they've barely said a word since we sat down. "Yeah, I don't know. Tech is great and everything, but it's still here." I don't know that I want to go out of Texas, but I definitely want to go far enough away that I can't still live at home. I've got to get away from my parents and the life they want for me. I mean, I don't really know what I want to do with my life except play football, but I know it's not follow in my father's footsteps, which is what they seem to expect. "No way am I staying here," Tyson says, leaning back in his chair. I need a new landscape and a much bigger pond. He winks at me, and I shake my head. No matter where Tyson goes, I doubt it will be big enough for him to be happy. The man goes through women like most people go through socks. Why? Do you like fishing? Gina asks, her forehead scrunched in confusion. Tyson and I chuckle. I'm not surprised Gina missed the insinuation. She's a brunette, but she should have been blonde. She is the definition of ditzy. I do, he says with a smile. And before she can ask any more questions, our food arrives. We dig in and the topic shifts to homecoming. The girls babble back and forth about dresses, shoes, and who might be competition for homecoming queen. Stephanie is the obvious choice, but there's always a court, and some years the one crowned queen is a surprise. I couldn't care less about this issue, so my mind wanders back to football. This is my last year playing here, and while I'm excited to start something new, I'm also nervous to leave what I know. Aaron, did you hear me? Huh? I look over at Stephanie, who is waving her hand near my face. I asked you if I should get a blue dress, since it's your favorite color. She smiles flirtatiously and bats her eyes at me, and I know this is her way of hinting that we're going together, even though I haven't asked her yet. I don't know why I haven't asked her. We are dating, and I plan to, I think. But the fact that she just assumes I will rubs me slightly wrong. Sure, if you want to get a blue dress, that will be fine. Her lip pushes out in a pout. Clearly not the response she desired. But I don't care about the color anyway. The homecoming football game I care about. The dance afterwards, not so much. I don't love dancing, and I know Stephanie will have me on the floor as much as possible. We finish the meal and chat a little longer before my phone rings. The time on my watch shows it's nearly 11, so the call is a bit surprising and worrying. That feeling deepens when I pull the phone out to see it's my mother. It's not my curfew yet. My parents give me until midnight on game days, so unless my mother desperately needs something from the store, this call is bad news. I press my finger to my lips to shush my friends as I answer the phone. Mom? Aaron, you need to get to the hospital. Your father's been in a wreck. Chapter 3. Sloan. It's quiet when I step into the hallway, and I'm tempted to snoop around in the other rooms upstairs. But getting caught snooping probably isn't the first image I want to give the Chases, so I don't. Instead, I head for the stairs, but I'm distracted by the myriad of picture frames lining the wall of the stairwell. I've never seen so many picture frames. This family must photo document everything. There's barely a white spot of wall left. The people in the pictures all seem happy. There are smiles on every face. But I know that looks can be deceiving. Pictures are only a snapshot in time. Still, I can't help the envious feeling that wells up within me. Why do these people get to be so happy when my life has been so miserable? When I reach the bottom of the stairs, I glance around, wanting to survey the rest of the house, but the growling of my stomach convinces me to leave that for another time. Following the delicious aroma of garlic and butter filling the air, I wander into the kitchen, which is an open-air concept and attached to a dining room. The kitchen looks like an ad for an Italian movie, with its tan wall covered in grapes and vine decorations. Linda stands at the island in the middle arranging food. She looks up and smiles when I enter. Oh, good. I was hoping you'd be coming down soon. We didn't want to start without you, but my stomach is grumbling louder than a bull rider knocked off before his 8 seconds. I assume this is some weird form of Texas slang I haven't heard of before, and simply nod. I get her drift. Can you help me carry some of these bowls to the table? What if I don't want to? Okay, not my finest moment. I realize it's a horrible response. But the attitude is one form of protection I've perfected. Build high enough walls, and no one gets through. She looks at me, and while her words are firm, there is no animosity on her face. Then I guess you won't eat. I'm about to respond when she holds up a hand to stop me and continues. In this house, we all pitch in. I cooked, you can help carry the bowls to the table, and Joseph will wash the dishes. Sometimes we rotate. Do you know how to cook anything? I can read directions on the box, but no one has taught me beyond that. And then I'm taking a bowl. What is wrong with me? I mean, it's not that big of a deal to carry a bowl to the table, but it's the bigger issue that for some reason I don't mind helping. It must be Linda's demeanor. She's much nicer than any other foster mom I've had, although I saw the look in her eye that says she won't put up with crap either. Well, I'd be happy to teach you. I taught all my kids, even my boys, so that they couldn't use their lack of cooking knowledge as an excuse. Your boys know how to cook? None of the men in houses I've been in knew how to cook, or if they did, they certainly didn't make it known. They all sat in recliners watching TV while the women cooked. Sometimes that amounted to me making boxed mac and cheese, since it's about the only thing I know how to cook. Of course they do. I told you around here we help each other out. But isn't cooking a girl's role? Don't you Christian people believe in traditional social roles? Linda shakes her head and chuckles. I see you're educated on Christian stereotypes. That's a good place to start, but no, we don't believe that. Men are capable of cooking just as much as women can take out the trash and mow the lawn. However, Joseph knows I don't like doing those chores, so he takes them on, and I know he doesn't like cooking as much, so I take it on. But we're not stuck in those roles. She places a bowl on the table and then leans toward me. Although between you and me, Joseph isn't quite as good of a cook as I am, so I'm rather glad he lets me do it. I heard that. I look up to see a man not much taller than me, with a kind smile but a pretty gnarly receding hairline. I don't think you would even see his hair in pictures. Welcome home. Linda crosses to him and gives him a quick kiss. I'm glad to be home, he responds, hugging her to him. I want to look away because I find romance to be a lie. But watching them is a little like watching an accident. You know it's going to be horrible, but you can't take your eyes off it. And their affection for each other doesn't seem to be forced or fake. These two are either really good actors or they actually care for each other, a concept that is completely unfamiliar in my life. As Linda goes to grab the rest of the bowls, Joseph approaches me with his hand out. Welcome to our home, Sloan. I hope you'll be happy here. I stare down at his proffered hand for a moment before shaking it. I've never had a foster dad shake my hand like I'm an equal or something. Before I can think much more about it, though, Linda is placing the last bowl on the table and announcing that dinner is ready. She points to a chair and motions for me to sit down. Then she sits across from me, and Joseph sits at the head of the table. They grab hands and then hold their other hands out to me. My eyes widen. We're going to pray, Linda says, and we hold hands when we pray. If you're not comfortable with that yet, that's okay. She gives me another second to see if I'll change my mind, and when I don't, she and Joseph bow their heads and close their eyes. Then he speaks. Lord, we thank you for this food and for the hands that have provided it. Thank you for Sloan coming to live with us. Help us be good examples and show her what a great father you are. Amen. Linda echoes the amen, but I can only blink. They prayed for me? I don't think I've ever had anyone pray for me, and I'm not sure how to deal with it. A bowl appears on my left, and I realize they have begun passing the food around. I scoop some pasta onto my plate and then pass the bowl to my right. "So, Sloan, what do you like to do?" Joseph asks. I shrug. "Not much. Never had money to do anything." The two exchange a glance before Linda asks, "Do you like reading or singing or drawing? Something that doesn't require a lot of money?" I add some green beans to my plate and pass that bowl as well. "I guess reading, but mainly I study because this isn't going to be my life, you know? I'm going to get out and make something of myself." I can feel their eyes on me, and as I drop my gaze to my plate, I wonder if I've said too much. "Well, I think that's very noble," Linda says. "Not all of our kids chose college, but we wanted to help them with whatever route they chose."
"And we'll do the same for you," Joseph adds. "Obviously, we won't have as long to save if you want to go to college, but we'll help you find grants and scholarships."
I look at them and narrow my eyes. These people have to have some hidden agenda. No one is this nice to some kid they just took in off the streets. "Why would you want to do that for me? I'm not your family." Linda smiles and shakes her head. "You may not be blood family, but if God sent you to us, you're family. And like I said earlier, we help each other out." I feel a little like Alice in Wonderland, but not the movie version, the book version, where it's clear the girl took some sort of drugs and is hallucinating. If you haven't read the book, you're in for a shock because it's not much like the movie. Still, it's exactly how I feel, like I've been plopped down in some sort of alternate reality. So what do? I bring out the defensive mechanism. "I doubt you'll want to keep me that long. No one else seems to." I expect them to get angry or defensive. That's what all the other families have done when I've used this line, except for the one really awful place who agreed. But I am not expecting the sincere expression of sadness that appears on their faces or the words that come out of Joseph's mouth.
"I'm sorry you've had such a hard life, Sloan, but you are welcome here for as long as you want to stay. No one's going to kick you out of this house."
A part of me wants to test that theory. I can be obnoxious, and I'm fairly certain I could get them to kick me out if I really tried. But the other part of me wonders if they're telling the truth. Could I really be safe here? And if so, do I want to ruin that? They might be crazy religious nuts, but they also might be the most stable guardians I've had. Chapter 4. Aaron. I'm pretty sure I break every traffic rule there is as I head toward the hospital, but I don't care. I don't even plan to stop if a cop fires his lights behind me. He can follow me to the hospital and ticket me there. Nothing is going to stop me from seeing my dad, especially because I have no idea how bad it is. My mom just said come, which means pretty bad. The parking lot is mostly empty when I pull in, and I park in the closest spot and jog towards the door. But when I pull on the handle, it doesn't budge. I peer into the glass, hoping to catch someone's eye, but no one appears to be near this entrance. And that's when I realize they must close some of the entrances at night. I suppose it makes sense, fewer entrances to monitor and staff, but it isn't what I wanted to deal with tonight. Jogging, I head around the corner, only half keeping an ear out for any noise. There are fewer lights around the side, and the darkness creeps in, ratcheting up my feeling of unease. Thankfully, the next door I find opens, and I step into a dimly lit waiting room. "Aaron!" My little sister Molly sees me first and runs to my arms. I don't know how she's still awake since her bedtime was nearly 3 hours ago, but perhaps the worry is keeping her up. I hoist her up and continue to my mother, who looks like she's aged 10 years. Dark circles ring her eyes, and her face looks haggard. My mother has always struck me as young and vibrant, so this contrasting image is jarring.
How is he?
I sit beside her and adjust Molly in my lap. It's been a long time since Molly wanted to sit in my lap, and now that she's 9, it's definitely a harder fit. But she must need the comfort tonight. I don't know yet. They took him in for surgery as soon as he arrived, but that's all I know. With my free hand, I find my mother's hand and squeeze. My dad will be okay. He has to be, because this is my senior year, and it can't go like this. For a while, we sit in silence, and then the soft sound of Molly snoring reaches my ears. I envy her ability to snooze on my lap. Even if I was in a comfortable position, I couldn't sleep because I hate hospitals. I hate the sterile white walls. I hate the antiseptic smell. But mostly I hate the feeling that floats around me whenever I'm in one. The feeling that this is it, that the person in the hospital isn't going to get better. It sounds morbid, I know, and I'm not even sure where the feeling comes from, but evidently it's been ingrained for a while. My mother told me that I refused to come to the hospital to see her when my sister was born because I was afraid she'd never come home if I did. So being in this hospital is wearing on me. You could take her back to the house and get some sleep, my mother says, but I shake my head. There's no way I'm leaving until I know my dad's going to be okay. Before she can say anything further, a doctor with sunken eyes and a weary expression comes out to us.
Mrs. Richards?
My mother stands, but she looks unsteady, as if her legs are wobbling beneath her jeans. Yes, that's me. Is he okay? The doctor nods.
I believe he will be, but it's going to be a long recovery. There were some internal injuries that we had to perform surgery on. His back is broken, as is his hip. He'll need to stay in the hospital for a little longer, but he should make a full recovery.
Oh, thank goodness. Thank you. My mother throws her arms around the doctor, who pats her awkwardly. He is probably used to the gesture, but he doesn't seem to enjoy it.
You're welcome. He's still out of it right now, so my suggestion would be to go home, get some sleep and some decent food, and then come back tomorrow.
My mother nods and wipes tears from her eyes. Thank you. We'll do that. The doctor turns and disappears back into the depths of the hospital.
Mom, are we going to be able to afford Dad being in the hospital for that long and not working?
I don't mean to put an added burden on her, but it seems like it would be a massive amount of money. And while I'm worried about the family, I'm also ashamed to admit I'm thinking about college and how we're going to afford it now. We'll figure that out, honey. Don't you worry. We have insurance and savings, and I can take on some extra hours. I press my lips together, not wanting to say the thought bouncing around in my head, but knowing that I have to.
I can too, Mom. I can get a job.
I've never had to be one of those kids who works through high school, and it certainly wasn't on my plans for this year, but I can't not volunteer. She shakes her head. No, you have school to focus on and football. It's your last year, and you should be enjoying it. I'm not sure how I'm going to be enjoying it, knowing that my dad is going to need a long recovery. But maybe you can get a scholarship to help with college. We might have to dip into your college fund. Her face is pained as she says these words, as if she hates the mere fact that she has to utter them.
Yeah, Mom, I can do that.
I'm relieved that I won't have to get a job right away, but I have no doubt I'll have to before the year is up. Maybe it can be a super part-time one, like weekends only or something. I feel a pang of guilt at the thought. My dad won't be able to work for a while. My mom will have to take another job, and I'm relieved that I can continue my senior year as planned, doing as little as possible. What kind of son am I?
better yet, what kind of person am I? Molly stirs at that moment, and my mother shakes her shoulder to wake her more.
Molly, honey, it's time to go home.
Molly blinks and rubs her eyes.
Is Daddy all better? No, but the doctor said he needs to stay in the hospital a little longer to heal, so we're going to go home and sleep. Do you want to come with me or with Aaron? I want to go with you.
I'm not surprised or hurt by Molly's words. She's always been a mama's girl. When she was little, she wouldn't even let my dad help with things if my mother was around. That had gotten better in the last few years, but I can see that this is going to shake her up and probably regress her back for a while. Are you sure you've got everything, Mom? She nods.
I'm sure. Go on home and get a shower and some rest. I know it's late, but maybe you can get enough sleep that you won't have to miss school. I'd hate for you to fall behind.
My watch shows that it's after 2 a.m, so I don't know how successful that plan will be, but I simply give her a quick hug and then hurry for the door. I'm definitely glad to be escaping the confines of the hospital, no matter how late it is. When I get back to the house, I brush my teeth and then crawl into bed. There are a ton of messages from my friends on my phone, but I don't have the energy to answer any of them. Hopefully, they'll understand. Chapter 5. Sloan. The light is just barely peeking in the window when I hear a knock on my door.
Sloan, it's time to get up for school.
Linda's voice is entirely too cheery for this early in the morning. I blink and rub my eyes. I'm trying to open them, but they keep slamming back shut. I've slept better in the last few days than I have in the last few years, which is good, but my body is now playing catch-up for all the lost sleep, and my eyes are refusing to cooperate.
Sloan, did you hear me? Are you awake?
Yeah, I'm awake. That's not entirely accurate, as I feel like I could sleep for hours, but I answer to keep Linda from barging into the room. I don't know if she actually would, but I don't want to take the chance.
Good. Get dressed. I have French toast ready, and you need to eat before we leave.
Ugh, why does she have to be so nice? I love French toast, and I can't remember the last time I had it. But I'm not going to say that. Fine, I'll be down in a minute. I wait until I hear her footsteps before I take a deep breath, throw the covers back, and pad to the closet. There aren't many options, but I throw on my baggiest black sweater and jeans. Admittedly, it's a little warm for a sweater, but it's not like I have many options. When I enter the kitchen a few minutes later, Linda looks up, but I'm surprised to see her at the table alone. Where is Joseph? I ask, glancing around and tugging on my sweater.
Oh, he's at work already. His work starts at 7 during the week.
Her gaze drops to my outfit and then to her coffee mug as she lifts it to her lips. I wait for the rude comments about my outfit, but they don't come. Instead, she sets the mug down and smiles at me.
You know, I was thinking, I bet you could use an updated wardrobe. What do you think about going shopping for some clothes when I pick you up today?
I hate shopping, and I know this offer is probably because she saw my lack of clothing last night, and she's trying to be nice about it. But I've learned not to turn down these gestures. You never know when they'll come up or when you'll be forced to move again quickly and be unable to grab clothes. However, I'm not going to show that emotion, so instead I offer a nonchalant shrug. I guess that would be okay.
Wonderful! We'll make it a girl's day.
She lifts her mug and sips.
I used to do this with my daughters all the time. It would be nice to include you in that tradition.
Her words don't sound fake, but they feel fake. There's no way she thinks of me like a daughter, which is why my wall goes up again
and I lash out at her. Except I'm not your daughter. Look, I appreciate the roof over my head and everything, but you just met me yesterday. There's no way you think of me like your actual daughters. Linda sets her mug down and stares at me for a minute. I expect her to yell, to tell me I need to show some respect or something, but she doesn't. She just stares. Then she nods. You're right. You're not my daughter, and it's too early to say you feel like one, but that doesn't mean we can't enjoy today. I miss having my daughters around. I miss shopping with them. And you can help fill a void in my life. Maybe I can do the same for you. Oh, she's good. She turned it around to make me feel like I'm doing her a favor, and there's no good way to argue against that. Sure, is all I can say as I slide into the seat chagrined. I don't understand how she can be so nice. She's like overdosing on sugar, but I can't seem to hate her. Last night, she even offered to tuck me in and pray with me before I went to bed. I declined because I'm 17 and not 6. But as ashamed as I am about it, a tiny part of me wanted to say yes. I can't remember the last time someone tucked me in, if they ever did. Now she's offering to buy me clothes. There has to be something terrible about this family, because no one is this nice. At least, not in my world. I place some French toast on my plate, but before I dig in, Linda clears her throat. I pause and look up at her. We pray before every meal here. Her tone is not condescending, merely matter-of-fact. But it reminds me of the drawback of this place. Prayer. I have no doubt that praying before every meal will get old rather quickly. But I put my fork down and wait for her to pray. When she's done, I dig into the breakfast and try to tamp my smile down. It's almost impossible because this is the best breakfast I've had in ages. Do you have everything you'll need for school? Linda asks as she begins clearing the used plates. I have the basics, I say with a shrug. Pen and paper and books. No bag? The look of shock on Linda's face is almost comical. The last place didn't feel like I needed one, so I just carried it all. You just finish up and I'll be right back. She hurries out of the room, and the sound of drawers opening and closing carries through the quiet house. Just as I lift the last bite of French toast to my lips, a cat jumps on the table, causing me to drop the syrup-doused morsel down my front. Where did you come from? I growl under my breath as I grab a napkin and wipe my shirt. I had no idea the Chases had a cat. Unfortunately, the napkin does little to sop up the syrup, and I sigh, realizing it's no use. I'll have to change. Oh no, did Lucy startle you? Linda asks as she re-enters the room. You could say that. I don't even bother to mask the irritation in my voice as the cat pads across the table before jumping down. I didn't even know you had a cat. Linda shakes her head. She's an older cat, so she hides a lot, but she does like to come out when she smells food. However, she is not supposed to be on the table, and she knows it. Her gaze shifts to the cat as she says this, but the cat pays her no mind. She turns back to me. I'm sorry she startled you. You aren't allergic, are you? I don't think so, but I'm not sure I've been around a cat before. Certainly not in the last 5 years, but I don't remember much about my original family. Well, I hope not, but we'll adjust to that if we have to. She holds up a backpack clearly filled with supplies. I don't have your books since I don't know what you're taking, but I've got a binder, dividers, pens, pencils, a few notebooks, and... She crosses to the fridge and pulls out a brown sack. Lunch. Wow. I don't even have words other than that. I blink at the gifts, taken aback. No foster parent has ever given me so much for school. Most of them couldn't even be bothered to wake me up for school, let alone make breakfast or lunch. You let me know if there's anything else they want that I don't have. I tried to remember what Andy had to have last year, but sometimes they add new stuff. One time Andy had to have a green pen specifically for checking papers. The teacher that year decided red corrections were too harsh, so she thought green might be better, and then they never even used them. Linda shakes her head as she chuckles. Andy is my youngest son. He just graduated last year. He's off at college now, which is why we decided to foster. We've always had a full house, and it's just too quiet now. Oh, will you be taking in more kids then? I can't help but hope she'll say no. It's selfish, but they're being so nice, I don't really want to share the attention. Not for a little bit. You're our first permanent placement, and we want to do it right. She looks as if she wants to say more, but before she can, an alarm goes off, and she pulls out her cell. Whoops, time to go. Do you want to change really quick? I wish I could say no, because I know my outfits are limited, but I can't go to school with a sticky smear down my chest. So I hurry back upstairs and grab a change of clothes. Unfortunately, the next nicest piece I own happens to be a white shirt. I hate wearing white clothing because no matter how thick the material is, it seems that you can always see through it. It probably won't matter as few students seem to notice me, but I'll still be wondering if people can see through my shirt. Not a great start to what's bound to be a stellar day. When I arrive back downstairs, Linda hands me the bag, and I throw it over my shoulder and follow her out to her car. It's just an SUV, and not an expensive one like a Lexus or anything, but it's spotless inside. There's not even a piece of dirt on the floor mat, and I feel self-conscious as I slide in. What happens if I get the car dirty? Is that when she turns into a tyrant? I had another foster mom who did that. She was super sweet and nice until one of the kids accidentally dropped a cup full of orange juice on the floor, and then the woman went nuclear. Is everything okay? Linda asks, picking up on my hesitation. It's just so clean. I'm afraid to mess it up. Oh, don't worry about that. It was my birthday 2 weeks ago, and Joseph got me a car detailing package. This is the cleanest this car has been since I bought it. She smiles and backs out of the driveway, but I can't help wondering when the other shoe will drop. Everyone has a flaw, and prayer can't be her only one. In my limited experience, the nicer people seem, the bigger their flaw when it comes out. Friendship High School hasn't changed since Friday, but it seems different as Linda pulls into the parking lot. Maybe it's because I never come in this way. Frank and Darla's house was closer to the school, and they insisted I could walk, rain, snow, or shine. Thankfully in Texas, it's a lot more of the latter, but there were a few odd weather days that had me ducking in the back door looking like a wet mop. Out front, there are more trees and more outdoor seating for students. Do you want me to come in with you? Linda asks as she pulls into a parking spot. All my kids went here, so I know my way around. Oh, good grief. I can't think of anything worse, but she's been so nice. I don't want to say that out loud. Thanks, but I'll be fine. It's not like it's the first day or anything. I know where all my classes are. Oh, right. Well, if you're sure. There is a look of sadness on her face, but I assure her that I'm positive. The last thing I need is her coming in with me. I don't know if anyone would recognize her, but I'm not going to take the chance. Even if they didn't, you don't walk into high school with your mother, or foster parent in my case, and you certainly don't let them come in with you a month into school. Before she can say anything else, I open the door and hoist my bag over my shoulder. I move to follow the stream of students entering the school, but she rolls down her window and hollers at me. "I'll pick you up here at 3:30. I flash a wave, but don't turn around. I can already feel the eyes on me, so I drop my gaze to the ground and hurry inside. Chapter 6. Aaron. The ringing of my phone jars me awake, and I slap the nightstand to try and find the noisy contraption. "Hello?" My voice sounds like a hoarse croak, so I clear my throat and try again. "Hello?" "Aaron, are you coming to pick me up? You're 10 minutes late already." Stephanie's shrill voice grates against my ears, and I can almost see her in my mind. A scowl probably mars her pretty features, and her fist is no doubt rammed into one cocked hip. I don't know why I let her talk me into picking her up for school anyway. She claimed it only made sense because her house was on my way, and we both had to stay for practice. At the time, I didn't care enough to say no, but suddenly I'm starting to feel more like her chauffeur than her boyfriend. "Sorry, Stephanie, I can't today. I just got home a few hours ago and I'm not even dressed yet. I'll probably be late." "You should have called, Aaron. That would have been the decent thing to do. Or a text if you're too lazy to pick up the phone. Now I'm probably going to be late too. I'll definitely be too late to catch up with Gina." Though the sleep still clings to my bones, irritation surges within me. "Seriously? You're upset you won't get to catch up with Gina? I was at the hospital until early this morning. In case you forgot, my dad was in a car accident. He's still there, so forgive me if I'm not bending over backward to your every whim today." She sputters a few times on the other end, and then there's nothing but the dial tone. I stifle a groan. I'm sure I'll have to apologize later, but I can't think about it right now. Instead, I debate just going back to sleep. But there's practice today, and I really need to be there, so I roll out of bed and head for the shower. Several minutes later, I am dressed and clean, though I'm not sure if I'm much more awake. The weariness clings to my bones like frost on a cold day. Hopefully, my mother is awake and has made some coffee. My mom is not a fan of my coffee drinking. Even though I'm 6 feet tall, she claimed it would stunt my growth. When that didn't turn out to be true, she switched to the mental addiction argument. There might be something to her point, but as she and my dad both down multiple cups a day, that argument didn't last long either. She is at the kitchen table when I enter, but she looks like a zombie staring off into space. Her hands curled around a mug I'm sure is no longer warm. "Mom, you okay?" She blinks and shakes her head. "Yeah, sorry, I'm fine. Do you want some breakfast?" "It's cool. I can get my own. Did you sleep at all?" I ask, as I open the cupboard for a bowl. Cereal isn't always the most filling option, but it is the easiest and quickest. Plus, it will tide me over until break time, when I usually buy a muffin from the snack bar or a protein bar from the vending machine. "A little. I'll be fine. But what about you? Do you feel rested enough for school? If not, I'll write you a note." I shake my head as I cross to the fridge to grab the milk. "Nah, I don't need a note. I've got practice today, and attending practice is mandatory if you want to play come game day." "I'm sure your coach would understand if you missed today. Have you told him yet?" I shake my head. The only people who know are Stephanie, Gina, and Tyson, and they only know because they were with me when I got her call. Maybe I'll tell Coach, but no one else really needs to know. "Even if he does understand, I need to be at practice. You never know when a scout will be watching." Having a scout see me play was always important. But before my dad's accident, it was for fame and recognition. Now it might be necessary for a scholarship. You don't have to play every game, honey. She turns her mug on the table and then takes a sip and grimaces.
Yeah, I do.
I set my bowl down and then grab her mug, empty it into the sink, and then refill it with the warmer coffee still in the pot. I grab myself a cup as well.
If my college money is helping pay medical bills, then I need to get a scholarship, remember?
The words weren't meant as an accusation, but she flinches anyway, and I wish I could take them back. No one wanted this to happen, Aaron.
I know, Mom, I say, softening my voice. I didn't mean it like that. I just meant this is a way that I can help.
She nods, but it's clearly still weighing on her. I just don't want you to feel like you can't take a break. It's your senior year, and you should enjoy it. Enjoying the year seems a little impossible at the moment, but arguing with her will only make her feel worse. So I simply nod and dig into my cereal. Half an hour later, I pull into the parking lot of the school. I'm not late, thanks to Stephanie's phone call, but it's definitely close. The normal throng of students shuffling into the school at 8 a.m. is now a mere trickle. Even the halls are relatively empty, though the first period bell hasn't rung yet. Tyson, however, is leaning against my locker, cell phone in hand and looking like he doesn't have a care in the world. He looks up when I approach and shoves his phone in his pocket.
Hey, you okay? Been better.
I fill him in on the situation with my dad. He lets out a low whistle.
Man, I'm sorry. I'm here for you, though. Let me know if you need anything. Thanks, I appreciate it.
He nods and then opens his mouth as if to say something before closing it again.
What?
There is clearly something on his mind, and I'd rather deal with it now than wonder all day about it.
What happened with you and Stephanie? She was madder than a hornet this morning.
I sigh and shake my head.
She was mad that I couldn't pick her up for school. I don't even know how I got roped into it, but maybe this is a good thing. Taking a break from her might be good for my head.
His eyebrows rise.
You're breaking up with her? I don't know, but this morning's fiasco just made me think. I do all these things for her, but none of them are my ideas. I just feel tethered, I guess.
He grins and pats me on the shoulder.
Now you know why I don't settle down with a girl. We're too young anyway. I'm not saying break up with her, because if she found out I told you that, I'd be dead too. But being single might be better for your life right now.
I never would have thought that I'd agree with Tyson on dealing with women. But in this case, I think he might be right. Chapter 7. Sloan. The quiet solitude of the office envelops me when I slip inside. It's not always quiet. Some mornings the phone rings incessantly, and other mornings there are students complaining or asking questions for 10 to 15 minutes nonstop. But this morning, it is blissfully silent. After the chatter in the halls, the silence is golden. "Good morning, Sloan," Miss Strickland says as I enter. She's the secretary and one of the cooler adults on campus, but maybe that's because she's not a teacher. Still, she dresses younger than most of the other adults, and she's up on the latest lingo and TV shows. So she's pretty chill. I don't actually have room in my schedule for a TA period, but because I wanted the occupational credit, the counselor said if I checked in when I could and helped out where I could, then I could still earn it. Miss Strickland always has something for me to do. "Morning, Miss Strickland. Files?" Filing is my normal morning routine. I had no idea schools had to keep records for so long, and though most of it is on the computer now, there are still some items that have to be kept on paper, just in case. "For a little bit, but I have a new student arriving today, and I need you to show her around." And just like that, the tranquility of the moment shatters. Babysitting is my least favorite duty, but I always get stuck with it anyway. and transfer students are the worst. We've only had a few, but they've all fallen into one of two camps. The angry ones are mad they're at our school, and they either give me the silent treatment or attach a glare to every word they snarl. They're annoying, but at least they generally leave me alone once they find their classes. The other camp is worse. I call them the scared rabbit camp. They come in with wide eyes and clingy natures, and because I'm the one who usually shows them around, they decide I should be their best friend, and they follow me everywhere. I don't do clingy, so I usually end up blowing up at them and then feel guilty afterwards. Thankfully, we don't get that many. Wolforth, Texas isn't known for getting a ton of new students during the year. I've just started the filing when I hear Miss Strickland speak again. "Can I help you?" "I'm Brett Green, new student." I sigh. That's my cue. Shutting the file drawer, I grab my bag and wait for Miss Strickland to call me. I could just walk out, but there's a part of me that's hoping the girl won't want a guide, or that Miss Strickland will change her mind. "Welcome, Brett. We were expecting you. Are you familiar with friendship?" I hear the tapping of her computer keys and then the printer whirring to life. "Not especially. I was hoping I could get a map along with my schedule." "I've got a map for you, but also something better. Sloan?" I step out and size up the new girl, who is dressed head to toe in black. She looks like the stereotypical goth girl, except that she's not wearing black makeup. Her face is actually light and fresh, creating a weird dichotomy. Maybe she's not allowed to wear makeup? Regardless, we don't have a lot of goth people here. This should be interesting. "I'd like you to show our new student Brett around." Before I can even respond, the girl rounds the corner, her hand out and a wide smile on her face. "Hi, I'm Brett. Nice to meet you." I glance down at her hand, but it's the popping of her gum that draws my attention. It's like an anathema to her emo look. So maybe not goth? I shake her hand. Her black nail polish only confuses me more. "Sloan." Her eyes light up. "Oh my gosh, you have a name like mine. I thought I was the only one. Did your parents want a boy too? That's how I ended up with Brett. At first I hated it because it sounded so boyish, but now that I've found theater, I think it's pretty perfect. It reminds me of Rhett Butler, and it's so unusual for a girl, don't you think?" I don't think I've ever heard anyone speak so quickly, and certainly not here in Texas, so it takes me a minute to catch up. "Yeah, I guess so." She chuckles, and the sound is so different from her look. It's light and melodious. It's like trying to picture a goth fairy, which doesn't work. No, this girl is too bubbly and smiley to be goth or emo. She must just really like the color black. "I think we are going to be great friends, Sloan." With that, she links her arm through mine. Through mine, like we are bosom buddies or something, and leads me out of the office. I thought I was supposed to be showing her around, but Brett is a force to be reckoned with. "So, what's your first class?" She glances down at her schedule. "I hope it's chemistry with me. Science isn't my strong suit, and I could use someone to talk to in my class. I was going to take chemistry at my last school, but everyone in there was kind of boring. They were either the super jocks who realized they hadn't taken it already, or the uber smart kids. Is that how it is here? I should have taken it as a freshman, but I really don't like the idea of chemicals spilling on me. Do you know the teacher actually said that if you spill chemicals on you, that you have to strip even if other people are still in the room?" We're walking down the hall, still arm in arm and garnering looks from people who pass us, but Brett does not seem to care. "I think that's pretty common," I say. answering the last question she posed and wondering how she doesn't notice the gazes of various stragglers left in the halls. Maybe she's just immune to them. Unless you like being covered with dangerous chemicals, I add under my breath. Yeah, but there were cute guys in the class. I mean, I wouldn't date the jocks, but they're still good looking. So there was no way I was stripping in front of them. Plus, whoever built my old school was dumb. There was no drain in the room. The teacher said if you had to use the wash station, then you had to clean up the mess afterward. Can you imagine having to strip naked in front of classmates and then mop up the floor? The humiliation would follow you forever. Do you always talk this fast? I am amazed at the speed words fly out of her mouth. It's kind of like trying to follow a pinball when it really gets going, and the question slips out before it even registers in my brain. Instead of taking offense, though, Brett simply laughs. Goodness, yes, I moved here from up north. Where I'm from, everybody talks this fast. I can't believe how slow people talk here. I keep tapping my foot like, hurry up and spit it out, you know? Don't get me wrong, there are people who talk slowly in Texas, but it's not the whole redneck stereotype it's been made out to be. At least not in our town. However, everyone speaks slowly compared to Brett. She probably even speeds up her music, and she walks faster than anyone I've met too. I'm having to double step just to keep up with her. She stops and turns to me, finally releasing my arm. So, is it chemistry? Is what chemistry? Oh, my schedule. She's asking about my schedule again. Right, the original question. We've gone down such a rabbit hole that I nearly forgot she'd asked that question. Yeah, I have chemistry, then algebra, history, drama, English, debate, and Latin. Latin? Brett's brow lifts, and an expression of something between disgust and incredulity covers her face. You can take Latin as a foreign language? You can here. Latin wasn't my first choice of foreign languages. I mean, why would someone want to learn a dead language? There's no one to even practice it with. But it was my only choice. Spanish and French were both full when I arrived, so Latin it was. Brett scans her schedule. Well, I'm not in Latin, thank goodness. No offense, but that sounds awful. But I am in algebra, history, and drama. That's good, I guess. I'm honestly not sure if it's a good thing or not. Brett is definitely the most interesting person I've met in a while, but I have a feeling she's going to be like glue. The warning bell rings, and this time I pick up the pace. We better hurry up. Mr. Hagar is a beast if you're late. I hate being late, and Mr. Hagar doesn't do excuses, so he won't care that I was showing the new girl around. The bell rings just as we enter the classroom, but thankfully Mr. Hagar has his back to us. He's older and a little hard of hearing, which also works in our favor. The students, however, are not. And I feel like every eye in the room is on us. This is my worst nightmare. Well, other than the one where I end up at school with no clothes on, that is definitely the worst, and thankfully has never happened. But this is a close second. We scurry quietly to the remaining free desk, but I nearly lose it when she leans closer and asks, Does every athlete in the world wear basketball shorts? Is there some sort of jock dress code that says regular decent pants aren't allowed? I press my lips together and shake my head. Maybe it's because I don't spend a lot of time looking at other people that I've never noticed, but she's right. There are probably 25 other students in the class, and it's easy to see who the jocks are, as every one of them is either wearing a Letterman's jacket, even though it is not cold outside yet, or basketball shorts and t-shirts with the school logo on it. It's like athletes think they can't be bothered to wear pants like everyone else in case they have to break out into an impromptu basketball game at lunch or football scrimmage after school. Does that happen here? If it does, I've definitely missed it, but it makes me wonder what it would look like. Who are they? Brett whispers, pulling me back to the present. I follow her gaze and roll my eyes. That is Aaron Richards, star quarterback, and Tyson Miller, his egotistical wide receiver. I'd stay far away from them if I were you. Aaron has a girlfriend who would probably claw any girl's face off who got too close to him, and Tyson is like a doorknob. A what? Her forehead furrows in confusion. A doorknob, everyone gets their turn. Let's just say he's not picky with who he goes out with. Her nose wrinkles in disgust, and she shudders. My thoughts exactly. Maybe Brett isn't so bad after all. Mr. Hagar approaches the front of the room, looking very much like Einstein today. His white hair sticks out in tufts around his head, and his bushy eyebrows are like caterpillars sitting over his eyes. But it's his voice that really makes me cringe. I never watched the whole movie, but I've seen many clips of the monotone teacher from the 80s classic Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and this teacher could rival that actor. Good morning, class. Today we are discussing acid anhydrides. Who can tell me what an anhydride is? Anyone? He pushes his thick glasses up and scans the room, but no one lifts a hand. Then he startles a bit and leans forward. What's this? Do we have a new student? I freeze as his gaze zeroes in on Brett and me, and once again every eye in the class turns to us. The desire to crawl under the desk and disappear is real. I should have known he would notice her, but I hadn't expected he would stop the class and draw attention to the fact. Yes, sir. I'm Brett Green. Just moved here. Ah, you'll need a syllabus then. As he rummages in his desk, Brett leans closer to me and whispers, Oh my gosh, his voice. Is he like this all the time? Unfortunately. Chemistry is one of the easier subjects for me, but even I sometimes zone off and find his words sound more like the wah-wah teacher voice from the old Charlie Brown cartoons. You're going to have to poke me to keep me awake some days then, she says, with a small shake of her head. Ah, yes, here we are. Mr. Hagar brandishes the found papers, hurries over to drop them on the desk, and then resumes his lecture as if he'd just been paused and restarted. It's going to be a long class. Chapter 8. Aaron. Man, why don't we ever get hot new girls? Tyson grumbles as Mr. Hagar resumes his lecture. What's wrong with the new girl? Okay, she's a little dark with her head-to-toe black look, but her face is pretty. Are you kidding me? I don't do emo. Too much emotional damage. Well, then it's a good thing you don't need to date her, I say, shaking my head at him. Did you forget that you're seeing Gina? I'm not really seeing her. We were just on a date, and I don't know if that's going to work out. Seriously? Tyson is the best receiver on our team, but he is horrible when it comes to women. His face really ought to be in the dictionary next to the term serial dater. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm feeling it, you know? Normally, I would disagree with Tyson, but after my interaction with Stephanie this morning, I'm not sure I'm feeling it either. I shake my head and try to pay attention to Mr. Hagar, which is difficult as the man could literally win the award for Most Boring Teacher of the Year. Mr. Hagar sends us to the lab stations after he finishes his lecture. But before we get very far, there is a pop, and then a flame erupts. It bursts up to the ceiling and somehow triggers the sprinkler system. Water begins spraying from the ceiling. The girls scream and run for cover, while the boys shout in excitement and soak it up. Everyone needs to exit, Mr. Hagar says, but his monotone voice is drowned out in the chaos. Dude, this is awesome, Tyson hollers in my ear. I don't know if awesome is the word I'd use. The sprinklers have never gone off. and I always thought it would be cool if they did. But now it's just soaking everything. My clothes, my books, my hair. I wipe my face and head for the door myself. Having given up trying to get our attention, Mr. Hagar is now standing at the door and waving us out like one of those guys who directs planes at airports. Most of the rest of the guys take their time leaving the room. Like Tyson, they think this is the coolest thing that has ever happened in school, and it is doubtful it will ever happen again. The last thing I hear before I exit the doorway are the voices of Jack and Joey, a set of troublemaking twins. "That was so cool! Did you get it on camera?" "Yep, every second." I should have known. Those two are like magnets for trouble. I don't even know if they do it on purpose all the time, but whenever something crazy happens, they are usually nearby.
Oh my gosh, look, what a Velma.
Tyson points toward the bathroom, and I see a girl emerge. She's in our class and was sitting next to the new girl, but I have no idea what her name is because she's never made much of an impression. Like the old Scooby-Doo character, she's a bit of a nerd and quiet, and she rarely garners attention. She does today, however, as a trail of toilet paper appears stuck to her shoe.
"This is priceless,"
he says, pulling out his phone and snapping away. A small part of me thinks about telling him to stop, but I don't. It's chicken of me, but I figure he's not hurting the girl, not really anyway. Before my guilt has a chance to fester, I hear Coach Matthews calling my name.
"Aaron, I'm glad I found you,"
he says when he reaches me.
"Do you have a minute to talk?"
Sure." I can't help but feel a little nervous as I follow Coach to his office. I'm rarely in trouble, being the star quarterback and all, but in my experience, these summons are never a good thing. I suppose it could be about scouting opportunities or scholarships, but it's pretty early in the year for that. When we reach his office, he opens the door and then closes it behind me. My stomach knots. Closed door meetings are never good.
"I'm sure you're wondering why I called you in here."
He motions for me to sit down before crossing around his desk and collapsing in his old beat-up chair. The school bought new chairs for all the teachers a few years ago, but Coach Matthews refused a new chair. He's old school and said ergodynamic stuff was not his forte, and he'd stick with what he knew was comfortable. I don't know how much longer his chair will last, though, as it seems to lose more stuffing every day. But that's not my concern.
"A little. Did I win some award or something?"
I can't for the life of me think of anything I did, so it must be for some praise. One eyebrow arches on his forehead.
"No, you did not win an award. I wanted to talk to you about a couple of things. First, how is your dad?"
I blink at him for a minute.
"How did you know about my dad?" "I heard some students talking about it earlier. You don't have to be here, Aaron. You can take the day off to rest."
I shake my head.
"No, I can't, because I need to play. My mom says my college money might be needed to cover his bills, so I gotta play and I gotta get a scholarship."
He sighs and rubs his chin.
"Well, that makes this next part harder. Even before I heard about your dad, I was gonna call you in to talk about your grades."
I sink a little into the chair. Academics have never been my thing, but I've never struggled as much as I seem to be this year, and the year has barely started.
"They'll be fine, Coach."
Surely there's some kid I can find to help with my papers and maybe sneak me some test answers. Always been one before.
"Will they, Aaron? It's only the first quarter, and they are already tanking. You know you have to keep your grades up to play. You remember that conversation, right?"
I nod. It was part of his speech last night. I just didn't think it affected me.
"I hear a girl might be sucking up some of your study time."
Stephanie. To say she monopolizes my time might be a bit of an understatement. Well, at least until this morning. I have no idea if she'll continue to do that now, nor do I know if I care. Sure, she's pretty and the head cheerleader, which is good for my image, but all of that seems less important now.
I mean, I guess I've been spending some time with her. Some time.
His eyebrows shoot up his forehead.
From what I hear, Aaron, she's always with you. Now, I know women are important, but so is football, and this year especially. This is your senior year, and scouts will be watching, but they can't scout you if you can't play. Understand, Coach. I'll get it figured out.
Although I have no idea how.
I'm sure you will.
He leans back again.
But I think you should get a tutor to help you, especially in chemistry, as that seems to be the class where your grades are slipping the most.
A tutor? I've never needed a tutor, but then again, I've kind of skated through my classes previously. It helped that my hardest classes, math and science generally, were taught by one of my coaches until this year. I picture the students in the class.
I don't know anyone who could tutor me. I'll put some feelers out, but you should keep your ears open too. You'll know better than I will who you can work with. Okay, I'll try. It's not going to keep me from playing, is it? Not as long as you keep your grade passing. Fall below 60%, and you'll be benched until it gets back up.
He shrugs.
School policy. Nothing I can do about that. Now, are you sure you want to stay for practice? I have to, Coach, and I'll be fine. Don't worry.
Chapter 9. Sloan. You know those dreams where you end up naked and then realize you're walking the halls of school and everyone is staring at you? Okay, my day hasn't been that bad, but I definitely did not plan on hosting my own wet t-shirt competition, especially not in chemistry with the jerky jocks there to witness it. However, I don't understand the whispers and glances as I enter the cafeteria for lunch. I'm sure some people realized my white shirt was see-through, but I rushed to the bathroom as quickly as possible to dry it off, and not all of the people looking at me were even in the class. "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" Brett asks, rushing up to me when she sees me. Why wouldn't I be? Her eyes widen. You mean you haven't seen it? Seen what? I feel like I'm playing that weird improv game where you can only ask questions, and I wish she would just spit it out. Do you not have Instagram? I don't even have a cell phone. Now what is going on? She pulls out her phone and taps the screen. Someone in my last class shared this with me. I followed only so I could see if there were more. She turns the phone to me, and a cold sensation grips my heart. It's a picture of me coming out of the bathroom with toilet paper stuck to my shoe trailing behind me. And there are already tons of comments on it. I should have known. I've managed to blend in pretty well this year, but I knew it had to end sometime. It always does. Who posted that? But I think I know. He's not using his real name, as you can see. She points to the marker that shows a picture of a helmet and the words, "Go Long." But the kid who showed me this said it was Tyson's account. Of course it was. Tyson has always struck me as the instigator, the one who picks on a kid first and then gets everyone to go along with it. I suck in a deep breath to keep the tears back. Well, I guess now I know why everyone has been whispering and pointing at me. Brett places a hand on my arm. I'm sorry, Sloan. We can take it to the office and see if they can get it taken down. I shake my head. No, don't bother. That would probably make it worse. I'll just ignore them. It's Friday. I'm sure they'll find another victim soon, or something else will grab their attention. Either this weekend or next week, I'll be forgotten. I hope. Are you sure? Her eyes fill with compassion. Yeah, I'm sure. It'll be fine. Let's just eat. I pull out the lunch Linda made for me and take solace in the fact that she, at least, seems to care. The rest of the day flies by without incident. Not without more whispers and stares, but at least no one says anything to my face. Still, I'm exhausted from trying to keep up a strong facade when the dismissal bell finally rings. Linda is waiting in the parking lot for me just like she said she'd be when I step out of the front doors of the school. This is probably normal for most people, but the houses I've stayed in haven't always kept their promises, or even remembered them. It's nice to be remembered. "How was your day?" she asks with a smile when I slide into the seat. I shrug. It was something. Definitely the most interesting day I've had in a while. "Something, huh?" She glances behind her as she backs out of the parking spot. "You know, this is the one thing about my kids being in school that I didn't miss. They were always the same way. Getting them to tell me about school was like trying to pry a walnut out of a peanut shell." A smile pulls at the corner of my lips with her analogy, and I wonder if she makes them up. "I saw that," she says, indicating my smile. "So I'm going to guess it was better than just something." "It was fine," I say. "I met a girl who seems nice." "Nice enough to be a friend?" I shrug again. I could probably make an entire language out of shrugging if I wanted to. "Yeah, probably." "Good. I want you to feel free to bring friends to the house. Back when the kids were in school, our house was often the hangout spot, and I kind of miss so many voices filling it up." I nod, unsure how to respond. It's nice she wants me to bring people over, but doing that would assure that people learned I was a foster kid, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. "Thanks, I'll think about it." The rest of the ride to the mall is quiet, but I'm glad that Linda doesn't push for me to talk more. She is definitely different than I expected, in a good way. "Are you ready for this?" she asks as she pulls into the mall parking lot. Sure, I guess. But the way she asked the question makes me wonder if I really am. She smiles and leads the way. It only takes a few minutes to realize shopping with Linda is like nothing I've experienced before. I've never enjoyed shopping because either the clothing purchased for me was hideous and cheap, or it was too expensive and I could only get a few things. Linda doesn't go crazy with money or anything, but she manages to find deals on clothes I would actually wear, and we leave the store with 2 full bags. "This was fun," she says as we load the car. "Is there anything else you want to do?" "Can we stop at the library?" A library card is about the only thing I've been able to have of my own, since it's free, but the last house was pretty far from the library, so I could only make it when I had enough money for bus fare. "We can absolutely hit the library." She looks like she wants to wrap an arm around my shoulders, and there is a part of me that wants her to. The part that has been neglected for too long and misses human touch and kindness. But the other part, the more cautious part, whispers that this is too good to be true and that it's bound to come crashing down and it's better not to get attached. That part is glad when she doesn't. The library is nothing grand on the outside, just a nondescript brick building that looks like it was built over 50 years ago. But the inside is full of rows and rows of bookcases, as well as computer terminals where a few people sit working. As there are no other high schoolers inside, I have the feeling that no one my age would find it as amazing as I do. But to me, it's a sea of possibilities, of escapes. The rows of books may represent things I'll never see in person, but I can see them in books. I can visit amazing places and go on wonderful adventures. Linda waits patiently while I wander up and down the aisles, grabbing any book that looks interesting. When my arms are full, I make my way to the checkout area. "Are you sure you can read all of those?" Linda asks, eyeing my stack. I'm sure going to try. I have no doubt you will. As she helps me carry the load back to the car, I can't help but wonder when everything will fall apart. Because in my life, it's not a question of if, but when. Still, I hope this time might be different. Chapter 10. Aaron. I shake my head as I head into the locker room after practice. That was definitely not my best showing, but there's a lot on my mind. Hey man, you okay? I look over to see Isaac Chopra, one of the other players on the team, looking at me. He and I used to be close, but we drifted apart when Tyson appeared on the scene. Isaac's a nice guy, but he isn't usually allowed to go out with us after games or practice. His family is Indian, and they care way more about grades than football. I'm honestly surprised they let him play at all.
Yeah, there's just a lot going on. My dad was in a wreck and now he's in the hospital. My grades are slipping, and I'm pretty sure Stephanie and I broke up.
I glance over at the cheerleaders who are finishing their practice as well. She hasn't spoken to me all day, but I don't know whether she's done or just needs some time. Even worse, I don't know which answer I want it to be. He places a hand on my shoulder.
Wow, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Thanks. I just feel kind of confused and helpless. Have you tried praying about it?
I shake my head. Isaac's much more religious than I am. He always prays before games and usually before practices as well.
I haven't been to church in ages. You don't have to go to church to pray, but attending church might help. You want to come with me Sunday? Maybe. I'll let you know.
I don't know if church is a solution for me, but I won't discount it as an option either.
Hey, you guys coming out tonight?
Tyson asks, coming up behind us. Isaac shakes his head.
I can't. There's a big history test on Monday and my parents want me to study. That stinks. How about you, Aaron? I can count you in, right?
I hesitate. Normally, I would say yes in a heartbeat, but I'm still tired. Plus, I really should check on my mom.
Actually, I think I'm going to pass tonight too. I'm still catching up on sleep from last night and my mom might need help with Molly.
Tyson rolls his eyes.
That's what weekends are for. Come on, man. I can't, really. Maybe next week.
I still need to find a tutor too, but I don't tell Tyson that.
Okay, whatever. You two have fun being losers.
I wish he wouldn't say things like that, Isaac says softly when Tyson is out of earshot. I glance over at Isaac. Tyson was kidding, but it's clear his words affected Isaac. I think back to the picture he took of the girl. It didn't seem like that big of a deal at the time, but before school was out, he had thrown it up on social media and nearly everyone saw it.
Yeah, I'm not sure he thinks things through all the time. That's for sure. Well, I'll keep praying for him, and hopefully I'll see you Sunday. It's Wolfworth Baptist, in case you forgot.
I chuckle.
I remember.
As Isaac heads into the locker room, I pause to glance back toward the cheerleaders. Stephanie usually waits for me, but she's walking off with Gina. Just as well. I don't need her negative energy tonight either. After grabbing my bag, I head home, stopping just long enough to order food. I pick up something for Molly and my mother as well, not knowing if they'd eaten, but figuring they can put it in the fridge if they have. The house is quiet when I enter, but I can hear the low hum of the TV in the living room, and I find Molly watching a movie.
Where's Mom?
I ask, glancing around the space. Molly shrugs. She said she needed to make a phone call. Her eyes widen as she spies the fast food bags. Did you bring home dinner?
Sure did. Why don't you come into the kitchen to eat it? I'll go get Mom.
I get Molly situated at the table, and then I hurry up the stairs. But before I can tell my mother, I hear her words carry through the partly open bedroom door. I don't know what we're going to do. There isn't enough money to pay for the hospital bills. I should turn around and go back downstairs. This is obviously a conversation she didn't want heard, but my feet are frozen. No, I don't know how long he'll be in there, but the doctor said at least a week. That's thousands of dollars a day. And I checked the accounts this morning. I don't know what he did with all the money, but most of it is gone.
Gone? Are we broke? Did my father steal our money? That doesn't seem like him at all. Maybe he just moved it to another account. But he has been different lately. I suppose he could have spent the money on something.
Thanks. I'll keep you in the loop. I force my feet to move, as it sounds like my mother is about to hang up, and I don't want her to know I overheard. She'd said I didn't need to get a job, but it appears I'll have to now. There's no way we can afford everything with just her salary. Chapter 11. Aaron. I hit the alarm when it blares Saturday morning, wishing I could turn it off and go back to sleep, but knowing that I can't. As much as I don't want to, I have to find a job today. After a quick shower, I head downstairs. The kitchen is quiet and empty when I enter, and I wonder again what my dad did with all the money. Was he drinking it away? Had he been inebriated when he got in the accident? No, that wouldn't make sense. If he'd been drunk, the cops probably would have been involved. Gambling, then? Or maybe a mistress? I can't imagine my dad having an affair, but then I never would have imagined him spending our money either. I shake my head as I grab a bowl for cereal. None of it really matters, and all thinking about it will do is send my blood pressure boiling. What's done is done, and regardless of the reason, the simple fact now is that I have to step up. My mother and Molly are still not downstairs by the time I finish breakfast, so I jot out a quick note, letting my mother know I'll be back soon, and then I head out. But as I back out of the driveway, I realize I don't even know where to start. We took a career survey in school, but I didn't pay much attention to it because I figured football would be my future. Now I'm wishing I could go back in time and focus. I know there are fast food jobs, but that's a last resort. I don't want to smell like grease and wear an ugly uniform if I can help it. Maybe a sales job? There are plenty of businesses in Lubbock. One of them is bound to be hiring. I head to Best Buy first. A sales job there doesn't sound too bad, and at least I'd get a discount on electronics. But they aren't hiring. Neither are the sporting goods stores I hit next. The manager at Walmart tells me they'll keep my application on file, but that they don't usually have openings until Christmas. I decide to try a few coffee shops next. They don't seem quite as bad as fast food restaurants, and hey, who doesn't love free coffee? However, the managers there tell me I don't have enough experience, and that I need to have jobs on my resume to be considered. I think about telling them it's hard to get a job when all the jobs want you to have previous experience, but no one is willing to give you that experience, but I don't. It wouldn't matter anyway. By this time, it's afternoon, and my stomach is complaining that I haven't given it nearly enough food. So I head to a local restaurant for lunch. Spending money eating out probably isn't wise, but I didn't think to pack a lunch, and I don't want to go home empty-handed. I've pretty much decided I'm not going home until I get a job. As I approach the front door, a large wanted sign grabs my attention. The aversion to working at a fast food restaurant was strong, but at this point, it feels like it might be all that's hiring, and that I'm qualified for. It won't have to be for long, and at least it will give me work experience that I can then take to another job. I take a deep breath and pull open the door. "Can I help you?" The boy behind the counter doesn't look much older than me, but I'm not sure if that's a good thing or not.
"Yeah, I was hoping to speak to someone about a job."
He fumbles behind the counter for a second and then pulls out a piece of paper.
"Here, Fill this out and I'll tell the manager you're here. Thanks.
I take the paper, place a quick order, and then head to a nearby table to begin filling out the application. Like all the rest of the places, I don't have much I can put down. Football is the only thing I've done in and outside of school, and I'm beginning to realize how limiting it's been. I try to channel my previous English teacher and wordsmith my way through my experience and my desire to work here, but it still feels lackluster when I'm done.
Are you here about the job?
I look up to see a man staring down at me who doesn't look much older than 30. His dress shirt and tie give him a manager feel, but his baby face certainly doesn't match.
Yes, sir. Aaron Richards.
I stand and stick out my hand like my father taught me. The man shakes it and then sits across from me.
Okay, let's take a look.
He scans my resume and then stares at me.
Not much experience here. No, sir. I play football for friendship, and I haven't had time to work much. But my dad was in an accident, and I need to help out with the bills.
The manager's brows lift slightly.
That's noble of you. Do you have any recommendations? I could give you my coach's number, but I'd prefer he doesn't know about the job. I don't want him to think I'm not serious about playing. You see, I need to play in order to get scholarships. I see. So I'm assuming your hours will be limited.
I nod.
Yes, sir. I was hoping for weekend hours, though I could add weekday shifts once football season ends.
The manager taps his fingers against the table as he stares back down at my resume. My stomach drops because I know he's going to tell me it's not enough. I need to be available more. I need to have more experience. I'm prepared to hear the same spiel I've heard all morning, but he doesn't say that.
I was hoping for someone with more availability, but you seem like a good kid, and like someone who needs a break, so I'll take a chance on you. Really? I mean, thank you, sir. You won't be disappointed. I hope not. Now, I will need you to come in for training one night next week before your first shift. Do you think you can swing that?
I run through the schedule for the next week in my head.
Yes, sir. As long as it's not Thursday night, because that's our game night. We can make sure it's not Thursday. I'll give you a call and let you know what day. Be sure to bring your license, because we'll need you to fill out paperwork as well.
Absolutely. Thank you. I shake his hand one more time, and then finish the little that was left of my lunch. As I drive home, I can't help feeling relieved. It may not be much, but it's a job, and maybe it will help my mother out a little. She is sitting at the kitchen table when I enter, a weary look on her face and the weight of the world rounding her shoulders as she stares at her laptop. I think about turning around and not bothering her, but the sound of my footsteps causes her to glance up. "Oh, hi, honey. What have you been up to today?"
I was applying for jobs.
Her eyes widen and she shakes her head. "No, Aaron. I told you that I didn't want you getting a job. You need to enjoy your senior year." I sit down across from her, feeling much older than my 18 years as I grab her hand.
Mom, I heard you on the phone. I know we need the money. I got a job at a restaurant. It's only part-time, but surely it will help.
Tears fill her eyes, and I wonder if I've said the wrong thing. Maybe I shouldn't have told her that I overheard her. "Aaron, this isn't what I wanted for you, but I can't deny we need the help. However, you'll have to keep your grades up. But I am happy to see you stepping up and caring for the family. Thank you." She doesn't say that I've been selfish, but the idea smacks me between the eyes anyway, and the guilt follows. As I think back over the last few years, I realize I have only been focused on me, my future, and my fun. Maybe that's why I missed whatever is going on with my dad. And then before I think it through, the question escapes my lips.
"Mom, what happened to the money?"
She stares at me for a moment, and I'm sure she's going to tell me nothing, or lie and make up a story. but then she sighs and says, I don't know. I'm fairly certain your father got into gambling, but I haven't had the chance to talk to him since I found out the accounts were empty. I don't want you to worry about that, though. I've got some savings he didn't touch that will allow us to pay the bills, and I was able to pick up a few more hours myself that will help.
We're going to be okay, though, right?
God willing, she says with a soft smile. And right then, I know that I am going to church tomorrow. I haven't been close to God in a few years, but now seems like the time to remedy that. Chapter 12. Aaron. Sunday morning rolls around before I'm ready. After the talk with my mom, I spent a lot of time thinking about my life, my goals, and of course, how I am going to keep my grades from slipping. I didn't tell her that Coach said I needed a tutor. No need to add the additional worry on her shoulders. And tomorrow, I'll ask Mr. Hagar who he might recommend. I grab my nicest shirt and slacks, check my appearance in the mirror, and then head down for breakfast. Good morning. I wasn't expecting you out of bed so early, my mother says as I enter the kitchen. She's standing at the stove flipping pancakes, but at least she looks a little more awake today and a little less stressed. Where are you going dressed so nicely?
Church. A friend invited me, and I figured, what the heck? Couldn't make things worse, right?
No. Actually, I think that's great that you're going. We should get back into the habit as a family. If this accident of your father's has taught me nothing else, it's that we never know what can happen or when, and we need to live each day to the fullest, but also in a way that's pleasing to God. I'm sorry I haven't done a better job at that. Her words throw me for a loop, and I shake my head. It was not my intention to make her feel worse.
You've been great, Mom.
I've been a good mom, but I haven't been a good model for a Christian mom. But that's going to change. Today. I think Molly and I will go to church too. She loads up a few pancakes on a plate and hands it to me. Then she disappears, but when I hear her calling Molly's name, I know she's waking my sister and getting her ready for church. I take the plate to the table and eat without focusing on the food much. At some point, my mother and sister join me, but most of the breakfast is silent. Then we load into the car and head to church. Once there, I wave goodbye to them and head to the high school room. There aren't many people there yet, but Isaac sees me from across the room, waves, and hurries over. You made it. I'm glad. It's been a weekend, and while I'm not sure this is going to help, I figured it couldn't hurt. His forehead wrinkles as if he's trying to decide if I'm kidding or not. Then he shakes his head and puts a hand on my shoulder. Well, whatever got you here, I'm glad. It's been a while since I've been at church. Anything new going on? We got a new youth pastor. I think you'll like him. Come on, I'll introduce you. Isaac leads me to a smaller room off the main room we're in. It's got a cozy atmosphere with an electric fireplace, couches, and a few tables. The fire isn't real, and there's no heat coming from it, but somehow it's comforting. A man who doesn't look much older than us sits on one of the couches staring into the fake flame. Fire is an interesting concept, isn't it? He asks as we approach. His tone is melancholy, but he turns and smiles at us. Isaac, good to see you. Who's your friend? This is Aaron Richards. He's the quarterback of our football team, Isaac says. Ah, yes, I've heard about you. Welcome, Aaron. I'm Pastor Travis. He sticks out his hand and I shake it, wondering what he's heard about me. What did you mean about fire being an interesting concept? I ask. Well, fire keeps us warm and gives us light, but if you touch it, it can burn you. His words trigger a vague memory of 10th grade English class when we read the book Fahrenheit 451. The teacher spent an entire class period talking about the symbolism of the fire, but I didn't really pay attention. Books aren't really my thing.
But it's also more than that, he continues. God uses fire to refine people and show what's in their hearts. It's easy to put on a front when everything is going good, but it's how we react when hard times hit that really shows the measure of our faith. What do you mean?
I don't know if this guy is deliberately being vague or if I'm just not grasping what he's saying, but I feel a little lost.
Did you know I was supposed to be drafted to the NFL?
I can't help the chuff that escapes my mouth. The guy definitely doesn't look like a football player. He's not scrawny or anything, but he's pretty average.
What? Yep, I played in college and was expected to be a second or third round draft pick. What happened? I ask. A few weeks before the draft, I was in a car accident. I had a bad case of whiplash that actually ended my football career.
I blink at him, not sure what to say to that, but thankfully he continues.
When I got the news, I thought my world was over. Pulled away from everyone. My family, my girlfriend, God, and spent a good year drunk and depressed. Then one day, God showed me that football didn't have to be my life. That I still had a purpose and it was more important than running out on a field.
I don't know how he knows, but it's like the guy is seeing right into my soul. It's an unnerving experience, to say the least. But before I can say anything more, Travis looks at his watch and announces that it's almost time for the service. Something tells me I'm going to have to ask him more questions later. Chapter 13. Sloan. Sunday morning arrives way too quickly for my tastes. The weekend hasn't been too bad, especially since I've gotten to spend most of it in my room reading, but church is bound to be another matter. I stand in the closet for a few minutes, wondering what to wear. Do I dress up, or do I wear something super casual and protest? I'm tempted to protest, but the reminder of how nice Linda has been to me won't allow it. Not only did she take me shopping, but she took me to the library as well. Plus, she told me that she'll take me back anytime I want to return. With a sigh, I grab a skirt and shirt. I may not love the idea of church, but I'm not doing anything that might make Linda want to send me back. This is definitely the best house I've been at in years. When I'm dressed, I head downstairs for breakfast. Joseph is immersed in his Bible, but Linda looks up when I enter. "Are you okay, Sloan?" Linda asks, a note of concern in her voice. I shake my head. "I'm not sure about church." Her expression softens into a smile. "I know you're probably nervous, but there's no reason to be. Everyone at our church is lovely, and I'm sure you'll make some new friends." But that's where she's wrong. I may not have been to church, but I've met people who call themselves Christians before. Some of them are like the Chases and seem genuine, but the others? And that's the issue. You never know if you're going to get the real ones or the fake ones. "Yeah, tons," I mutter under my breath as I take my seat at the table. I don't even bother to pick up the fork because I know they'll want to pray first. Linda and Joseph exchange a glance. "Well, let's pray, and then we can talk about it." I don't want to talk about it, but I close my eyes as Joseph prays. When he says amen, I dig into breakfast as Linda pours some juice. "I know you've been hurt in the past, Sloan, and I can only imagine by your reaction that some of the people who've hurt you might have claimed to be believers." It's uncanny how it feels like she can read my mind. And though I want to put forth a tough image, my eyes shift to the floor. "I can't change your past or their behavior, but I can tell you that they are human and therefore bound to make mistakes. Some might have been made on purpose, but some might have been by accident because sin is our human nature. We have to fight it every day, and sadly, Some of us are better at it than others. Joseph and I will probably make mistakes as well, but we will try our hardest not to hurt you." I'm so shocked by her words that I can't find any to reply with. No one has ever been so honest with me, and while she might be lying to my face, I don't think so. There is an earnestness in her face. Okay, it's all I can muster, but it seems to satisfy Linda. She smiles and nods. Okay then. We finish breakfast in silence and then gather our things to head out. Linda says nothing about the Bible, and I don't offer. Instead, I climb into the back seat and try to keep my stomach from doing the flips it insists on doing. The ride to the church isn't very long, and before I know it, Joseph is pulling into the parking lot of a large brick building. A cross rises from the roof, but otherwise, it could be any sort of building. It certainly isn't as churchy as I expected, though I'm not sure I could define the word. I keep a half step behind Linda and Joseph as we walk in, but I can feel eyes on me anyway. It's because they don't recognize me, I tell myself. Or it's because you don't belong here, another voice, also belonging to me, says. Some people may have the devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other, but I have the pessimist and the optimist constantly debating in my head. Usually, the pessimist wins. I hug my arms across my chest and build my wall a little higher. Linda, Joseph, so good to see you. A woman with a large, lacy white hat smiles as she opens the door for us, and then her eyes land on me. And who do we have here? This is Sloan. She's staying with us for a while, Linda says in response. Sloan, this is Mrs. King. She's one of the greeters here. Cool, I say. It is obvious that Linda expects more from me, but monosyllabic answers are all I can muster right now. The activity around me is rather chaotic. Behind us, other people are greeted as they walk in. To the left, there's a coffee bar filled with the hum of conversation and grinders. Next to that is a group of women chatting near one of the bathrooms, and to the right is a large room with music coming out of it. I'm not usually affected by too much stimuli, but I feel the need to dash into a bathroom stall and stay there until it settles down. Well, I better show Sloan where the high school meets, Linda says, as if picking up on my discomfort. Of course. As Mrs. King turns to welcome someone else, Linda leads the way down a hall to a large room. Would you like me to go in with you and introduce you? She asks, just outside the door. I give her a tight-lipped smile and shake my head. It's nice of her to offer, but having her do that would be even more embarrassing. Okay, we'll meet you in the sanctuary when church is over. Okay. When she's gone, I take a moment to gather my courage. Then I pull open the door and step inside. There's a small stage set up, some chairs, and a whole bunch of teens. Several of them turn my way as I enter, and then I freeze. No, it can't be. Chapter 14. Aaron. Hey, doesn't that girl go to our school? Isaac asks as the door opens. I look up to see the girl Tyson posted the picture of. Though I'm not the one who posted it, I wish I could slink out of the room, especially when she sees me and her posture stiffens. Yeah, I wonder what she's doing here. Isaac's brow furrows and he looks at me as if I've lost my mind. Attending church like us would be my guess. That wasn't what I meant, of course, but before I can say more, Isaac stands and grabs my sleeve. Let's go welcome her. I can't think of anything I'd rather do less at the moment, but if I say no, he'll want to know why. Maybe the girl won't say anything, though I kind of doubt it. Hey, you go to Friendship, right? Isaac asks when we reach the girl. She arches one brow. Yeah, so? The ice in her voice sends a shiver down my spine, but Isaac doesn't seem to notice, which is Isaac to a T. There are a lot of times we have to explain things to him. I still chuckle every time I remember him advocating for general anesthesia for football players in health class last year. He honestly thought that if football players were numb, they would be able to run farther and take more hits.
Well, we do too, and while I recognize your face, I'm ashamed to say I don't know your name. I'm Isaac, and this is Aaron.
I know who you are, she says, shooting daggers in my direction. So you call yourself a Christian, huh? Her words are laced with barbs that find their mark, and I find myself thinking about my actions again. Do I call myself a Christian? I'm certainly not as tuned in as Isaac is, and I don't stop to think about God often, but I believe I accepted him as my savior once. I don't think any of that would matter to this girl, and she doesn't let me answer anyway. You know, it's people like you that make people like me wary of Christians, she continues. If you're going to make fun of people or hang out with those who do, why would I want to become a Christian? Isaac looks from the girl to me and back again. Did I miss something? If you did, you might be one of the only ones. Ask him. He knows. He's your best friend, right?
I don't know if I'd say that, I begin.
But the words sound pathetic even to me. Tyson is the person I hang out with the most, so I guess he would be considered my closest friend. She turns back to Isaac. If I were you, I'd get new friends. I'm Sloan, by the way, not that it matters. Then she walks away, leaving Isaac speechless and me feeling like a piece of dirt.
What was that about?
He asks, when she is out of earshot.
Tyson took a photo of her with toilet paper attached to her shoe and posted it on Instagram.
It does sound worse when I say the words out loud.
And you let him do that? Why wouldn't you stop him?
Isaac's tone isn't condemning, but flabbergasted. I shrug, knowing my excuse is going to sound even lamer aloud than it did in my head on Friday.
I was worried about my dad, and I didn't think it was that big of a deal when he took the picture. I didn't know he was going to post it. You know Tyson. He's going to do what he wants no matter what anyone says.
Isaac stares at me for a moment and shakes his head.
I get the concern for your dad, and I'm sorry and hope he gets better soon. But just saying Tyson will do what he wants is no reason not to stand up for what's right. Maybe you should think about that.
Then he walks away, and I'm left standing alone. I sit by myself through the service, but I'm not really listening. Instead, I'm thinking about Sloane's words and realizing I don't really like who I've become. But do I have the courage to make a change? When the service ends, I make my way to Travis.
Do you have a minute?
I ask, when the others around him wander off.
Of course. What can I do for you, Aaron?
I chew on my lip, not sure how to phrase what I want to ask.
How do you know if you're a Christian?
It's a hard question to ask out loud, and one that I never thought would cross my lips. But after being called out by Sloan and Isaac, I know I'm not. The question is if I want to be. God's always been this nebulous thing to me, and I'm not sure how to know he's real.
Well, that's a very good question,
Travis says, rubbing the back of his neck.
God shows himself in many ways. I see him all around when I look at nature, or even humans. There's no way we could be this perfect if he hadn't made us. But you can also feel the nudging of the Holy Spirit to help you know he's real. Is that like your conscience?
I think back to the feeling I had Friday when Tyson was laughing at Sloan. I'd felt the need to tell him to knock it off, but I'd ignored it and convinced myself it wasn't that big of a deal. Travis nods.
Exactly like that. You think about cheating on a test, and you'll feel something telling you not to. That's the Holy Spirit. and he'll show you the right path if you listen. Unfortunately, some of us aren't very good at listening, especially not at first. And so we do things that sadden God and sometimes hurt us in the process. Or others.
He glances over at me, and it's almost like he can see what I did to Sloan, or what I allowed to happen to her.
I don't think I'm very good at listening.
I drop my gaze to the floor. Travis claps a hand on my shoulder.
It takes practice, but it also helps if you surround yourself with people who will help and lift you up, instead of hanging around those who will pull you in the wrong direction.
I glance up at him. Did Isaac talk to him, or is he just that good?
How do you avoid people who are pulling you the wrong direction if they're your friends? Well, that is definitely trickier. One thing you can do is stand strong in your convictions. Sometimes people take the wrong path because they don't know any better. No one has shown them the right way. And when someone does, they'll stop what they're doing and make a change. Sometimes they won't. When that happens, you have to decide how much time to spend with them. It's not that you have to avoid them, but maybe remove yourself from situations that wouldn't please God. There's a cost-benefit to every relationship, but the cost can be higher if you surround yourself with people who will pull you down.
He makes it sound so much easier than I know it will be.
What if they get mad at me? Then you'll be in good company. The people didn't always love Jesus, and many of his disciples were stoned to death. Wow, you're really selling this, I say sarcastically.
He chuckles softly.
The good news is that stoning rarely happens today, at least in our country. But people will get mad at you at some point. I mean, look around the world today. People get mad at just about anything nowadays.
True. I chew on the inside of my lip as I think about how to phrase the next question.
What about fixing your image? What do you do if you've made a bad impression on somebody, and especially when you've given them a bad impression of Christianity? Unfortunately, as humans, we do that a lot,
Travis says, scratching softly at his cheek.
I'd say the first thing to do is apologize to the person. Don't make excuses. Just tell them you were wrong and you're sorry. Then I would try to be a different example from then on. Show them that even though you'll continue to make mistakes, you are trying to live like you believe. Let them see you've changed. It isn't always easy, and it doesn't always work, but that's in God's hands.
I nod, but I wonder if I have the strength to do what he's telling me. Can I apologize to Sloan? Can I distance myself from Tyson? Will I have the strength to remove myself from situations like Travis is suggesting? Maybe Isaac can help me out.
If God is really talking to you, you'll know what to do when the time comes.
I thank him and head for the door. He's given me a lot to think about. I just hope he's right. Chapter 15. Sloan. I don't know what I'm expecting when I walk in the door Monday morning, but it is not Aaron Richards hanging outside of the office door. What are you doing here? I've never seen him near the office.
Hear me out,
he says, holding up his hands as if he expects me to attack him. He glances inside at Miss Strickland.
Can we go somewhere to talk?
I push past him and drop my bag behind the counter. Anything you want to say to me, you can say in front of Miss Strickland. I have no idea what he wants, but I'm not making it easy for him. He glances over at the secretary, who is trying to act like she's not listening, and then shrugs.
I came to apologize. You were right yesterday. I should have stopped Tyson from taking your picture, and from sharing it, although I didn't know about that until after the fact. I'm going to ask him to take it down today.
And I'm suddenly back in Wonderland, falling through the rabbit hole. This jerky jock, who's never said 3 words to me before, is going to ask his friend to take down the picture? Why? I fold my arms across my chest and narrow my eyes at him. He seems sincere, but I'm not sure I buy it. Why would you do that?
because I'm sorry and because it's the right thing to do.
Why should I believe you? Sloan? This comes from Miss Strickland.
No, she's right,
Aaron says, shaking his head.
I didn't take the pick, but I didn't stop Tyson either. I should have, and I'm going to try and be better.
That sounds great, I say, but forgive me if I want to see it before I believe it.
I completely understand. There is one more thing.
He bites down on his bottom lip, and I almost feel sorry for him. He looks as uncomfortable as a woman shoved into shapewear.
I was wondering if you tutor. I need some help in chemistry, and you seem like you have a handle on it.
Sloan would be more than happy to tutor you, Miss Strickland pipes up. What? I turn to flash her an incredulous look. You have got to be kidding me. He didn't even know my name until yesterday, and now you want me to help him? She smiles softly. Sometimes we are called to help people even if we think they don't deserve it. And since I'm in charge of what you do to earn your TA credit, then I think tutoring is a great option a few days a week. I cannot believe this, but I know there's no arguing with Miss Strickland. She's cool, but when she sets her mind on something, she rarely changes it. Fine, I guess I'll tutor you.
Great. Can we start this morning?
This morning? This was not how I wanted to start my week. But here I am. I guess. Where do you want to do this?
The library is usually quiet, right?
I shrug. I've never been in the library this early. You guys can use the conference room this morning, Miss Strickland says, pointing to the room where I normally file. There's no need to go all the way to the library today. Fine, I say with a sigh. Then I turn and point a finger at Aaron. But you're on shaky ground.
Understood.
He nods vigorously.
I just need to pass chemistry so I can play. It's my senior year and scouts are coming to watch the games. I have to be able to play.
Uh-huh. It's amazing how different our lives are. He's talking about talent scouts, and I'm not even sure I'll be able to afford college. It's not his fault, really. But Aaron is one more reminder of what I don't have in my life. I lead the way into the conference room and drop my bag on the floor.
Thanks for doing this,
he says, and his voice reminds me of a wounded animal afraid to get beaten. I guess I have been a little snarky. I could probably tone it down a little. After all, he did apologize. Not like I had much of a choice. But how did you even know I was good in chemistry? I'm pretty sure you didn't even know I existed until last week. A sheepish look covers his face.
Miss Strickland told me. I told her I needed a chemistry tutor, and she said you were great at it.
I glance back toward Miss Strickland, but she is typing away at the computer as if she hasn't heard a thing. I narrow my eyes at her. There will definitely be some explaining later. Okay, shall we start with going over what Mr. Hagar talked about on Friday?
Yes, absolutely. Whatever we need to do.
To his credit, Aaron is a model student for the rest of the session. He pays attention and takes notes, and I almost find myself forgetting that he's a jerky jock. Almost.
I can't thank you enough for this,
he says, as he packs up his books.
Do you think we can do it again on Wednesday?
I suppose that is up to Miss Strickland. This is when I normally work for her for my Occ Ed credit. Miss Strickland says yes, she hollers, and I roll my eyes. The woman has hearing like an elephant. Okay, I guess Wednesday it is.
Thanks. I'll see you then. Actually, I guess I'll see you before then, since we have class together.
Yes, we do. I gather my books and put them in my bag.
Do you want to walk together, since we're going the same way and all?
No, that's okay. You go ahead. I need to finish up here. I swear he looks disappointed for a second, but then he nods.
Yeah, that's cool. I need to talk to Tyson about that picture anyway. See you soon then.
Yep, see you soon. He exits the office before me, but I have the unfortunate timing to run into Stephanie on my way to class, who looks fuming mad. Were you in the office with Aaron? I fold my arms across my chest. Stephanie intimidates me, but there's no way I'm going to let her know that. Yeah, so he needed some help in chemistry. I helped. He doesn't need your help, she sneers at me. So keep your hands off my man. I don't want your man, I say, shaking my head. I was just doing what I was asked to do. Stephanie glares at me one more time, and man, has that girl perfected the if looks could kill expression. Before spinning on her heels and clacking away, her hips swaying with each movement. It's easy to see what guys see in Stephanie, at least physically, but I don't understand the appeal after that. She may look like sugar on the outside, but she sure is burnt on the inside. I stop at my locker long enough to put my bag away, and when I close it, I nearly jump out of my skin. Brett is standing there, her eyes wide and her mouth parted in a shocked expression. Were you just in the office with Aaron Richards? My eyebrow lifts. What is this? Is there some sort of camera and computer feed I'm missing? I literally just left the office less than 5 minutes ago, and you're the second person to ask me that. She shrugs. Word travels fast around here. Yeah, supersonic fast. Yes, I was tutoring Aaron. Her jaw drops open. Seriously? After what he did? Technically, he didn't do anything. He just didn't stop it. But I didn't really have a choice. Miss Strickland made me. But he did apologize and said he'd talk to Tyson about taking down the picture. She does not look convinced. And you think he's really going to do it? Why? That is a good question. Normally, I would be the person doubting someone's character, but for some reason, I believe Aaron. It seems like he had a change of heart this weekend or something. She links her arm through mine as we head toward the door. Well, for your sake, I hope that's true. Wait, what about his girlfriend? I heard she's a real piece of work. Yeah, she seemed pretty spun up when she confronted me earlier. But I'm not dating him. I'm just tutoring him. But now she has me thinking about Stephanie. I don't know the girl well, but I feel like the movie Mean Girls has nothing on her. She's never done anything to me, but I've seen what happens to others who get in her path. That's true. Oh my gosh, did you see the audition poster? They're doing Little Women, and I always wanted to be Jo. Do you think I could pull it off? I smile and shake my head as I try to keep up with Brett's topic shift. One thing is for sure, it's never quiet with Brett around. Chapter 16. Aaron. My palms are sweaty as I walk into chemistry and see Tyson waving me over. I know I have to tell him to take the picture down, but I have no idea where the rest of the conversation will go. Where have you been, dude? He asks as I sit down beside him. Homework help? His expression folds into one of confusion, complete with one arched brow. What? Homework help. Tutoring? You know the face people make when they bite into a lemon for the first time? Tyson's face morphs into that expression. Why would you do that? Because Coach told me to. My grades in chemistry are slipping, and I can't let them drop below passing or I can't play. Harsh. That stinks, dude. Did you at least get a hot tutor? This is my opening, so I quietly ask for courage. Actually, Sloan is my tutor. Sloan? Who's that? I could try to describe Sloan, but I know Tyson wouldn't know her from a description, no matter how good it is. So I say something I know he will understand. The Velma girl? Speaking of which, I need you to take the photo of her down. Tyson shakes his head. Why would I do that? It's still getting tons of likes and comments. Because it's mean.
I should have said something on Friday, and I didn't. That's on me, but I'm trying to make it right. You wouldn't post that about my sister, would you? Tyson scoffs. No, but your sister is cool. Well, I think Sloane is cool too, and she's helping me, so please take it down. Consider it a favor for me. Tyson holds my gaze for a minute, and I'm sure he's going to decline. But then he sighs and pulls out his phone. Fine, for you. Thank you. One more thing. No more pictures of Sloane, or she won't work with me, and I need her help to keep my grades up. Tyson rolls his eyes. Whatever. Does Stephanie know about your new fondness for this girl? I doubt she's going to be happy. My stomach knots as I think about the conversation I'll have to have with Stephanie later. Yeah, she probably won't, but she hasn't spoken to me since Friday. I honestly don't know if we're still together, and I can't really think about her reaction, even if we are. I have to be able to play. Your funeral. I don't envy you. I don't envy me either, but there's no time to think about that as the final bell rings and Mr. Hagar begins his lecture. I spend most of the morning pretending to look for Stephanie and avoiding her at the same time. It's early in the year, but she always made me walk her to class, so I know her schedule. And yes, it's a little cowardly of me, but I've never loved conflict, and now it seems as if I'm drowning in it, even without Stephanie. My luck holds until lunchtime, when Stephanie pulls out the chair next to mine and sits down. There you are, she says, her voice dripping with honey. I've been looking all over for you. She's acting like nothing has happened in the last few days, and my eyebrow arches. Really? You haven't spoken to me since Friday, yet I'm supposed to believe today you're looking all over for me? Her perfectly pink lips push out into a pout, and she places a hand on my knee. Don't be like that, Aaron. I was hurt that you were avoiding me, and I needed some space. Avoiding you? I wasn't avoiding you. I was dealing with the fact that my father is in the hospital for who knows how long. I'm not sure why I'm raising my voice at Stephanie. It's clear to me now that she cares about no one except herself. So I'm blaming it on the stress I've been under. Regardless of the reason, the effect is the same. Stephanie's face gets a little redder. You don't need to yell, she hisses, glancing around to see who's staring at us. I already said I was sorry about your dad, but you still could have called to tell me. And that's when I break. I feel like a huge fog has lifted from me, and I'm finally seeing Stephanie for the selfish girl she is. Do you hear yourself? Everything is about you. You were hurt. You needed space. I should have called you. I know you like to be the center of attention, but this isn't about you. This is about me, my dad, my family, my future. A bright red color crawls up her neck. Aaron, please. People are looking at us. I don't care if they're looking at us. I don't even know why you came over here. It's pretty clear to me that we're no longer on the same path, and we need to go our separate ways. I thought it was clear to you, too. Homecoming is coming up soon, and I've already purchased my dress. I can't go with anyone else. I sigh in annoyance. Though it shouldn't surprise me, the fact that she's more fixated on a dress than my future astounds me. Sure you can. There are dozens of guys who'd go with you. Just tell them what color to wear. But it can't be me. I can't give you the time you want, and I can't make myself care about some stupid dance while my dad's in the hospital. You'll change your mind, and it will be fine. I know you have a lot going on right now, so I'll give you some space. But we are going to the dance together. No, we're not. I stand and gather my food, my appetite gone. In fact, I thought we were broken up Friday, but I'm making it official now. No, she says, shaking her head. You don't mean that. Actually, I do. You live in a you-focused world, Stephanie, and I don't have the time or energy to deal with it anymore. My voice is a little louder than I mean it to be, and I can feel the eyes in the room turn to us once again. Her eyes dart to the left and right, and her voice drops to a whisper. Keep your voice down, Aaron. Look, it appears you're upset about something, but we can work through it, whatever it is. No, we can't, because this is part of the problem, Stephanie. You don't listen. You're always on your phone or posting on your social media or whatever. You don't care about anyone but yourself and what you're going to get. I'm trying to build our image so that we can be the unstoppable couple. I thought that was what you wanted as well. I pause for a moment as I think about how to answer her. I suppose that is what I thought I wanted when the school year started, but that was before my dad, before my grades, before everything I'd worked so hard for appeared to be slipping away. I'm sorry, Stephanie, but that's not what I want anymore. With that, I walk away, leaving Stephanie staring at me with her mouth open. I don't know where I'm going, but Isaac spots me and waves me over. Though I'm not sure I'll be able to eat, I won't turn down the company. You look lost. Everything okay? He asks as I set down my stuff. I think about that for a moment. My life has definitely changed in the last few days, but it feels like a change for the better. Yeah, I think I am. Chapter 17. Sloan. I don't see the angry girl approaching the table, but I do see Brett's eyes widen, which causes me to turn around. Stephanie stands there, her red face and angry eyes a sharp contrast to the soft pink shirt she's wearing. One hand is cocked on her hip and the other holds some sort of drink. She's not taller than me when we're both standing, but it feels like she's looming over me now since I'm seated. What did you say to him? By him, I can only assume she means Aaron, and I should probably run, but I don't. Partly because she's blocking my path, and partly because I want to know what she's talking about. Whatever she thinks I said to him, it must be bad, from the metaphorical smoke coming out of her ears. Nothing I say is bound to help, but I try anyway. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about Aaron. I know you did something to him or said something to him. Are you a witch? Did you cast some spell on him? A witch? Now that is something I have never been accused of before, and it's so ridiculous that I don't even respond to it. I told you this morning we talked about chemistry. It was a tutoring session, nothing more. Your tutoring sessions are done. You hear me? You stay away from Aaron. You may have him under some sort of siren spell right now, but I will get him back. Do you hear me? Before I can even respond, she tosses her drink on me and stomps away. I stare after her, blinking stupidly as liquid streams down my face. I cannot believe that just happened, and I absolutely cannot believe that for the second time in 2 days, I am sporting a wet shirt at school. What was that about? Brett asks. I turn back to Brett and shake my head. I have no idea, but it's very clear that she does not like the idea of me helping Aaron. You think? Brett asks. Still, that was a rather extreme reaction. Yeah, it was. I wad up my trash and push my chair back from the table. I'm going to go dry off. Again. I'll see you later. I don't look around as I head to the bathroom. My hope is that no one saw the exchange, but I have no doubt in a cafeteria full of cell phones that someone got it on video. My luck is turning out to be pretty awful this year. Or maybe it's not my luck. Maybe it's Aaron, which is a ridiculous thought, considering I've been in school with him for weeks.
but it sure feels like everything to do with him is unlucky. So why have I agreed to tutor him? Oh, right. I wasn't really given a choice. I punch the air dryer button and hope my shirt will be dry enough before the bell rings for the next class. At least I'm not wearing white today. Thank goodness for small favors. When the shirt is mostly dry, I exit the bathroom and run right into the chest of Aaron Richards.
Hey, I saw what happened back there. Are you okay?
His hand touches my arm and a slow warmth blossoms under the touch. Focus. I need to focus on the fact that he is not good luck and his girlfriend just attacked me. What do you think? I snap. And I don't think your girlfriend would be all that happy to see your hand on my arm. He looks hurt at my snarky response, and I swallow my guilt. He doesn't deserve it. He might have bad taste in women, but he has no control over her actions.
Yeah, she's actually not my girlfriend anymore,
he says, pulling his hand back and taking the warmth with it.
We broke up.
I'm not sure she understands that, as her words to me before she doused me in Coke were, "Stay away from my man." Oh yeah, and she said our tutoring sessions were over. A flash of anger crosses his features, and he shakes his head.
I'm sorry. I didn't know she would act like that. It was not my intention to drag you into drama with Stephanie. I understand if you don't want to continue tutoring me, and I'll even tell Miss Strickland.
I consider taking his offer. After all, his girlfriend, or ex-girlfriend, according to him, just threw a drink on me. Who knows what she'll do next? But it's not really his fault. Did Tyson take the picture down?
You haven't checked?
I shrug. I don't have a phone. He blinks at me as if I've grown a third eye. I'm sure I'm not the only high school student who doesn't have a cell phone, but it certainly feels that way.
Oh, yeah, he did.
Then I guess you're holding up your end of the bargain, so I'll keep tutoring you. Relief floods his face, and he grabs my arm again.
Thank you, and I'll try to talk to Stephanie, though I'm not sure what good it will do.
Making a move on a new girl already, Aaron? Didn't you, just break Stephanie's heart? I look up to see Stephanie's friend, though I'm not familiar with her name, glaring at us.
First of all, Gina, I'm not making a move on Sloan. I'm simply talking to her. Secondly, Stephanie's heart is only broken because she'll have to find another date for homecoming. She doesn't care about me.
Well, I hope you don't care about being homecoming king, because we will make sure that doesn't happen. She turns her glaring daggers on me and points her index finger at my chest. And you better watch your back. Then she spins away and stomps across the room. Well, this just got more interesting, I mutter under my breath.
I'm sorry about this. Maybe I should just find someone else.
I want to tell him that's exactly what he should do, but he looks pitiful, like a puppy left out in the rain. Besides, maybe it's time someone stood up to these girls, although I never thought it would be me. No, it's not your fault. A deal's a deal, and I keep my word.
Thank you. I don't deserve it, but I really appreciate it.
Before I can respond, the bell rings, and I realize I'm late. Great. Chapter 18. Aaron. I'm not sure what to expect as I walk onto the field for practice that afternoon. By now, everyone has heard that I broke up with Stephanie, but only some of them know that she refused to accept it. So there are people who think we're broken up and people who think we're still together. Add that to the stink eyes all the girls have sent my direction all day, and it is definitely a weird vibe in the locker room.
So you finally did it, huh?
Tyson asks, throwing his bag down beside mine.
How does it feel to be single and free? It doesn't feel any different because I'm not looking to date anyone else. I have to focus on my grades and my dad for a while. Ah, I understand Stephanie's reaction then. That's a pretty lame excuse. I shrug. It's not an excuse, it's the reason. But if she can't accept that, it's not my fault. He chuckles and shakes his head. It will be if you ever decide to date someone else. I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. She'll find someone else and forget about me. Besides, like I said, I'm not interested in dating anyone else. Tyson nods, but he doesn't seem convinced. We finish getting ready and then head out to the field. Practice goes well, but I can feel the glares from the cheerleaders as they perform cheers on the side of the field. A feeling of relief floods me when they disappear. You still coming out with us? Tyson asks as we head back in. I can't. I'm only supposed to be working on the weekends, but the manager asked me to come in tonight to get trained. I agreed since he assured me it would only be an hour or two. I still have a ton of homework to do as well. Tyson's face scrunches in confusion. Why not? You always come out with us. Is it because of Stephanie? No, I have to help with my sister. I'm not sure why the lie slips past my lips, but at least Tyson seems to accept it. Okay, whatever. See you tomorrow then. I take my time showering and changing, and by the time I'm done, all the other guys are gone. I breathe a sigh of relief as I head to the restaurant for my training. The Pit is a small family-owned restaurant in town. I've never thought it was a great name for a restaurant, but they named it that because they're big football fans. We're the Friendship Tigers, and when the place first opened, it was called the Tiger Pit. But over the years, it's just been shortened to the Pit. When I walk in the door, Tommy, the shift manager, is waiting for me. Good, you made it. Let's get you a uniform and get to work. I follow him to the back room, where, after digging in a few boxes, he pulls out a wrinkled shirt and hands it to me. Get changed and meet me back up front. As I take the shirt from him, a musty odor floats my direction, and I can't believe I'm about to put this shirt on. Who knows how long it's been shoved in that box? Tommy leaves, and I change into the shirt, wondering if I really have to do this. This is not how my senior year was supposed to go. I was supposed to have fun, to play football, and to graduate. Working at a fast food place was never in the plan. But before I can feel too sorry for myself, I'm reminded of my mom. The fear in her voice and the tears I know she cried but never let us see. I'm doing this for her, to help out so she doesn't feel so stressed. It's not all about me. Not anymore. Squaring my shoulders, I step out of the room and return to the front for training. Tommy proceeds to instruct me on how to use the cash register. I try to pay attention, but when he asks me to ring something up, everything he just told me flies out the window, and I find myself guessing. No, you aren't doing it right. Tommy shakes his head at me as if he can't believe I haven't picked this up yet, which makes me wonder if I ever will pick this up. Maybe I'm just destined to be horrible at this. Okay, we'll keep working on this, Tommy says with a disappointed sigh. Why don't I show you how to fill the salt and pepper shakers on the tables? He begins the demonstration, which is pretty self-explanatory, and I glance at my watch. 7 p.m. I have no doubt that Tyson and many of the other players are out having dinner somewhere, probably rehashing practice and discussing girls. That is where I should be, not here, filling ketchup bottles and salt shakers. Are you listening to me? I shake my head to focus on Tommy's words. Yeah, sorry. Shake the bottles softly so more gets in. I think I have it. Somehow I doubt that, Tommy says with a snort. I wish the manager who'd hired me was training me because Tommy is obnoxious. Barely 20 years old and with a face full of acne, I can't figure out how he got to be shift manager, other than the fact that he's been working at this place for years. Is that
what I'll look like in a few years? Will I forget about college and football and just spend my days here bathing in the smell of grease and burgers? This can't be my life. It just can't. The bell above the door jingles, and I have just enough lead time to realize the group walking in is led by Tyson. There's no way they can see me here. I'll never live it down.
I'm going to take these over there so I can focus,
I say to Tommy as I gather up the bottles and head for a back area of the restaurant that is out of view of the customers.
Make sure you do them right,
he hollers after me, and I pray that he doesn't say my name or draw any more attention to me. The ruckus sound of the boys making jokes and telling stories carries to me, and I can't help but feel a little jealous. I should be out there with them, if only it weren't for my dad's accident. My gut bunches as I think about the accident. One stupid choice of his that has now altered my life and my trajectory.
Where's Aaron?
My breath catches at the question. I think it's one of the younger players, but I don't know his name.
He said he had to watch his sister, Tyson answers. But I don't know. He's been acting weird the last few days, and his game is definitely off.
Yeah, who actually believes that? I don't recognize that voice either.
Maybe it's time to get a new quarterback.
That's Byron's voice, and his words make my blood boil. He's the backup quarterback and only a sophomore, but he's been gunning for my position since the beginning of the year. Makes sense he would want me out of the way.
Nah, he's still better than you,
Tyson says, and I almost want to go out there and high-five him, but then he continues.
However, if he doesn't get his act together, something will have to change.
I can't believe it. Tyson is my best friend. Or at least he's supposed to be. What happened to watching your friends back? But then I think of the way he treats Isaac and everyone else, and I wonder if Tyson has ever really had my back. I guess I'll have to be watching my own back from now on, or else I might find myself like Caesar with knives in it before I even know what's happening. The group stays a little longer, and I try to make myself look busy. I finished filling the bottles, but there's no way I'm going out there until I know every single one of them is gone. If they catch me in a lie, it will be even worse. Finally, the noise of the boys disappears, and I poke my head out to make sure they're really gone. The lobby is blessedly empty. Good thing, too, since Tommy hands me the container and a rag and tells me to begin cleaning the tables. I'm only supposed to be training tonight, but he seems to have forgotten that. I decide I'll give him another few minutes, just to be sure the coast is really clear, before I leave. Chapter 19. Sloan. The sound of the smoke detector sends me running downstairs. Is everything okay? I ask as I enter the kitchen. Linda stands in front of the oven, waving smoke towards the open window. Everything is okay, but I'm afraid dinner is ruined. We could go out, I suggest timidly. I would never have suggested something like this in any other house. But Linda is different. She seems to genuinely care what I think. She pauses for a second and then smiles at me. You know, that's a great idea. Joseph has to work late tonight, and we haven't gone out since you've been here. I know just the place. Help me finish airing the room out, and then we can go. I help her dump the blackened casserole in the trash and get the rest of the smoke out of the kitchen. The alarm, which has been blaring the entire time, goes blissfully silent, and then we head out to the car. The restaurant she pulls up to a few minutes later doesn't look like much from the outside. Are you sure you want to go here? She chuckles and gives me a reassuring smile. It may not be pretty, but I promise the food is good. If you say so. I follow her to the front door, but my feet freeze in shock when the door opens and Aaron Richards steps out. Aaron, what are you doing here?
Sloan?
He looks like he wants to pretend he doesn't know me and bolt in the other direction. Then his gaze lands on Linda, and I see the look of recognition.
Mrs. Chase? How do you two know each other?
Linda looks to me. She won't tell him, but I can tell she wants me to. How about I let you kids talk for a bit? I'll go order. Would you care to join us, Aaron?
No thanks, Mrs. Chase. I have to get home soon, but thanks for the offer.
You bet. Good to see you again. With that, Linda enters the building, leaving Aaron and I staring at each other. How do you know Linda? I ask. He smiles and shakes his head.
I asked you first.
This is the moment of truth. Do I tell him? I suppose I might as well. My secret won't stay secret forever. I live with her. She's my foster mom. His mouth falls open slightly and he blinks at me a few times.
You're a foster kid? What's that like?
Then he slaps a hand to his mouth.
I'm sorry, that came out wrong.
Yeah, it did, but it's a question I get a lot. It's not great being in foster care, but Linda's been nice.
I'm sorry, I had no idea, but you couldn't ask for a better mom. I knew Andy, her son, and he always talked about how amazing she was.
Thanks. She's definitely been the best foster mom I've had. So that explains how you know her, but what are you doing here? He runs a hand across his face and then takes a deep breath.
If I tell you, will you promise not to tell anyone else?
Who would I tell?
He nods. Right. Well, my dad was in an accident, and he's still in the hospital. I overheard my mom talking about the bills, so I decided to get a job to help her out.
What's wrong with that? I think it's noble of you to want to help.
Yeah, but that's not what my friends would think. Everyone I'm friends with has money, and not having it is not really acceptable.
That sounds really shallow, and like you need some new friends. His chuckle is filled with mirth.
You're probably right. Anyway, I should get going. Have a good dinner, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Yep, bright and early for chemistry.
See you then.
I watch Aaron walk away before heading into the small diner. Linda is already seated at a booth, and I slide in across from her. How was your chat? I shrug. It wasn't much of a chat. It's not like we're really friends or anything. I'm helping him study, that's all. Linda nods, a little knowing smile playing at her lips. If you say so. You know, that's how Joseph and I met. You were tutoring him? Yep, in college. I worked in the library at the time, and he would come in and spend hours studying. One day, I got up the courage to talk to him, and he told me he was struggling with English. Good thing it was that class because I don't know what would have happened if he'd needed help in science. That was not my strong suit.
So you helped him with English and then you guys fell in love?
Even her meet cute story is sweet. Well, there was a little more to it than that. He invited me to church and we started there. Then we started having lunch together afterward, then dinners and Bible studies. Next thing I knew, he proposed, and I said yes. It hasn't always been perfect, but it's been a great 30 years. 30 years? I can't even fathom being with someone that long. Indeed, the Lord has certainly blessed us. I know she wants me to ask about God, but I'm still not ready yet. Thankfully, the food arrives then, and I'm saved from the conversation. For now. Chapter 20. Aaron. I don't know why I'm nervous as I walk into the library Wednesday morning, but I have this twitchy feeling in my gut. It's just a tutoring session, but Stephanie has been awfully quiet since the breakup Monday. Gina, her head henchman, has been dutifully posting pictures and rumors of Sloan and me on Instagram and Snapchat. But Stephanie hasn't said so much as a word, and that worries me with her viper-like tendencies. After the long silence, who knows when she'll strike, or how. Sloan enters a few moments later and looks around. Wow, it's kind of freaky when no one is in here, although I guess that means we get our choice of tables. Where do you want to set up?
Actually, can we use one of the rooms?
The library has a few small rooms that students are allowed to work quietly in or use for small meetings to be held. The rooms aren't always open, especially before the librarian arrives. Tyson is part of the reason for that, but they seem to have been left open this morning.
We might be the first ones here, but I doubt we'll be the only ones for long. I'm going to have trouble concentrating if there's too much chatter around us.
Sure, I guess that would be okay. What do you want to go over today? I smile as we sit down.
Whatever he was talking about yesterday, I'm still not sure I understand.
A soft, flowery scent hits my nose as I open my book and flip through the pages to the last thing I remember talking about in class. And I try to keep my focus on the book and not the feminine smell next to me. Okay, that was covalence, she says, opening up her own book. I guess chemistry really isn't your thing, huh?
Science in general is not my thing,
I begin, contemplating the thought.
Actually, I'm pretty sure school is not my thing.
I can't wait to get out of school, although I'm not really sure what I want to do with my life when I do. Okay, but you like football, right?
I nod. Yeah, football and working out.
She smiles, and though her hair is still covering her eyes a little, her smile is nice, soft, so unlike Stephanie's fake one.
Wait, what am I doing?
I told Tyson I wasn't interested in dating anyone else, and Coach said to focus less on girls and more on grades, and that's what I need to do. Great. So chemistry is a little like working out. You know how eating right and doing certain workouts will give you different results? I nod again, not sure where she's going with this. Mixing chemicals is like that. She continues to explain the basic terms and ideas, and though I still don't understand everything, it becomes a little clearer, and I'm able to finish the homework that is due today. As we begin packing up, I decide we have a few minutes for small talk.
Hey, have you bought any tickets for the cow patty concert yet?
She blinks at me, and the dumbfounded expression on her face almost makes me laugh. I'm sorry, the what?
The cow patty concert? Have you never been to one?
She shakes her head as she packs up her books. I guess not. I'm not sure what a cow patty concert is.
Haven't you ever been to homecoming?
I'm not a big football fan, she says, keeping her head down. And that's when I realize I've embarrassed her. She's probably never had a date to homecoming, and even though that's not required to attend the game, I can't see Sloan going alone.
Oh, well, it's a fundraiser that happens during the homecoming game. You buy tickets for numbered squares, and then during halftime, the cow comes out, and whatever square the cow poops in...
I trail off as her nose wrinkles in an expression of disgust. I guess it is pretty gross when you have to explain it.
Anyway, the cow picks the winner.
And then you, what, scoop it up and keep playing?
Yeah, I guess.
I actually never thought about that, but we play on a grass field, so we're usually dirty at the end of every game anyway. Gross. No, I haven't bought tickets, but I'll ask Linda if she has.
Right. Well, if she hasn't, and she wants tickets, let me know. The money raised is going to all the sports teams, cheerleaders, and the band for new uniforms and equipment and stuff.
Okay, I'll let her know. She shoves the rest of her items in her bags.
Right. Well, if she hasn't, and she wants tickets, let me know. The money raised is going to all the sports teams, cheerleaders, and the band for new uniforms and equipment and stuff.
Okay, I'll let her know. She shoves the rest of her items in her bags.
Hey, can I ask you about it?
She stops what she's doing and looks up at me. You mean about being a foster kid? It sounds so awful when she says it like that, but I nod.
Yeah, I mean, how did you end up with Mrs. Chase?
Sloan might call her Linda, but I can't. She'll probably be Mrs. Chase forever to me. Sloan shrugs. She applied to foster and I needed a place. Simple as that.
Right.
I can tell she doesn't want to talk about it any longer.
Well, I'm glad you ended up with her.
There's a moment where we lock eyes and something charged fills the air. Then Sloan throws her bag over her shoulder and heads for the door. Yeah, it's cool. You ready to go?
Absolutely.
She pulls on the door handle, but it doesn't budge. Tilting her head, she adjusts her grip and pulls again. It won't open.
Let me try.
I place my hands on the handle and pull, but she's right. It's not budging. The handle isn't even moving as much as it should. I step over to the window to see if someone is holding the handle. It sounds like something Tyson would do, but there's no one there. However, I think I can make out something attached to the handle.
I have a strange feeling that someone locked us in here,
I say, returning to Sloan. Who would do that? She asks. But as soon as the question leaves her lips, we lock gazes and answer together. Stephanie. See? Viper. I was definitely not expecting a strike this early or like this.
This is something even for her,
I say, pulling on the door again.
Don't worry, though. We'll get out. In fact, let's try pulling together.
She lifts a brow, but steps closer to me, and we both get a grip on the handle.
Okay, on the count of 3, pull down as hard as you can. If you feel it move, then pull back.
She nods and stiffens her stance.
1, 2, 3.
We both yank down on the handle, and I hear a popping noise, but the door doesn't open like I was hoping. Instead, the handle comes off in our hands, causing us to lose our footing and tumble back into the table. I hit first, sending a jarring pain through my hip, but the force is so great that I don't just hit and bounce off like I normally would. No, I go sliding onto the top of it, with Sloan practically in my arms, so that not only does the wind get knocked out of me from behind, but from in front as well. Oh my gosh, are you okay? She asks, pushing up on her arms to take some of the pressure off my chest. I hold up a finger as I try to catch my breath, but before I can say anything, the door bursts open and the librarian, Mrs. O'Neill, screams. To be fair, Mrs. O'Neill is not only old, but very old school. She still wears skirts that fall below her knees and blouses that button all the way up to her neck, no matter what the weather outside is like. No, 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 not in my library. Get up and get to the office. How did you even get in here? The door was unlocked, Sloan begins. I don't care if it was unlocked. I've told them to lock it, but they don't listen to me. These rooms are the bane of my existence.
We were just studying, I wheeze as I sit up.
Oh, of course you were. I always study laying on a table. Now let's go, hooligans, every one of you. I don't know why I haven't retired yet. She continues to mumble as she leads us out of the library and toward the office. I flash a reassuring smile at Sloan. She looks miserable, but I'm sure we'll be able to clear this up and explain our side. My confidence falters, though, when the first face I see in the office is Gina's. She's sporting a wicked smile and, of course, her cell phone. And suddenly, I have a feeling it's about to get a lot worse. Chapter 21. Sloan. Sitting in the principal's office is one experience I didn't think I would ever have. I try to avoid trouble, and I can't help but wonder if this is going to get me suspended. Will Linda decide I'm too much trouble and send me back? Forget Alice. Now I'm starting to feel like Annie. Or maybe not Annie, since she was ultimately adopted, but one of the other orphans.
It wasn't like that, Mr. Thompson,
Aaron says. Thank goodness for Aaron. He may not have made the best first impression with me, but from the expression on the principal's face, it is clear he has a golden boy image with the man in charge of our fate. Maybe Mr. Thompson will go easy on us so as not to punish Aaron.
We were simply studying in the room, and then the door was locked, or jammed, or something. We pulled on the handle together, and it came out of the door, which sent us falling onto the table.
Mr. Thompson rubs his chin as he looks from Aaron to me and back again.
Well, I suppose that would explain the position you were found in.
You're not going to let them off that easily, are you? Mrs. O'Neill folds her arms across her plump chest and glares at us. I caught them on the table, and he just admitted to breaking school property.
Accidentally?
Mr. Thompson folds his hands together and lifts an eyebrow at Mrs. O'Neill.
Now, I know the optics look bad, but did you see them doing anything on the table? Kissing or...
He lets the sentence hang in the air, but we all know the end to it, and I feel my cheeks heat up. Mrs. O'Neill huffs and lifts her nose. No, but that doesn't mean anything. They probably just hadn't gotten to that point yet.
Well, we don't punish students for crimes they might have committed in this school.
Mr. Thompson leans forward as he turns his attention back to us.
However, the door handle will need to be replaced, so the two of you can perform 2 hours of community service each to help with the cost.
Community service. I should feel relieved, but I feel a little unjustly punished. What about the person who jammed the handle? I ask in a burst of bravery. We didn't lock ourselves in that room. Mr. Thompson looks at me as if really seeing me for the first time.
I suppose we should look into that. I'll go through the camera footage and see if we can figure it out. Thank you, sir. One last thing. Can we serve our community service in the morning? I've got practice in the afternoons. I think we can work something out.
Mr. Thompson leans back in his chair and strokes his chin, as if deep in thought.
I'm sure Miss Gale could use some help in the kitchen.
Kitchen work. It's not my favorite, but honestly, it's not terrible. However, I'm still a little miffed that we are being punished at all. Aaron doesn't seem to mind nearly as much as he stands and says,
Thank you, sir. Are we cleared to head to class? Mr. Hagar is probably wondering where we are.
Mr. Thompson nods and scribbles out a note.
Here, give him this. And Aaron, no more private study sessions, okay? Yes, sir.
I follow Aaron out of the office. Well, that went well.
I'm sorry about this.
He shakes his head as if he really was blindsided by this.
I knew Stephanie was intense, but I never expected this.
His eyes drop to the floor.
I know you said a deal's a deal, but if you want to back out, I won't hold it against you.
I chew on my lip as I think. A part of me does want to back out. After all, I was hoping to fly under the radar this year. But I've already made myself public enemy number 1. Backing out now would simply look like I was scared of them. And I'm not. Besides, I've dealt with bullies a lot in my life, and I've definitely been in worse situations. At least this time, I have someone backing me up. I'm not backing out, I say, touching his arm. But you better win all the games.
I'll try.
A playful smile tugs at his lips, which makes my insides twist in an unfamiliar way. The heat I felt earlier on my cheeks now seems to cover my whole face and my neck, but he doesn't seem to notice as he continues.
Hey, I know you said you weren't a big football fan, but have you ever been to a game?
Like a live one? As soon as the words are out of my mouth, I want to take them back. Of course he means a live one. I doubt it's called going to a game if you just watch it on TV. My brain is obviously scattered from the situation we just left and his smile, which has seemed to take up permanent residence in my mind for whatever reason.
Yeah, a live one.
This time, the corners of his lips tilt up in a teasing smile, and my heart thuds a little faster in my chest. Why am I acting like this? Aaron has never had this effect on me before. But then again, he's never smiled at me before. Never looked at me like I matter. Now suddenly he is, and my voice is thick with emotion as I shake my head. No, I'm not sure I like football. Why?
We have a game tomorrow night, and I'd really like you to come watch.
My breath catches, and I swear my lungs stop working. He wants me to come to his game?
After all, I wouldn't even be playing without your help.
And just like that, the breath is released, and the lungs jump back into the job they've done for the last 17 years. It's a pity offer. Probably an olive branch because he feels bad for getting me called into the principal's office. I don't know if I...
Please come, he says, interrupting me. I'd really like for you to see me play.
And maybe it's not a pity offer. I'll have to check with Linda. He nods, as if this isn't the lamest response in the book.
Sure, no problem. The game starts at 7.
At this point, we reach the door to the chemistry lab, and a round of applause ensues. I glance over at Aaron. What in the world?
That's enough,
Mr. Hagar says in his monotone voice.
I hope you two have a note as to why you're late to my class.
Yes, sir. Sorry. Aaron hands him the note from the principal as I make my way to the empty chair beside Brett. What was that about? I whispered to her. You obviously haven't been online. She discreetly pulls out her phone and taps a few buttons. When she turns the screen in my direction, my mouth drops open. I grab the phone for a closer look. It's a picture of me on top of Aaron on top of the table, and the caption clearly insinuates that something explicit was going on, even though that couldn't be farther from the truth. I can't believe someone would actually post this. I glance over at Aaron to see if I can tell if he's seen it, but his face is focused on the teacher up front. Brett takes her phone back and slides it into her pocket. That Stephanie girl is vicious. You should probably call off the tutoring. I shake my head. I can't. I already told Aaron I wouldn't. Besides, shouldn't someone stand up to this girl? I mean, sure, but do you really want to take that on? I shrug, because I don't really have an answer. Do I want to take it on? Not really. But am I going to run from it? No way. You better be like rubber then, Brett says with a shake of her head. Don't let anything stick. Right, rubber. I can do this. I think. Chapter 22. Aaron.
So, hooking up with the tutor, huh?
Tyson elbows me in the side as we head to practice.
No, I'm not hooking up with her.
Although I did ask her to come watch me play tomorrow night. It's not exactly a date, but it is something. Something I'm not sure I want Tyson knowing about right now. After overhearing him last night, my desire to share things with him has diminished.
She was simply helping me study this morning. Is that what we're calling it nowadays? That's not how the picture looked, but if that's the case, then I'll be studying with a set of triplets this weekend.
Tyson winks and jabs me again. Gross. I don't like thinking about Tyson with a girl, much less 3.
I'm serious. Someone, probably Stephanie or Gina, locked us in the study room, and when we tried to get out, the handle came off and sent us reeling back onto the table.
I still can't believe Gina managed to snap a picture so quickly, but considering the event was orchestrated, I probably should.
I knew Stephanie wouldn't handle the breakup well, but I had no idea she'd go this far. I doubt it's even over yet. Word on the vine is that she's ticked you aren't taking her to homecoming. You taking Velma then? I'm not planning on taking anybody. Grades, remember? Not girls.
He lets out a long, low whistle.
What's with you anyway? You broke up with Stephanie, you asked me to take down a picture, now you're hanging out with Velma? You turning nerdy on me?
I shrug.
I got a wake-up call with my dad's accident. It changed the way I looked at things. Made me see Stephanie in a new light, too. As for Sloane, she's my tutor, but she seems cool, so if that's making me nerdy, that's fine by me.
He stares at me for another long second.
Man, I hope I don't ever get a wake-up call like that.
Then he shakes his head and jogs ahead of me onto the field. I pull on my helmet and follow him. It will be interesting to see how practice goes today. 2 hours later, I am sweaty and dirty and ready for a shower. But I decide to skip taking one at school and just head home. Unfortunately, as I approach my car, I see Stephanie leaning against it.
What are you doing here, Stephanie?
Meeting you after practice. I thought we could go out to dinner and talk like you're always wanting to do.
She looks at me and bats her eyes, as if I'm the crazy one and this is normal behavior.
I don't have time to go out tonight. I need to get home and shower and study for the chemistry quiz tomorrow. Besides, we broke up.
I maneuver around her to open the back door and throw my gear inside. But before I can get in the driver's seat, she cozies up to me, draping herself on my arm.
I know you weren't serious about the breakup. You just needed some space, which I gave you. So now we can go back to the way it's supposed to be, and I can help you study.
She is almost purring, and I have the urge to shake her off my arm, but I'm afraid it will just make her dig her claws in harder, like a real cat.
I did need space. Permanent space. Stephanie, it's over, and you really need to get that in your head. We don't want the same things anymore.
I pull my arm closer, and just as I thought, her nails dig into my skin, sending pain shooting down my arm.
Then I can change to what you want. We can figure out a new path together.
This is a side of Stephanie I haven't seen before, and I don't like it. Desperation floats around her like a bad perfume.
Why would you even want me? According to your henchman's photos, I'm already dating my tutor.
She rolls her eyes.
I know that's not true. I've asked Gina to stop posting the pictures, but you know how she is. She's very protective of me.
Protective?
I scoff and roll my eyes.
She does whatever you tell her to do. So why are you doing this? You have plenty of guys who would like to go out with you. Why would you want to change who you are or what you want just to date me?
Because you're the one I want. No other guy even comes close.
I'm suddenly reminded of the public speaking class I took last year. I didn't like it at first because it was all about theory of communication, which was boring, and I didn't think I would ever use it. But now I can see that Stephanie, consciously or not, is using some of those techniques against me. Her positive politeness isn't going to work on me, though, because I've weighed the costs and benefits of a relationship with Stephanie, and while the reward might have been worth it at the start of the year, it no longer is now. I gently pry her fingers from my arm and step back.
I'm sorry, Stephanie. It's not what I want anymore.
Ice-cold anger flashes in her eyes, and before I can even react, a stinging sensation erupts in my cheek from her slap.
You'll pay for this, Aaron. No one dumps me right before homecoming. Not even you.
Then she's gone, and I'm left blinking after her. I just can't decide if I've narrowly escaped a dangerous situation or placed myself further in one. Chapter 23. Sloan. I am not the type of girl who doodles hearts on papers. At least, I never was before. I've never believed in love, and the thought of a relationship felt as foreign as the Mandarin language. So imagine my surprise when I glance down and see a string of hearts trailing up the side of my notes. What the heck? I quickly scribble the hearts away. I don't have time to be distracted by a boy, and definitely not Aaron. Yes, he seems different in the last few days, but I don't trust him. Do I? And what about Stephanie? Do I really want to incur more of that girl's wrath by actually dating him? Don't say a word, I say to Lucy, who merely stares back at me. I never thought I would be a cat person, but she decided to befriend me, hanging out in my room and sleeping in my bed. She's not really mine, but it feels like she's chosen me, and that never happens, so I've let her stay. Sloan, time for dinner. With a sigh, I shut my book, give Lucy a final pet, and head down for dinner. But I'm surprised to just find Linda at the table. Where's Joseph? It seems like he hasn't been around lately, and the fear that maybe they're going to divorce surges within me. What will happen to me if they do?
He had to work late again tonight.
She pulls out her chair and sits down.
It doesn't happen often, but it's been a rough week at his company. I'm certainly glad you're here now so I don't have to eat alone.
She prays, and then we load up our plates.
How was school today?
I chew on my lip as I think about how to answer. It's weird being in this situation. Linda seems so nice, but I've been burned so many times in the past that it's hard to open up. It was okay, is all I can muster. Linda nods, but I can tell she knows there's more. However, she doesn't push. Instead, she allows the silence to fall again for a while. I finish the majority of my food, but my mind wanders back to the situation with Aaron before dinner is over.
What's on your mind, Sloan?
I glance up from my plate at Linda. What do you mean? A kind smile crosses her features.
I mean, you've been pushing that same piece of broccoli around on your plate for the last 5 minutes. Something is obviously on your mind. I just want you to know I'm here to listen if you need me.
Okay, so I'm distracted. I can't decide what to do about Aaron's offer. I want to accept it, but I'm also scared to because I'm not sure what it meant. Was it just as friends? Is he hoping for more? Do I want him to hope for more? I glance up at Linda, unsure how much I should tell her. But finally, I just decide to spit it out and see what she says. Aaron invited me to the football game tomorrow night, but I'm not sure if I should go. Her eyes light up, but she works to keep emotion from her face.
Why do you think you shouldn't go?
I shrug. I don't know if I like football.
Have you ever been to a live game?
I shake my head.
Okay, so you actually don't know if you don't like football, which makes me think there's something else. Is there?
Even though Linda is asking questions, they don't feel intrusive. Aaron is the star quarterback. He probably only asked me out of pity.
I see. Did you ask him if that was the case?
No, I'm tutoring him, and I don't want it to be weird. or weirder than it already is. I feel my face heat and drop my eyes to the table. He said he wanted me to come watch him play, but that was right after we left the principal's office. As soon as the words leave my mouth and I see Linda's brows lift, I know I've said too much. The principal's office? Why were you in the principal's office? I groan softly, but tell her the whole story. All of it. When I'm finished, Linda isn't angry like I expected she would be. Instead, the corners of her lips twitch, as if she's trying to hold back a smile.
Is there maybe a small part of you that likes this Aaron?
Linda asks, and I can feel my face grow even hotter. My first reaction is to deny it, but it's obvious Linda suspects the truth. So instead, I do something I've never done. I take a chance on trusting her. Maybe, but I don't know if I want to like him. I mean, he didn't stop Tyson from posting that picture or tell him to take it down until I confronted him.
But then he apologized, right?
Yeah, he said he got a wake-up call, but I don't know if I buy that. Does God really work like that? I can't believe that question just left my mouth. But when I hear the words, I realize that's what I've been wrestling with. Has Aaron really changed that quickly? Or is this some joke that I might be walking into? Linda's face takes on this knowing expression. That's the best way I can describe it. It's not patronizing, but like she actually understands my questions, and they're rational.
God works in many ways we will never understand. And sadly, there are people who claim to be Christian but don't act like it until something really makes them see the error of their ways. If that's what happened with Aaron, then it is completely possible for him to change so quickly and for it to be real. I've seen people perform a complete 180 in their lives after allowing God to lead them. I want to tell her she's wrong, that she doesn't know what she's talking about. But there is this tiny seed of doubt within me that wonders if she is right. After all, she's different from most other people who I've known that called themselves Christians. But I'm not willing to pursue the God path any further at the moment. So I shift the conversation back to Aaron and my feelings. Or not feelings, towards him. Even if that's true, I don't know if I have time to like him. It's important that I do well in school and get scholarships so I can attend college. And I don't want a guy to mess that up. That is very wise of you,
Linda says, and then pauses to take a drink.
However, there is something to be said of balance. There's an old proverb that goes, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." It's great to work hard, but if that's all you do, then it tends to bore you and make you boring. That doesn't mean you should jump into a relationship by any means, but it is okay to go on dates or spend time with friends. It's all about balance.
Everything Linda says makes sense, and I'm quickly running out of excuses. So I throw down the last argument I have. I've never dated before, so how do I know what to do? Linda's laugh is a warm, gentle sound that wraps around me like a blanket.
Welcome to the world of teenage girls. I don't know a girl your age who doesn't feel the same. Although, I'll let you in on something.
She leans forward and glances around like she's sharing a secret, even though it's just the two of us in the room.
It's not just teenage girls. I felt that way until I married Joseph.
I'm not sure whether that makes me feel better or worse. So it never goes away? She chuckles again.
I wouldn't say never. It gets easier as you go, and you learn how to distinguish the feelings. Let me ask you something, though. Did this boy ask you to go out with him afterward or meet up somewhere before?
I shake my head. No, just to come watch the game.
Then it sounds like a perfect opportunity. You can go to the game and get a lot of your questions answered. First, you'll find out if you even like watching football. Second, you'll get some clue as to whether his invite was out of pity or not. If he looks for you, waves to you, or rushes to talk to you when he can, then he definitely didn't ask you out of pity. And if he doesn't do those things? She laughs again. Well, then it's a little less clear because it could mean that he asked you out of pity, or it could just mean that he's focused on the game and isn't able, or maybe even isn't allowed to wave or rush over. So I might get clarification, but I might not? Linda smiles. Clear as mud, right? The one thing you will find out for sure is how you feel. If you find you don't like watching the game, but you like watching him, you'll know you like him. If you find yourself forgetting you're there to watch him, then you probably don't. I feel like I need some sort of guide or list. Yep, I remember feeling that way too. Do you have a friend who you could take with you? That might help. Brett's face pops into my mind, but I have no idea if she likes football. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to ask her. If you don't, Linda continues, I'd be happy to go with you. I love watching football, and I kind of miss the experience. I open my mouth to tell her no thanks, but then I realize that having Linda there wouldn't be that bad. Against my better judgment, I'm starting to not only trust her, but like her. Another piece of my emotional wall crumbles. Thanks. I appreciate that. I think I'll ask Brett, but if she can't go, then I'll let you know. You do that. And Sloan, I'm really happy to hear you're making friends. Me too, I say, and I'm shocked to realize I mean it. Chapter 24. Aaron. Today is our first day of community service, but instead of dreading it, I find myself whistling as I head to the kitchen. There's just something about Sloane that I find refreshing, and I can't wait to hang out with her again. Miss Gale is pulling out trays from below the counter when I enter. She's a short woman with a head of unruly hair that always reminds me of a Brillo pad. But she's always been friendly. In fact, she's been known to joke around with the students.
Good morning, Miss Gale. Aaron Richards reporting for duty.
She looks up at me and shakes her head.
Yes, I heard about you two. Where's your accomplice?
I'm sure she's on her way, but whatever you heard about us probably isn't true. We're both innocent.
Of course you are, and I'm the Pope.
She chuckles and shakes her head.
If I had a nickel for every time I heard I'm innocent.
I can tell from her smile that she's messing with me, but before I can reply, the door flies open and Sloane enters. Sorry I'm late.
Good thing the work isn't going anywhere,
Miss Gale says, and then chuckles.
All right, you two, over here, please.
She leads the way to the sink, which is piled high with dirty dishes, pots, and pans.
We're just going to be washing?
I ask. I definitely don't mind just washing, but I thought we'd have to be serving students or something. I'll take washing dishes in the back any day.
You didn't think I was going to let you cook, did you?
No, and we're completely fine with washing dishes, thank you, Sloane says, jumping in. Miss Gale gives us a quick tutorial on how to use the bigger sink and where the items go when they're clean, and then she heads back toward the front. I pick up the first pan and begin scrubbing.
I hope you don't mind dishes.
It's way better than serving and having all the students look at us, she says with a small smile.
You don't like being the center of attention, do you?
She shakes her head. Not really. I much prefer blending in and going unnoticed. It's safer that way.
Safer?
She stares at me for a second. You've probably never had kids hate you just because you're different, but I have. When people find out I'm a foster kid, they change the way they treat me, like foster care is a contagious disease or something. Blending in helps me go unnoticed and stay off the radar. You know, so people don't throw my picture up on social media sites for everyone to ridicule.
Touché. And time to change the subject. So, did you find out about the game tonight? Can you come?
Linda said it was okay, but I don't really have anyone to go with. I might see if Brett wants to come. She takes the pan I washed and begins drying it, but I don't miss the pink that crosses her cheeks.
If I wasn't playing, I would go with you. In fact, you're welcome to come with me, but you'd have to be there early.
It's not quite the same as asking her on a date, but it feels like it. My heartbeat speeds up in my chest as I wait for her answer. Thanks for the offer, but I don't think sitting by myself in the bleachers is blending in.
Yeah, I guess not.
I'm a little disappointed at her answer, but I understand.
Maybe we can go out after?
This time, she looks up at me. Are you asking me on a date?
I mean, not a date exactly, but a dinner between friends.
As soon as they're out of my mouth, I wish I could reel the lame words back in. But I can't. Right. Why would you even want to have dinner with me? Her question throws me for a loop, and I pause washing to look at her.
Why wouldn't I? Not only are you helping me with tutoring, but I like you. This is supposed to be punishment, but I'm having fun. Or at least as much fun as you can have washing dishes.
She cocks her head at me, but there's a ghost of a smile on her lips. Let's see how the game goes, and then we can talk about after.
I'll take that.
We wash in silence for a few minutes before Sloan speaks up again. Do you think Gina and Stephanie will ever leave us alone? I shake my head.
I don't know. Stephanie was at my practice last night and she tried to act like we were still dating. I've never seen her like that, but it was definitely weird.
This is probably a crazy question, but what did you ever see in that girl?
I have no idea, I say with a soft chuckle, but I'm glad I woke up.
Chapter 25. Sloan. The punishment seems to fly by, and before I know it, Aaron and I are heading to class. I didn't really mean to walk with him, but we are going to the same place, and so we sort of naturally fall into step together. It means nothing to me, but I can tell from the looks we get as we walk down the hall that it certainly does to other people. Brett grabs my arm as soon as I get to my seat. Are you dating Aaron Richards now? No, not really. Not really? She hisses loudly, and then lowers her voice as several students look in our direction. What does that even mean? I shrug. It means I'm tutoring him, and thanks to Gina's picture, we're doing community service together, so we're spending time together. And he asked me to come watch him play tonight. Will you come with me? I've never been to a game and I have no idea what to do. She blinks at me. You've never been to a football game? Like, ever? I didn't realize this concept was so foreign, but evidently not attending games puts me in the minority. I could just tell Brett the reason why, but I don't. Instead, I offer up a lame excuse. I guess I just never wanted to before now. Her face instantly transforms into a wicked smile, and I realize I've said the wrong thing. And now you do, so you can see Aaron play. You guys are dating. We're not. Yet. But this might help me decide if I even should. I mean, he's been so nice to me, but I'm still worried it's all an act. She snorts and shakes her head. I don't think he could act good enough to pull this out. Trust me, I should know. Just because you're an actress doesn't mean you can always tell when someone is acting, I say. I can. It's a gift. Some people are good at academics. I'm good at reading people. I lift my brow, not because I think she's lying, but because she obviously read me wrong when she first met me. I didn't want to be bothered. But I have to admit that I'm enjoying having Brett as a friend more than I enjoyed being alone. So maybe she did read me and knew what I wanted before I did. Regardless, none of this matters to my original question. Sometimes Brett's attention span is like a squirrel, and I try to rein her in. Okay, maybe you can read people, but can you focus? Will you go to the game with me tonight?
Yes, on one condition.
Oh no, I hate conditions, and while I have no idea what Brett will say, I doubt I'll like it. What's the condition?
You have to audition with me today.
For Little Women? No way. You know I hate being the center of attention. There has to be something else. She shakes her head and smiles.
Nope, that's my condition. I think if you try acting, you'll love it. And if you don't, then you can blend back into the background and work on props.
I press my lips together as I think. I don't have to take Brett. Linda said she would go, but then I'd be taking the chance that someone else would recognize her and realize I'm a foster kid. Even if they just thought she was my mom, going to a football game with your mom in high school isn't exactly cool. And while standing up on stage sounds like a nightmare, it would only be for a minute. Okay, fine. But if I audition with you, you'll go to the game with me?
I wouldn't miss it for the world. Can you imagine Stephanie's face when she sees you there?
Stephanie. How could I have forgotten that she'd be there? Maybe I shouldn't go. I don't want things to get worse than they are.
No way. You're not going to let her ruin your fun. We're going, and that's that.
There's no time to argue because Mr. Hagar starts class then, and while I try to pay attention, my eyes keep drifting to Aaron, while my mind keeps wandering to tonight. I'm going to a football game to see a boy with a friend. This was definitely not how I saw this year going.
It's audition day,
Miss Briggs calls out as we enter the theater that afternoon. I don't know how the woman has such energy all day long, but she's like a wind-up doll stuck in the on position and fully caffeinated. As if we need the reminder, I mutter under my breath as Brett and I take our seats.
Hush! This is going to be fun.
She opens the audition script and begins to scan it. When the bell rings, Mrs. Briggs explains how auditions will go, and then picks the first scene. Brett and a few other girls are called first, but Brett steals the scene as she reads. I'm amazed at how the girl I'm watching is Brett, but also different. As I glance around the room, every eye is on Brett, but it's Isaac's awestruck face that grabs my attention. If he were a cartoon right now, there would be stars flowing right out of his eyes and to Brett. I wonder if she knows, and if she might return the feelings. The class claps as the first group sits down, and then I hear my name. My feet feel like lead as I stand and approach the stage. Please don't ask me to read Joe, is all I can think. There's no way I can compete with Brett.
Okay, Sloan, why don't you read Beth?
My shoulders fall in relief. Beth is the quiet one. If I had to play a character, she'd be the one I'd pick. She assigns the other roles, and we read the scene. It's not as good as the last group, but it isn't as bad as I thought it would be. I'm certainly no Brett, but at least I don't stutter or stammer. I'm glad that's over, I say, when I sit down next to Brett again.
You did great,
she whispers. No, you did great. Everyone was enthralled by you, especially Isaac. A soft pink, such a contrast to her all-black outfit, blooms on her cheeks and she shakes her head.
No, I'm sure he was just being nice.
There is no way he was just being nice. He looked like a lovesick puppy the whole time she auditioned. Did she really not see it? No, she had to have noticed, which means... I narrow my eyes at her as another thought pops in my head. Is he why you agreed to go to the game with me tonight?
What? No, of course not.
But the soft pink shifts to a flaming red. It is obvious that if not the whole reason, he definitely played a part. "I can't believe you," I whisper back, careful to keep my voice low enough not to grab the attention of Mrs. Briggs. "You tricked me into auditioning with you." "Okay, I'm sorry, you're right, but don't be mad. I'm still going with you tonight, and you did a great job. You might even get a part." "I'm not sure I want a part." But suddenly, I'm also not sure I don't. My whole life has been uprooted and shook up the last 2 weeks, and spending the year in hiding and obscurity no longer sounds as fun or as important. I shake my head at Brett, who is grinning at me like the Cheshire Cat. She has obviously picked up on my hesitation and is probably mentally congratulating herself for getting me to step out of my comfort zone. I should be angry with her, but all I can do is roll my eyes and say, "You are something else." "I know, but that's what makes me such a great friend." She grins and then turns her attention back to the auditions. When class is over, we head to our lockers, making plans for tonight along the way. "Do you want to meet at my house?" she asks. "Or I could pick you up." "Your house is fine." For a second, I consider letting her pick me up at home, but I'm not sure I'm ready to reveal my foster status, especially not while things seem to be going so well. She nods and grabs her backpack from her locker. "Sounds good. The game starts at 7, so 6:30? She scribbles down her address on a piece of paper and hands it to me. "I can do that. See you then." I hoist my bag over my shoulder and head out to the parking lot. 6:30 is only a few hours away, and I want to be sure I have time to get ready. 2 hours later, I stand in my closet wondering what to wear to my first football game. Do I wear what I wore to school? Is there some sort of dress code that if I don't follow, I'll stick out like a sore thumb? I wish I had asked Brett these questions before I left school, but I have no way to now. I decide on a pair of jeans and a t-shirt, and then I grab a jacket in case it gets cold. When I get downstairs, Linda is waiting for me with a smile on her face. It's not that the smile is out of place for Linda, but it's a weird grin, like she's hiding something. "What's going on?" I ask hesitantly. She looks happy, so I'm guessing it's a good surprise, but in my life, you just never know.
"Well, Joseph and I thought that since you're going out tonight, you might need a way to get a hold of us in case you need anything. We realize you don't drive yet, and so we thought this was a good compromise."
She points to the table, where a small wrapped box I didn't see before sits. "What's that?" It's not my birthday, and it can't possibly be a gift. No family I've ever lived with has given me gifts just because they wanted to.
"Why don't you open it and find out?"
Linda is nearly bouncing with excitement as if she's the one getting something unexpected instead of me. I unwrap the box slowly, wondering what on earth she could have gotten me, but I am not prepared for what I find inside. "A cell phone? You got me a cell phone?" I've never had my own phone. Come to think of it, I've never had my own electronic anything. No CD player, laptop, cell phone, nothing.
"It's not fancy," Linda says, "and it's prepaid, so you can't be on it all the time, but it has our numbers programmed in. You can also add a few of your friends' numbers. We'll pay the base contract every month, but if you run out of minutes, you're either done or you'll have to work to buy more."
I turn the cell phone over in my hands. She's right. It's not fancy, but it's mine. And I'm so shocked and touched by the gesture that before I have time to think about it, I throw my arms around Linda. "Thank you." She hugs me back, and that's when I realize what I've done. I should pull back because I can feel my wall crumbling even faster now. But it's been so long since someone hugged me that I don't. Not right away, at least. I take a moment, just a moment, to pretend that Linda really is my mom and that she loves me and hugs me every day. When the tears burn the back of my eyes and my throat tightens, I end the hug. As if she understands, Linda simply smiles at me and then says, "You ready to go?" I nod and follow her to the car, feeling as if maybe, for once in my life, everything will be okay. Chapter 26. Sloan. When we pull up to Brett's house, I swallow the nerves bubbling in my stomach. I've never been to a friend's house, and it feels like a big deal.
"Why don't you call me when you're ready to be picked up, and I'll come get you,"
Linda says as she puts the car in park. "Okay." I nod and put my hand on the door handle, but don't open it yet. What if Brett changes her mind?
"Do you want me to come in with you?"
Linda asks. I shake my head. "No, but thank you. I was just gathering my courage." I take a deep breath and open the door, wave goodbye, and then head up the path to Brett's front door. It opens before I even have a chance to knock, and Brett smiles and pulls me inside.
"I'm so glad you're here. I need your help picking out my shirt."
I laugh as I realize that in some ways Brett is just like me. She may act more confident, but inside she's just as insecure. I follow her to her room, scanning the area as we walk. Her house is nice, though not as large as Linda and Joseph's, but it's clear from the clutter of toys that Brett has younger siblings, although I don't see or hear them. I wonder where they are and how many there are. But before I can ask, we've reached Brett's room and my mouth falls open. "Were you robbed?" It's the only explanation I can think of for why her room looks like a tornado ran through it. Clothes are strewn about the room, looking like fallen soldiers as they charged into battle.
"Robbed? No, I was trying on clothes. Isaac is going to see me there tonight, and I have to make sure I look perfect. What do you think? Will this shirt do?"
This is from you trying on clothes? I can't even process her questions as I'm still trying to process the room.
"Yeah? Doesn't your room look like this when you try on clothes?"
I've never lived in a room that looked like this. Maybe it's because it's the one thing I can control, but I've always kept my room clean. And even if I threw all my clothes about, it couldn't look like this because I don't have that many clothes. No, it doesn't, but I'm kind of a neat freak like that.
"Oh,"
she shrugs.
"Well, I'm kind of organized chaos. It goes with the creative mind. Anyway, thoughts?"
She motions to her outfit, which is surprisingly not all black, and I nod. "I think you look fine. I didn't know you even owned anything that wasn't black."
"Black is slimming,"
she says, but then her face folds in.
"I only look fine, though? I was going for super cute, not fine. Fine is not going to get me noticed."
She begins tossing clothes about as if looking for something in particular. I dodge a shirt that nearly hits my face. "I don't think it will matter what you wear. Isaac will be looking for you." She pauses and turns to me.
"You really think so?"
"I know so. Now where's the confident Brett who auditioned today? Let's find that girl."
"You're right. Confidence is half the battle."
She pulls back her shoulders.
"I can feign confidence."
That's the spirit. Her eyes widen as she glances at her watch.
"Speaking of spirit, we better get out of here or we're going to be late."
I glance around her very messy room. "You're just gonna leave all this?" She shrugs.
"I'll clean it later when I get home. It's not like it's going to go anywhere."
It takes effort to turn my back on Brett's mess and follow her to the car. There's no way I could leave a room like that, not only because I'd be afraid of what my foster family would say, but because I wouldn't want to come back home to it. But Brett doesn't seem to mind. She's like a tumbleweed, just blowing wherever the wind takes her. I wish I could have a little of that attitude. The parking lot is nearly full as we pull in, and crowd noise reaches us before we even get through the gate. My stomach knots as if a million butterflies have just escaped their cocoons. What am I doing here with so many people? Brett leads the way up the metal bleachers, our footsteps clinking with each step, and my eyes widen when I see the sea of people. The band, clad in their blue and gold uniforms, take up a large section of the bleachers. Then there's a section of students not in band, and on the far end are a large group of adults and some younger kids. Is it always like this? I ask, scanning the crowd. Our school is pretty big, but it's different, seeing all the people crammed into a smaller space. I follow Brett as she finds an empty seat in the bleachers and we sit down.
This is my first game here, but probably. Football wasn't quite as big up north, but our stadiums were always over half full. I still can't believe you've never been to a live game.
Well, there's a first time for everything. A few minutes later, we're asked to stand for the national anthem, and then the game begins. The cheerleaders run out on the field first, and I do my best to blend into the crowd around us. I don't need Stephanie and Gina giving me any grief. Then the players run out, and I forget about blending in, as I find myself craning to pick out Aaron. It's impossible to see faces from where we are, but he was wearing a jersey with the number 7 on it earlier today, so I look for that, and when I find it, I can't tear my eyes away. At one point, I swear he stares at the stands as if scanning for something. Maybe me? I think about standing or waving, but then I remember Stephanie and Gina, and I lose my nerve. Though I don't know much about football, I find myself getting sucked into the excitement of the game, especially when the people around us clap and whistle, or when the band starts playing. But I'm quickly drawn out of that excitement when I realize what the cheerleaders are saying.
Foster, foster our pride.
I know even less about cheerleading, pretty much only what I've seen portrayed in movies. But the rhythm of the chant feels off to me, and from the confused faces around me, it doesn't appear that anyone else has heard it before either. I can't help wondering if Stephanie knows, though I'm not sure how she would. I don't think anyone at school knows. Except Aaron. He saw me with Linda at dinner the other night, but surely he wouldn't tell Stephanie. After all, he shared a secret with me too. But who else could have done it? Despair floods my stomach as I realize I might have made a terrible mistake and trusted him when I shouldn't have. I'm still having the internal battle in my head when the half ends and the players begin running toward the building they entered from. But I see Aaron look up into the stands and wave. I can't say for sure that he locks eyes with me, but I feel like he does. And then my gut gets a new feeling, that he wouldn't do this to me. But then how does Stephanie know?
Oh my gosh, he just waved at you,
Brett squeals beside me. I'm not sure that was for me. His family might be here, or someone else. I'm almost certain she's right, but I can't say that out loud because I have no idea what it means. She shakes her head.
No way, girl. He was looking right at you.
The noise level around us rises as people begin to head for the snack bar or restrooms, and we begin to make our way that direction as well. But before we get very far, Brett's phone buzzes.
Sorry,
she says, pulling it from her pocket to silence it.
I don't usually get calls this late.
Her voice fades off, and the color drains from her face. Around us, the buzzing intensifies as others pull their phones out, and a sinking sensation fills my stomach. There's no way they're all getting phone calls at the same time. It has to be something else. And sure enough, eyes turn in my direction. Then the whispering and the pointing begins. What's going on? I ask, feeling as if I just want to run from the field and disappear.
It's nothing,
she says, trying to tuck her phone back in her pocket. No, it's definitely something. What is it, Brett? I'm almost afraid to ask because I know that face means it can't be good. She presses her lips together, and there is sympathy swimming in her eyes as she turns the phone to me. It's a picture of me in the stands, which isn't that bad. It's not even a terrible picture, but it's the caption that's next to it that freezes my heart.
It's so nice that even foster kids like Sloan McCabe can join in the school spirit.
The words sound nice, but I know what it really is. A veiled jab at me and a way to announce to everyone that I'm different, that I don't have a real family, that my parents screwed up, so I must be screwed up too. All of the stereotypes that people think about foster kids.
I can't believe she would gaslight you like this.
Brett is trying to be supportive, but it doesn't make me feel any better. Can we just go? My face is flaming, but the rest of my body feels cold, almost like it's frozen. She nods and grabs my hand, pulling me through the crowd. I'm glad for Brett because tears are now blurring my vision, and the strength to even lift my head seems out of my grasp. When we reach the car, the tears break through the temporary dam I constructed and begin flowing down my cheeks. There's no sound. I learned to cry silently a long time ago. Crying was always seen as a sign of weakness and might get you beaten in some houses, but it's impossible not to let the tears flow sometimes.
Oh, Sloan, it will be okay. No one's going to care that you're a foster kid.
You don't care, but believe me, some of them will. I rub my soaked face with my hand, sniffing between words. I mean, that's why she posted it. This isn't my first rodeo. I know what people think about foster kids.
Yeah, but they know you. They've seen you around school and know what kind of student you are. This is a chance to show them that their stereotypes are wrong. Maybe this will even empower other kids to share. You can't be the only foster kid or adopted kid at school. We're bound to have several. My last school did.
Let's just go home. What Brett is saying makes sense, but I don't really want to think about it right now. Stephanie stole my privacy from me, the right to share the information when I was ready. And though it's not a physical assault, it feels like one, made even worse by the fact that she probably won't get in trouble for it. After all, what she said would seem like a nice comment to most people.
Do you want me to take you back to my house or just to your home?
Brett's voice is so soft that I almost don't hear her. I'm about to say her house, but then I realize that it doesn't matter if she knows where I live anymore. You can take me to my house. I rattle off the address and we drive the rest of the way in silence. It takes all my energy to muster a goodbye when we reach the house, but I do it because Brett has been nothing but nice to me.
It'll be okay, Sloan. You'll see.
I nod and shut the car door, but I don't think she's right. Linda looks up in surprise when I enter the living room.
Is the game over already?
No, we left early. Another round of tears are burning the back of my throat, and Linda must sense it because she hurries over to me and throws her arms around me.
What happened?
I tell her about the picture and about Stephanie and Gina terrorizing me, although my words are halting and garbled from the tears. I must be clear enough, though, because Linda stiffens. I glance up at her, curious as to the change.
Stephanie should not have done that. I'm not even allowed to post your name or picture as part of the foster parent rules. I will have a talk with the principal about her violating your privacy.
I shake my head. No, please don't. It will only make the situation worse. Linda presses her lips together.
I hear you, Sloan, and I want to honor your wishes, but I need to check with your caseworker. This might be out of my hands, but...
Her voice softens, and she leads me to the couch and sits beside me.
I want you to know there is no shame in being a foster kid. You had no say in the situation you were placed in, and I think you have done a beautiful job navigating it. It's hard to know why God allows things like this to happen, but it's important to remember that He does have a purpose for everything, even situations like this.
I want to believe her, but God still doesn't feel real to me, so seeing a purpose in this is almost impossible. Can I stay home from school tomorrow? She smiles and squeezes my shoulder.
No, but I understand the desire. You are better than hiding, though. Be proud of who you are, of what you've accomplished. Go in with your head held high, and I promise that will take a lot of the wind out of her sails. She wants to tear you down, to break you. Don't let her.
I'll try. I know Linda is right, but I don't know if I can do what she's asking. Chapter 27. Aaron. I can't keep the smile from my face as I head into the locker room. She came. She actually came and is sitting in the bleachers watching me play. I played the first half of the game well, but I am going to rock the second half now that I know for sure she's watching.
Okay, guys, the first half went in our favor. We made some mistakes, but we're able to recover from them. However, the game isn't over yet. We're only ahead by 7, so we can't lose our lead. No more penalties, and keep your heads in the game.
This is often how coaches' pep talks go. He congratulates us on being ahead, and then tells us not to get cocky. Generally, it works, but it seems like the guys are distracted by something tonight.
Is anyone listening to me?
Tyson shoves something behind his back and nods at Coach.
Yes, sir. Keep the lead. We can do that.
Several other players nod in agreement, but I'm still focused on whatever is behind Tyson's back. Unfortunately, I don't get a chance to find out what it is before Coach leads us in a cheer and everyone files back onto the field. I glance back at the stands again, but there's no sign of Sloan. Figuring she must have gone to the restroom or the concession stand, I push the thought from my mind and focus on the game. The sun has set by now, and there's a slight chill in the air, but I hardly notice it. Stadium lights illuminate the field. Normally, I love the ambiance they create, like we're in our own little world or something. But tonight, I wish I could see up in the stands. The glare from the lights make it almost impossible, but I'm still fairly certain that Sloan is gone, and I can't help but wonder why.
You gonna call the play, Richards?
I jerk back to the present at Tyson's voice and give the play. There's no time to worry about Sloan right now. I have to worry about this game, about winning, about playing well in case a scout is in the stands. We break and head to the line of scrimmage. My heart thuds in my ears as the center snaps the ball to me, and I step back to scan the field. Tyson is nearing the end zone, and while he has a defender on him, he also has a few feet of lead, so I send the ball sailing in his direction. The arc is nearly perfect as it flies over the heads of the players and lands neatly in Tyson's open hands. When he crosses the end zone, the crowd goes wild, and once again I scan to see if I can spot Sloan, but I come up empty. By the end of the game, I've accepted the realization that Sloan is gone. Maybe she decided she didn't like football after all, or something happened at her house. I try to think on the positive and not dwell on the one negative thought that keeps trying to lodge itself in my head, that maybe she decided she doesn't like me.
You coming out with us tonight?
Tyson asks as we head into the locker room. I should say no. It's still a school night and I do have homework, but I know if I go home, I'll just be thinking about Sloan and why she left. And since I don't have her number, it's not like I can call and ask her. At least going out to celebrate will get her off my mind for a little while. Sure, I say, forcing a smile I do not feel. Tyson grins and claps me on the shoulder.
That's the spirit.
Except I don't feel very spirited, and whatever spirit I had fizzles when I enter the restaurant and see that the only chair still open is right next to Stephanie. I should just turn and walk out, but Tyson spots me before I can.
Aaron, over here, man. We saved you a seat.
As I cross to them, I have the sneaking suspicion that I've been set up, that this was all planned.
You looked great tonight,
Stephanie coos in her fawning voice as I sit next to her. She doesn't quite drape herself across me like she would have before, but she comes close. Close enough that I can smell the cinnamon on her breath from her mints. If she thinks she is kissing me tonight, she is seriously mistaken, cinnamon breath or not. Thanks. I edge my seat away from her and toward Tyson, but Stephanie is not thwarted.
Let's take a picture together, she says, tugging on my arm. You know, just to let people know we're still friends.
Why do you need a picture for that? Just tell people we're still friends.
Her lip pushes out in a pout.
You know I do everything with social media. Come on, please.
I should say no, but Stephanie is the type of person who will whine until she gets what she wants. And it's just a picture. If that will make her happy and keep her quiet, then why not?
Fine, one picture.
She taps her Instagram camera icon and leans close. I fake another smile, but just before she snaps the picture, she turns and plants a kiss on my cheek.
Hey, don't post that. That was not part of the deal. People will think we're still together.
Oops, too late. But it's not that big of a deal if people know we're back together.
I can't believe I thought going out would be a good idea. I should have known Stephanie would be here and try to manipulate the situation.
We are not back together.
I push back my chair and stand.
Where are you going?
Tyson asks.
Home. I shouldn't have come.
I send one final withering glare in Stephanie's direction, and then I exit the restaurant. Hopefully, Sloan won't see the picture until I have a chance to explain. Chapter 28. Sloan. I can't believe it when Aaron is waiting in the office for me like nothing happened.
Hey, I looked for you in the library, but you weren't there, so I figured I'd come find you here.
Yeah, I was needed here in the office. I brush past him, hoping my voice is giving off the icy attitude I'm going for.
Actually, you weren't.
Miss Strickland pipes up, and I shoot her a glare. Aaron looks completely confused as he glances from Miss Strickland to me.
I looked for you after the game last night, but I never saw you again. I thought we were going to go out afterward. What happened?
What happened?
My voice takes on a slightly higher pitch.
Are you kidding me? Stephanie announced to the whole school that I'm a foster kid. Now, how would she have known that? You're the only person who knew. Nobody else. So maybe you can tell me why you told her that.
Aaron's face pales and his mouth drops open.
I didn't tell Stephanie that. I don't know how she found out Sloan, I swear, but it wasn't from me.
Yeah, right. I've been burned enough times in the past that I know not to trust people at face value.
I'm serious. Look, I would never betray you like that.
He pauses for a second and glances over at Miss Strickland.
I like you. That's why I asked you to come watch me play, and why I wanted to take you out after the game.
Why? So you could dump me in some public place and laugh with your friends about how silly I am? Sloan, that's uncalled for, Miss Strickland says, shooting me a sharp look. I know you're hurt, but Aaron seems sincere. I don't think he told Stephanie.
Then how would she know? I ask, crossing my arms across my chest.
Maybe she saw you get in Linda's car. Linda was here a lot last year, and many of the students knew her because they knew her kids. If she saw you getting picked up by Linda, she might have put two and two together.
The anger raging inside me cools just a smidgen. I suppose that could be a possibility. It's not like I asked Linda to pick me up off campus or anything. I just never thought someone would care that much to watch and see. However, Stephanie is not just someone. No, she is the scorned woman whose fury is clearly rivaling Hades. I look back to Aaron. You really didn't say anything. He shakes his head.
I swear I didn't. I was so happy to see you at the game last night, and then concerned when I didn't see you after.
You mean you don't know why I left? Is it possible she didn't send the picture out to the whole school?
No, I thought maybe something happened at home, or you decided you didn't like football.
His eyes drop to the floor.
Or me?
A strangled chuckle sound escapes from my throat. It was definitely none of the above. It was your ex posting about me. Are you really telling me that you didn't get the same post that everyone else did? I swear everyone's phone was going off around us. He pulls his phone out and steps closer. On Instagram? I nod. He taps the icon and turns the phone so I can see. Look, nothing. She must have not tagged me so that I wouldn't see. I wonder if that's what the guys... His voice trails off as if he's putting something together. But I don't hear the rest because the anger is back. Only it's not hot. It's cold and cruel and burns more than heat ever could. He's right that the picture Stephanie posted of me isn't on his feed, but there is one of her kissing his cheek. I feel like such a fool. Do you think I'm that dumb?
Dumb? What are you talking about?
You're telling me how much you like me, but you went out with Stephanie last night? His eyes widen.
What? No, I didn't.
Then explain that picture. He takes the phone back, and the color drains from his face.
I told her not to post that.
So I wouldn't find out?
No, because we're not together. Look, Tyson asked me to go out with the team like we usually do. I wasn't going to, but I was kind of bummed you were gone, so I said yes. I thought it would help distract me until I could see you again and ask what happened. When I got there, the only seat left open was right next to Stephanie, like they planned it. She said she wanted a picture as friends, but then at the last second, she turned and kissed me. I left right after, I swear. You can ask anyone who was there.
I press my lips together as I think about what to say. There are two options in front of me. The first option is to do what I always do. Assume the worst, blow up at him, and retreat back into my emotional hole. The walls are damaged, but I could rebuild them. However, that option is lonely, and I'm not sure I can go back to the lonely girl I was just a few weeks ago. The other option is slightly more terrifying because it requires me to trust someone else. Someone who has the power to hurt me, but who also makes me feel more alive than I have in years. I want to take that option, but that's not what comes out of my mouth. Except I'm not friends with anyone who was there, Aaron. I shake my head. Maybe we are too different to be anything more than peers. I expect Aaron to agree, maybe even to protest a little, but I do not expect him to grab my hands, and I am not prepared for the jolt that surges through my body.
I don't believe that, and I don't think you do either. We're good together, Sloan. You make me want to be a better person, and you can't deny that we have fun together.
I mean, if you call tutoring and community service fun. I don't mean the words to sound snarky, but it's my self-defense mechanism kicking in. Aaron is making me feel things I've never felt before, and it scares me. But it doesn't seem to scare him. Instead, he grins.
They are with you. Look, I know we don't make sense on paper, and my recent history with Stephanie complicates things. But I like being around you. I want to hang out with you. In fact, will you be my date to homecoming?
My mouth falls open, and I blink at him. I'm sure I look like some sort of crazed creature, but I feel like I've fallen into another world. There is no way in this world that the quarterback asks out the foster kid.
Okay, it's not the proposal I had planned, he says, obviously taking my lack of a response for a no. But I promise it will be fun. I'll even ask again the right way if you want.
I shake my head and chuckle slightly. I wouldn't even know what the right way is. I'm just shocked.
But is that a yes? He asks.
Is it? I feel like I'm at some sort of crossroads here, where this decision could change my life forever. But I have no idea if it will be a good change or a bad one. Still, I decide to take the plunge, and this time, I let the walls stay down. Yes, it's a yes. Chapter 29. Sloan. I sail through the first few periods on cloud 9, but by lunchtime, the silver linings have been replaced with serious doubts. Massive, hammer-sized doubts that rumble around in my stomach like tumbling rocks. I don't know what I was thinking, I say, dropping my head into my hands. This is bound to turn out horribly. Why? Because of Stephanie? Because of everything. He's the quarterback and I'm the foster kid who was doxxed on social media. What if people think he asked me out of pity? Or worse, what if they think this is some ruse to make fun of me? What if they're right? Stop it, Brett says, placing a hand on my shoulders. You're being way too hard on yourself. I know you're worried about the picture, but has anyone said anything to you? I shake my head. No, but I know they're judging me. No, you assume they're judging you, and you know what happens when you assume. She smiles at the little play on words our English teacher made the other day with the word assume. Okay, maybe I am, but I've been in the foster system for years. I know what people think. I know you have, and I'm sure some people have been terrible. But you can't think the worst of everyone before they do something to you. Otherwise, you're being just as judgmental as you don't want them to be. I sigh. She's right. The only people I have a right to be mad at currently are Stephanie and Gina. No one else has said or done anything hurtful. What about the comments? There are bound to be a ton of them, and I'm sure most are negative. Actually, you'd be surprised. She pulls out her phone. There are a few, sure, but most people are commenting that Stephanie shouldn't have done that. She hands me the phone, and I scroll through the comments. There are a few, I always knew that girl was weird, or something similar. But Brett is right. The vast majority are either telling Stephanie she violated my privacy, or asking her what difference it makes. Maybe you're right. I hand the phone back. I'm probably being too pessimistic, but this is not how my story is supposed to go. Says who? Look, I'm sure you have good reasons to feel pessimistic, but give people a chance to surprise you. Sloan? I turn to the quiet voice behind me. A girl I've seen before, but don't know by name, is staring at me. Her eyes wide behind large glasses that seem way too big for her face. Yeah? I just wanted to say that what Stephanie did was wrong, but I'm a little glad she did it. I'm in foster care too, and I thought I was the only one. It's nice to know I'm not alone. I can literally feel Brett behind me giving me a, "See, what did I tell you?" look. I force myself to keep my focus on the girl in front of me. Oh, well, you're welcome, I guess. How long have you been in? And now I want to crawl into the corner. Who says stuff like that? I made it sound like a prison sentence rather than a housing situation. But I guess in a way, foster care can be like that sometimes. Thankfully, the girl either doesn't catch my verbal faux pas or decides to ignore it. She chews on her bottom lip for a moment before answering. Just a year. My dad was killed in a car accident last year, and my mother kind of had a mental breakdown. My house is okay, though. Ouch, and I thought my story was bad. I'm sorry about your parents, but I'm glad your house is good. What's your name? Celia? She looks down at her feet as if embarrassed by her answer, and I'm hit with the realization that people probably don't ask her name often. They never did with me. Celia, it's nice to meet you. This is Brett. She's a little crazy, but you couldn't ask for a better friend. I glance over at Brett in hopes she's okay with me inviting this girl to hang out with us. Brett smiles and nods. Would you like to hang out with us? Celia's eyes light up. I'd love that. She pulls out a chair and joins us at the table. And just like that, I decide I don't care if people know Linda is my foster mom. Seeing Celia light up makes me realize that I've not only missed out on a lot, but I've also been selfish. There are probably other girls like Celia who also need to know they aren't alone. Maybe we won't all get along, but at least we'll have a common ground we can share.
So, Celia, what do you do for fun?
Brett asks. Celia shakes her head.
I don't know if I should tell you. It's super nerdy.
A short laugh spills from my lips. I study for fun and Brett does theater. We're kind of the definition of nerdy, so welcome to the club. Celia glances between us for a second.
I study trivia, especially math trivia. Have you thought about joining Knowledge Bowl?
It's something I've considered a time or two, but always brushed off because it would keep me from blending in. But maybe I'll reconsider it myself. After all, this is my final year. Celia shakes her head.
No, what's Knowledge Bowl?
It's like Jeopardy for high schoolers. A team of 4 students answer questions on all sorts of subjects. Math, history, English, and the team with the most points wins.
That sounds fun, Celia says, though I'm not as good at history.
Remind me never to play Trivial Pursuit with you, Brett says with a smile. Either of you. I've never been a big board game fan, nor have I ever wanted to bring friends to my house. But suddenly, I feel the desire to do both. Okay, maybe not Trivial Pursuit, but do you guys want to come over next weekend and play games? Linda's been telling me she wants me to invite people over.
That sounds fun, but we can't do it next weekend because Friday night is homecoming, Brett says, and I think you'll be busy.
She lifts her eyebrows in a knowing expression.
What? Next week is homecoming?
How did I not realize homecoming was so close? Brett smiles and nods.
Yep, and we've got to get you ready. You have a date?
Celia asks. The question smacks me right between the eyes. Yeah, I guess I do. Chapter 30. Sloan. As the bell rings and I head outside, I realize I probably should have asked Linda before I accepted Aaron's proposal. Somehow I doubt she'll be too upset, though.
How was your day?
She asks when I slide into the passenger seat.
It was good, but, Aaron asked me to homecoming, and I said yes. Is that okay? Is that okay? Are you kidding? That's great.
Then her eyes light up.
When is homecoming? Soon, right? That means we need to get him a garter.
Yeah, it's next week, but what's this about a garter?
It's tradition here in Texas. Guys get girls a mum to wear, and girls get their guys a garter. You went to this school last year, right?
I shrug. Yeah, but I didn't have a date, so I didn't really pay attention. Her eyebrows arch in surprise.
You didn't pay attention to all the jingling bells and swishing ribbons?
I shake my head. Maybe I was sick that day, or maybe I just blocked it from my mind. If there are jingling bells, it's probably the latter.
Well, you'll have to this year, so feel up to a little shopping?
Do I have a choice? She chuckles as she puts the car in drive and heads out of the parking lot. A few minutes later, we pull into the parking lot of a flower shop. We're going to get what we need here?
Yep, they're the best. We could probably make it a home, but their prices are reasonable, or at least they were the last time I bought one. Come on.
I'm skeptic, but I follow her into the florist. She heads directly to the back, where there are rows and rows of mums and garters hanging. I can't even believe some of them. There are a few simple ones, but most of them look like they would dwarf the person wearing them. Is this for real? I touch one of the enormous ones that's so big there's a loop at the top I can only assume means you wear it around your neck.
Whew, these have gotten bigger since my day, Linda says. Do you know if Aaron is going to get you one like that?
I have no idea, but I certainly hope not. That thing looks like it weighs a ton.
Well, if he knows you at all, he probably won't. These are for the guys.
She steps closer to the more reasonably sized ones.
Friendship's colors are blue, white, and gold. So, do you see one you like?
I scan the offerings. Even the garters range from small and simple to pretty large with stuffed animals attached to the flower part. I have no idea what Aaron might like, but my eyes are drawn to one that's on the smaller side. It has the ribbons, strings of footballs and helmets, and a gold cross in the middle of the blue plastic flower. I'm not sure why the cross garners my attention. It's just a piece of plastic, but I can't seem to look away from it.
That's the one.
Linda smiles as she unhooks it from the shelf.
I think this is a great choice.
She pays for it, and then we head back home, but I can't get the image of the cross out of my mind. It's like it's a movie stuck on pause in my brain.
How did you know God was real?
I ask, when I can't keep the question inside any longer. She glances at me, a soft smile on her face.
God became real to me at 16. That's when I found out I was adopted.
My jaw drops open.
What? You were adopted?
She nods.
I was, but my parents didn't tell me. I think they were afraid that I'd leave to go find my biological mother, although my mother told me it was because they always saw me as one of their kids and didn't want me to see myself differently. Anyway, when I was in high school, we learned about genetics. My eyes are brown, but both of my parents have blue eyes. While there are some ways that two blue-eyed parents can have a brown-eyed child, it's pretty rare. So, of course, I went home and confronted my parents.
What happened?
They told me the truth, that they had always wanted children but were told they couldn't have them, so they adopted me. When I was 2, my mother actually got pregnant, and they had 2 biological children. Like most kids, I jumped to the idea that they couldn't possibly love me as much as their other children, because I wasn't biologically theirs. My mother told me I was wrong, that adoption actually proved their love, because they didn't have to have me. But I couldn't understand it at the time, and of course I felt like my biological mother must not have loved me to give me up. I fell into a depression and searched for my mother, thinking that knowing why she gave me up would at least give me peace.
Did you ever find her?
Linda nods. I did. Unfortunately, she made poor choices growing up. She'd fallen into drugs, but gave them up when she found out she was pregnant with me. Somehow, she stayed clean the whole 9 months, but the draw was too much to stay away from permanently. After she gave me up, she went back to drugs. She ended up pregnant again, but thought this time she could keep the baby. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to stay off drugs. My little brother was born with severe issues due to the drugs she was using.
Linda pauses and chews on her lip. Her eyes take on a faraway look, and I know she is battling some demons.
My mother had shacked up with the guy who fathered my brother, but he didn't want a baby. He tortured that poor child, burned him with cigarettes, let him cry in his crib for hours. When he was 2, the police found him dead in his crib. They'd ignored him or forgotten about him until he slowly starved to death. I can't think of a worse way to go. My biological mom and that guy ended up in jail where they belonged, but all I could think about was that it could have been me. If she hadn't given me up, I could have ended up like my little brother. When I told my parents the story that evening, they told me that God had saved me because He had plans for my life. He had answered their prayers for a child with me, and He had saved me from a torturous life. I hadn't really known God before that day, but He became real to me then.
She pulls into the driveway and turns off the engine before turning to me.
I know you haven't had an easy time either, Sloan, but God can be real for you too. He loves you, and He has obviously protected you. Plus, you were an answer to our prayers. I'm so shocked by her story that all I can do is blink for a moment. I knew people had rougher lives than I did, even though mine hasn't been great, but I've never heard a story like hers. It's too hard to argue that her life is just a series of coincidences. But could God really have a plan for my life as well? Can you tell me how to do that? How to make him real? The smile that pulls at Linda's lips fills me with warmth. I'd love nothing more than to help you with that.
Chapter 31. Aaron. There's something different about Sloan when she enters the teen room Sunday morning, but I'm not sure what it is at first. Hey. It's a lame greeting, but I'm still not exactly sure how to define our relationship. She accepted my homecoming offer, but we haven't gone on a date or anything. To be fair, my work schedule has made that pretty hard. I worked 6 hours yesterday, and I have another 6-hour shift today after church. But at least I won't have to ask my mom for money to buy Sloane's mum. She hasn't said anything, but I can tell she's still stressed about the bills and my father, even though he's doing better and the doctors hope he'll be released this next week.
Hey yourself, Sloan says with a wide smile. You'll never guess what I did.
Okay, now I know something is up. It's not that Sloan never smiles, but they are rare, and I've never seen one like this. It lights up her whole face. You might be right about that. Did you win the lottery?
I kind of feel like I did, but no, not the lottery. Guess again.
Did you get a scholarship?
Like me, Sloan has been worried about having the finances to go to college. But I have no doubt her grades will get her a scholarship somewhere. She shakes her head. Not yet, and while that would be good news, this is even better.
Okay, I give up. What did you do?
I accepted Jesus as my savior.
What? That is amazing, Sloan.
Before I think it through, I pull her in for a hug. I expect Sloan to pull back, but she doesn't. Instead, her arms wrap around me, and a feeling I've never felt before surges through me. Hugging Stephanie never made me feel like this. I know, she says when she pulls back. I didn't think I'd feel differently, even if I decided to accept that God was real, but I asked him to help me believe, and I had the craziest dream. I don't remember any of it, but when I woke up, I knew that God was real.
I'm so glad. I wish I could take you out to celebrate after church, but I have to work.
It's okay, she says with a soft shake of her head. We can celebrate Friday night.
Yeah, we can definitely do that.
Pastor Travis enters, and the service begins then, but I can't keep my eyes from shifting to Sloan. She appears so happy and content, and suddenly I'm not sure God is as real for me as he is for her. When Travis closes us in prayer, I ask God for clarity like Sloan has. I hate making decisions, especially ones like this.
What are you thinking?
Isaac asks as we stare at the rows and rows of mums. I shake my head.
I have no idea. If it was Stephanie, I'd say that one.
I point to one of the biggest and gaudiest mums.
She would have tormented me if I hadn't bought the biggest one. But Sloane's not like that. Yeah, she seems much more down to earth and low-key, Isaac says. She is. Definitely lower maintenance.
I think back to Sunday when we hugged. I didn't date Stephanie long, but I never got tingles from touching her the way I did when Sloan and I hugged. She hasn't said anything about it, but I wonder if Sloan felt them too.
I want to get the right one. You really like this girl, huh?
I sigh.
I do, and it's weird because I said I wasn't interested in dating anyone when I broke up with Stephanie. I meant it at the time, but hanging out with Sloan doesn't really feel like dating, at least not like what dating Stephanie felt like. I'm sure some people think I moved on too quickly, but I don't think I should have ever dated Stephanie.
It's obvious to me now that I didn't care about her romantically. As long as you're certain you haven't moved on too quickly and you aren't using Sloan to get back at Stephanie or anything, then I wouldn't worry about what other people think. She seems good for you. She is.
I step forward and touch one of the mums that has a string of helmets and footballs, but also small crosses. I wouldn't have bought it before, but now that Sloan is a believer, maybe she'll appreciate the small touch. The crosses remind me of Sunday, though, and my prayer to God for clarity that he's real. I haven't received anything yet, or at least I haven't realized it if I have, and I wonder what that means.
Hey, Isaac? Yeah? Have you ever asked God for something and not gotten it?
Isaac scoffs at me.
Are you kidding? All the time. I asked him for my parents to not be so strict, for my grades to be better, for my time to be faster, and for a girlfriend. So far, the only one looking promising is the last one. No, that's not what I mean. I mean, have you ever asked him to prove he's real, or for some clarity or something?
Isaac tilts his head and scratches at his temple, his brow furrowing in thought.
I can't say that I have. Are you having doubts? I don't know. I wasn't living the way I should have been, but I thought turning my actions around would make him more real for me. But it didn't. Then Sunday, Sloan told me she accepted him and had a dream that convinced her he was real. I asked for clarity like that, but I haven't gotten it yet, and I'm just not sure why. Well, I don't claim to be an expert, but remember that God does things on his time, and sometimes not in the way we expect. If you keep your eyes open, you'll see that God is real. I hope you're right. I think this is the one.
I grab the mum from the shelf and take it to the cashier to pay. Chapter 32. Sloan. My mouth drops open as I stare at the monstrosity Aaron is holding. You want me to wear that all day?
Yeah, he says with a crooked smile. It's tradition for me to get you one and you to wear it. At school and then at the game. You can take it off for the dance, though.
Oh, that's nice of you. But how am I supposed to wear that all day? It's huge. I've never had a mum, and while this isn't as big as some of the ones I saw in the flower shop with Linda, it's still up there. The flower portion is actually 3 flowers, 1 blue, 1 white, and 1 yellow. Then streams of ribbons in the same colors trail down from there. Nestled among the ribbons are strings of footballs, helmets, and number 1 signs. But it's the bells that are the worst. There have to be several of them hidden somewhere in the folds because it jingles with every movement. People will hear me coming a mile away. Aaron laughs.
I think that's kind of the point. But this was one of the smaller ones. And I taped a few of the bells so it wouldn't jingle so much.
My eyebrows arch. A few? How many of them are there?
A lot, but you can tape the others if you'd like. I know it's probably bigger than you'd like, but I really liked that it had these.
He parts the ribbons to show a string of small crosses.
I didn't see any others with crosses. Besides, you're going to homecoming with the quarterback. You're expected to have a big mum. I would be ridiculed if I had gotten you anything smaller.
I shake my head as I survey the contraption again. I love the crosses, but how am I supposed to keep it up? It looks like it weighs 20 pounds.
It's probably only 5, and if we attach it high enough, it should be fine. I could have gotten you one of the bigger ones that you wear around your neck. Those had cowbells attached.
What? That is insane. A man must have invented this tradition because I can't imagine a woman would.
Well, the tradition started with just a simple flower. Who knows how it got to where it is today? But it's only one day.
Fine, I say, rolling my eyes. Pin it on me. Aaron steps forward, and my breath catches at the proximity. Other than the hug on Sunday and the incident with the table, we haven't been this close. A tingle races over my skin and I find myself holding my breath. I brushed my teeth this morning, but the fear of breathing on him with bad breath is still real. He tugs on my shirt in order to pull it away and attach the pin. It does pull my shirt a little, but on the inside, I can't help but feel special. I'm wearing a mum that a boy gave me, that Aaron Richards gave me.
You look great, he says, stepping back.
Your turn. I grab the box I brought in and pull out the garter. I guess great minds think alike. I smile and point to the cross as I slide it up his arm. His hand catches mine, and the air around us freezes.
I'm really glad I met you, Sloan.
Me too. As our eyes lock, the sound of my heart gets louder, and I wonder if he can hear it too. He moves his hand to cup the back of my neck, and an involuntary shudder shakes my body. The corner of his lip twitches, but before he can make another movement, Miss Strickland's voice carries through the office to us. The bell is about to ring. Aaron smirks as he pulls back.
I guess that's our cue. But maybe we can continue this later?
I'd like that. Together, we exit the office and head to class. We've taken to walking to class together, which I was nervous about at first, but surprisingly, Stephanie and Gina have both been quiet. I wonder if maybe Stephanie did get talked to about posting pictures of me. Regardless, I want to believe they've given up, but Aaron isn't so sure.
Okay, maybe you should tape a few more bells,
Aaron says as the jingling from my mum fills the air. I nudge his shoulder playfully. I told you. Suddenly, the sound of cowbells joins the jingle bells, and a second later, Stephanie appears around the corner. Her mum is one of those ginormous things that must be worn around the neck. Instead of 3 flowers like mine, there are 9, 3 of each color, and a teddy bear in the middle. The ribbons are so wide that I can't even see her outfit underneath. Oh, what a quaint little mum. What's the matter, Aaron? Did you realize she's not worth a bigger one? Aaron pulls me closer and squares his shoulders.
Unlike you, Stephanie, she doesn't want the biggest, gaudiest mum. How much did you pay for that thing anyway?
Stephanie tosses her hair, sending more clanging through the air. I wouldn't know. I didn't buy it. You'll have to ask Tyson. She fixes me with an icy stare. Your little plan won't work, by the way.
What plan? I ask.
The one to get me in trouble for posting your picture. Evidently you're social worker. She says the words with a sneer. Reached out to the school and my parents. Really? All of that over a picture? You should be happy with the publicity I gave you. It made Aaron feel sorry enough for you to ask you out. Before Stephanie finishes, Aaron jumps to my defense.
That is not true, Stephanie. I asked out Sloan because I like her.
Stephanie rolls her eyes and shakes her head. I doubt that. But I hope you're okay with not being crowned king. I'm hearing rumors that Tyson is leading you in the votes.
Don't worry about her,
Aaron says, giving my shoulder a reassuring squeeze.
I don't see you like that.
I wouldn't blame you if you did. Believe me, I'm used to it.
But you shouldn't have to be. You're amazing, and I'm very glad you're my date. In fact, I can't wait for tonight.
I smile, but inside I can't help but wonder if Aaron will change his mind. Opposites attract, but do they last? I don't know how I'm going to attach this to my dress, I tell Linda as I hold up the mum that evening. I took it off as soon as I got home to give my weary shoulder a break, but the time is quickly approaching when I will have to put it on again. I'm not sure how to do that with the softer fabric of the dress, as my shirt was heavier and sturdier.
I'm sure we can make it work with the shoulder strap. Thank goodness you didn't pick a dress with spaghetti straps. I slide my hand down the blue shimmery fabric. I can't thank you enough for the dress, Linda. I've never had anything so nice. Linda places a hand on my shoulder. Joseph and I were delighted to get it for you. We're just so happy that you're going out and making friends. Speaking of which, it's nearly 5 o'clock. Isn't that when he's arriving? Yes, 5, so we can grab a quick dinner before the game. Then the dance is after. It's set to run till 10. Will that be all right? Linda picks up the mum and pins it to my shoulder. Of course. You have your phone so you can call if necessary, but we'll set your curfew for 11 so that you have plenty of time to get back. Thanks. I can't believe I'm actually attending a dance. And you look beautiful. Let's head downstairs. I want to be sure to take pictures of your big night. Pictures. She wants to take pictures of me. As we walk down the stairs, I wonder if my picture will end up on the wall with all the rest. It's almost too much to hope for. Joseph is downstairs when we get there, camera in hand.
Sloan, you look wonderful. So pretty.
Thank you. Not being used to such compliments, I can feel the blush rising up my cheeks. I glance at the clock. 5 minutes till 5. Butterflies have erupted in my stomach, and I take a deep breath to calm my racing heart. There's a moment of silence as we wait for a knock, and then Linda and Joseph fill the air with small talk. The clock chimes 5 times, and we all glance toward the door, but there is no knock. He must be running a little late, Linda says, but the unsaid inference is clear. She worries that Aaron has stood me up, and so do I. Chapter 33. Aaron. The parking lot is much fuller when I pull into the hospital this time. I barely remember to lock the door before I'm racing inside. What happened? I ask when I reach my mother in the waiting room. She shakes her head and wipes at the tears spilling from her eyes. I don't know. They called to tell me that he crashed and they are working on him. I don't understand, Aaron. I thought he was getting better. I haven't been in to see my dad since the first night, but my mother would stop in every night after work and update us when she got home. I sit down next to her and wrap an arm around her shoulder. He'll be okay, Mom. I'm sure they're doing everything they can. We sit in silence for a minute before I realize my little sister is nowhere to be seen. Where's Molly? She's at a friend's house. They had planned it before I got the call. That's good. I'm glad Molly's not here. She's been a little sadder and more subdued with Dad gone the last 2 weeks, and I don't think knowing he's not getting better would help that. Will she be able to stay there the night if needed? My mother nods. Yeah, it was already going to be a sleepover. She drops her head in her hands, and I'm surprised at all the gray that I see. I don't remember my mother's hair being so gray, but she has dealt with a lot lately. Suddenly, her head pops up. Wait, aren't you supposed to be at the game tonight? I shrug. Dad is more important. I do hate that I'll probably miss the game tonight, but I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I played and something happened to him. Besides, my mother should not be alone. No, Aaron, you should go. Your father would want that. Plus, you have to think about the scouts. I placed my hand on hers. No, Mom. The scouts will understand, and if they don't, then I probably don't want to play for that school anyway. But isn't it homecoming? What about your date? My heart drops to my stomach as I glance down at my watch. It's nearly 5:30. I got the call from my mother as I was on my way to pick up Sloan, and now I've stood her up. Oh no, I've got to call her, but I don't have her number. Surely the Chases are listed, though. I pull up the white pages on my phone and scroll through, trying to find Linda Chase, but there's no listing. It's not surprising in this age where everyone has a cell phone and few people have a landline anymore, but that doesn't make it any less frustrating. "Any luck?" my mother says, looking over my shoulder.
No, but I'll try Isaac. Maybe he's with Brett, who can find Sloan.
My mother probably has no idea who I'm talking about, but I can't worry about that now. I have to get a hold of Sloan. I can't let her think I stood her up. At that moment, my phone rings, and relief floods through me when I see Isaac's name. But I don't even get to say hello before his voice fills my ear. "Aaron, where are you? You and Sloan were supposed to meet us half an hour ago. Now we'll barely have time to eat."
Isaac, I need you to do me a favor.
"What? Why? What is going on, Aaron?"
I need you to go to Sloan's house and apologize for me. I'm at the hospital. I was on my way to get her when my mom called about my dad. Something happened and well, we don't know yet, but I don't have Sloan's number, and I can't find the Chase's number. You have to tell her that I didn't stand her up.
"What about the game, Aaron?"
I'm not going. Tell Coach I'm sorry, and he can tell the fans what's going on if he wants. In fact, I could use the prayers. Just please, find Sloan and tell her.
"Yeah, you got it, man. I'll be praying for your dad."
Thanks, Isaac. I owe you, and I hope you guys win.
"I hope we win, too." I don't miss his use of the we pronoun, but it won't feel like a win for me. I know I'm leaving my team hanging, but my dad has to come first. "Aaron, you should go. I'll be fine here by myself. This is your senior homecoming. You shouldn't spend it in a hospital." I shake my head at my mom.
I've spent most of my life thinking about me. Homecoming is just a game and a dance. I'm not going anywhere.
She squeezes my hand, and I can tell that while she'd never say it, she's relieved. And so we settle in to wait. I don't know how much time passes, but I look up when I hear the sound of heels clicking on the hard floor. My breath catches in my throat when I realize it's Sloan. She's no longer wearing the mum, and her dress is a vision. It looks almost like a waterfall as it cascades down her body. Her dark hair, which normally hangs in her face, is pulled up into an elegant updo. Rising from the chair, I meet her halfway, vaguely registering that Mrs. Chase is with her, but unable to take my eyes off Sloan.
"What are you doing here?"
She shrugs. "I don't need to go to some dance. I never have before. So I thought I'd come here and hang out with you, if that's okay." I take her hands.
Okay, of course it's okay, but I'm really sorry you're missing the dance. You should at least attend one high school dance.
"Then I guess you'll be taking me to prom," she says with a small smile. "How's your dad?" My smile falters at the mention of my father.
We don't know yet. I'm really sorry I didn't call, but I never got your number, and I couldn't find the Chase's number.
Her hand flies to her mouth as her eyes widen. "I can't believe I forgot to give it to you. I didn't have a phone when we first met, but Linda and Joseph gave me one recently. I should have added you."
It's no big deal, but I'd like the number so that I never leave you with the feeling that I stood you up.
I wish we were anywhere else at that moment, as I really want to kiss Sloan, but instead I lead her to the chairs. "You two should go ahead and go to the dance," Mrs. Chase says. "I can stay here with your mother."
That's nice of you, ma'am, but I can't leave until I know my father's okay.
"No, Linda's right," my mother says. "It's your last homecoming, and Sloane's never been. I can call you if we get any word on your father."
I open my mouth to protest, but before I can say anything, a doctor emerges from the inner bowels of the hospital.
"Mrs. Richards?"
My mother stands.
"Yes, that's me."
He nods.
"I'm Dr. Patel. We got your husband stabilized. We'll have to run some tests to see what caused the decline. And we'll need to monitor him, but I'm hopeful that the worst is behind us."
"Thank you.
Can we see him?" He looks from my mother to the rest of us.
He shouldn't have too many visitors at once.
"You two go. We'll wait for you here," Mrs. Chase says. I look over at Sloan, uncomfortable at the thought of leaving her in the waiting room, but she nods at me. "I'll be here when you get back."
Thank you.
I give her hand a squeeze and then follow my mother and the doctor into the patient area. My father looks pale and weak underneath the sheet, and the beeping of some monitor in the otherwise silent room sends an eerie shudder down my spine. "Mark, can you hear me?" my mother says, taking his hand. His eyes flutter open, and there is pain in them. Pain and something else. Guilt. He swallows and then whispers, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." And I know right then that the money is gone for good. There will be no money for colleges unless I get a scholarship, and I've probably ruined the chance of that happening by being here. A sudden surge of anger rages through me, and I hurry out of the room.
Why, God?
I ask, sinking to the floor.
Why did this have to happen tonight? Why did you take my chance away?
Chapter 34. Sloan. I can tell that something has happened when Aaron emerges again. There's a cloud about him that wasn't there before. "Is everything okay?" I ask.
"Yeah, it's fine. He'll be fine."
I place a hand on his arm. "And you? Will you be fine?" He sighs heavily and runs a hand across his chin.
"I don't know, but I do know that I don't want to think about it anymore tonight. We've missed the game, but we can still make the dance. What do you say?"
"Sure, if that's what you want." I'd convinced myself that the dance didn't matter, but I can't deny that I do want to go. I want the normal high school experience, and I want to walk in on Aaron's arm.
"It's what I need," he says,
but the smile he gives me is crooked and a little sad. I tell Linda our plans and then follow Aaron to his truck. He opens my door, but says nothing more as we drive to the school where the dance is being held. I want to ask him what's wrong, but I don't find the courage until he turns off the engine, but makes no move to get out. "Aaron, is everything okay?"
"I don't know. My dad will probably be okay, which is good, but he lost our savings. I guess he thought he was making an investment, but then it fell through. There's no money for college, and I thought it wouldn't matter because scouts would see me play, but I haven't been approached so far, and I can't help but wonder if I blew my chance by not playing tonight."
"Aaron, I know how hard this is for you right now, but I don't think missing tonight's game will keep you from getting a scholarship. You're a talented player, and now that you've got a tutor, your grades are rising as well." His lips twitch in a ghost of a smile at my joke. It's not what I was hoping for, but it's a start.
"Hopefully you're right, but let's not worry about it tonight. Let's go have fun and dance our cares away, even if it's only for one night."
Sounds good. Hand in hand, we walk into the transformed gym. Reach for the Stars was the homecoming theme, and there are stars everywhere. Hanging from the ceiling, around the door frames, on the tables. There is even a backdrop for photos with stars all around it. This is beautiful. There are still aspects of the gym, the metal bleachers lined against the wall, the lines on the floor for the basketball court, but they do fade into the background with the dim lighting, the decorations, and the music pouring out of the speakers.
"You're beautiful," he whispers.
But before I have a chance to respond, Brett runs up to us. I almost don't recognize her because instead of her normal black clothing, her dress is cherry red. Her hair is pulled up and the smile on her face beams like a lighthouse in the middle of a foggy night. "Oh my gosh, you made it. I'm so glad. I have to tell you what happened at the game."
"Did we win?"
Aaron asks. though I'm not sure whether his question is addressed to Brett or Isaac, who has appeared at her side.
No, we didn't, she says, with a soft shake of her head. But the halftime presentation was amazing.
The homecoming presentation? Again, I've never seen one, but I can't imagine it's all that cool. I've heard it's just girls in fancy dresses and guys in suits who ride around in a truck and then stand in the middle of the field until one of them is crowned. None of that sounds amazing.
Yeah, they waited to do it after the cow patty concert, but evidently they didn't clean up all the poop. Stephanie obviously expected to win, and when they announced you guys as the winners, she went ballistic. She began chasing the guy with the crown, claiming it was hers, and then she slipped in the poop and went flying. When she got up, not only was she covered in dirt, but there was a long, dark brown smear down the back of her dress.
You're kidding, I say, but I can't help giggling a little at the end. I know I shouldn't laugh, but I feel like maybe tonight was karma coming for Stephanie.
Nope, it was crazy. Rumor is that they would have disqualified her even if she had one, due to her recent behavior. I doubt she'll even show up here, and if she does, she'll leave once she sees you. I doubt she'll want to see you in her crown.
My what? And then the rest of Brett's words hit me. Wait, what do you mean they announced us as the winners? Though I wouldn't have believed it possible, her smile widens and she grabs my hand.
You were announced as king and queen. You're the homecoming queen, Sloan.
But how is that possible? People don't even know me. Actually, they do, Isaac says, speaking up. Stephanie's been mean to a lot of people over the years, and when she posted about you, they began to take your side. Then you and Aaron started dating, and they saw the change in him, and there you go. Aaron squeezes my hand tighter and smiles. I knew you were amazing, and now everyone else sees it too. I would have never believed it possible, but suddenly I feel like Cinderella. There's a small part of me that worries this is a dream, and when the clock strikes midnight, it will all go away. But I realize that even if that happens, I'll savor this memory forever. This is shaping up to be quite the night. I just wish the scouts could have seen you play. Oh, that reminds me, Isaac says. There were scouts there, and one of them gave me his card. He said to have you call him tomorrow. Isaac fishes a small business card out of his tuck's pocket and hands it to Aaron. Do you know which school he was with? Aaron asks as he takes the card. Notre Dame. Aaron's eyes widen. Are you sure? Yep. I don't know what he wanted for sure, but he seemed pretty eager to talk to you. That's good, right? I ask. Maybe. It could be.
How's your dad?
Brett asks. He's okay. There's definitely more healing to do, both physically and emotionally, but I think he'll be okay.
I'm glad. Well, shall we dance?
I look to Aaron and he shrugs. I'm not much of a dancer, but if you don't mind that, then I'd love to. I'm not much of a dancer either, so I guess we'll struggle together. As we step into the dance area, the music changes to a slow love song. Aaron pulls me close and wraps his arms around my waist. My hands circle his neck. And we are so close that I can feel the heat coming off him. Or maybe that's just the heat building inside of me. I've certainly never slow danced with a boy before, and my body is firing off all sorts of signals that I'm not used to. I'm glad we came. Aaron's voice is husky, and when I look up at him, the fire smoldering in his eyes steals my breath away. Me too. The song ends, and Aaron's hand moves to my cheek. Vaguely, I register that another song has started, but I couldn't even tell you what it is. All I can focus on is Aaron's hand against my cheek and the pulses of heat exploding in my body. It's like the world around us has stopped and it is just the two of us right now. And then Aaron's lips are touching mine. They are soft and silky and feel like I imagine a butterfly's wings against my lips would feel like. And then I realize that my eyes are still open and I can see every pore in Aaron's cheek. As my eyes cross, I jump back. Aaron's eyes snap open and the hurt is written all over his face.
I'm sorry. I should have asked first.
I shake my head. It's not you, it's me. That was my first kiss, and I forgot to close my eyes. I'm sorry I freaked out. I can't believe I'm telling him this. He is bound to think I'm a complete loser for being nearly 18 and never been kissed. But instead, he smiles.
I did the same thing with my first kiss. I know there can only be one first kiss, but would you like to try that again?
Definitely. Aaron's smile grows as he leans in again, and this time I close my eyes and just enjoy the feel of his lips pressed against mine. When we part this time, a cheer goes up around us, and a heat of a different kind floods my face. I cannot believe this is my life. Chapter 35. Aaron. My nerves are tied in knots as I listen to the phone ring. Maybe Isaac had it wrong. Maybe he just thought that the scout wanted to talk to me.
Weston Ames speaking.
I clear my throat.
Hello, Mr. Ames. My name is Aaron Richards. A teammate of mine, Isaac Chopra, gave me your card and said you wanted to talk to me. Yes, I did. I'm glad you called, Aaron.
I have no idea what this guy is about to say, but I think I can hear a smile in his voice, and it gives me hope that maybe not all is lost.
I was hoping to see you play last night.
And maybe not. My heart plummets to the floor.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, sir. I was hoping to play, but my father was in a car accident a couple of weeks ago, and last night he had a relapse. My mom called me from the hospital, and I thought being by his side was more important than football.
Why did I say that? A college football scout isn't going to want to hear that something was more important than football. But it's too late now. The words are already out there.
Yes, that's what I heard. I managed to find some video of you playing, and while I would have preferred to watch you in person, I am impressed by a man who stands by his family. We'd like to offer you a full scholarship to come play for Notre Dame.
My jaw drops, and for a moment, I am speechless.
Aaron, did you hear me? Sorry. Yes, sir. I'm just surprised. I was afraid that I lost my chance for a scholarship when I didn't play.
I feel like pinching myself because I'm terrified this is all a dream.
Well, you didn't, and I have no doubt that other schools will be offering you something, but I hope you'll choose Notre Dame. I'll send the offer to your school.
Thank you. I end the call and stare at the phone for a moment. I cannot believe that just happened, that my dreams of a scholarship have actually come true, and I want to shout it from the rooftops. But I'll start with my mom. She could use some good news. I find her in the kitchen, staring at her laptop again, and I know that money is on her mind.
Mom, I've got some good news.
She looks up at me, but her normal bright eyes are dim. I could use some.
I just got off the phone with a scout for Notre Dame. He offered me a full scholarship.
Are you serious? A flicker of life comes back into her eyes. I nod.
He's sending the offer to the school, and he said that there will probably be offers from other schools as well, which is why he was offering a full scholarship.
Tears fill my mother's eyes as she stands and pulls me into a hug. I'm so happy to hear that. I was afraid your father had ruined your chance at college.
I was too, but it's going to be okay. Speaking of Dad, will he be okay? Will he get to come home soon?
I should have asked last night, but it was late when I got home, and I didn't want to bother my mother.
The doctors think he should be able to come home in a few days. It will still be a long recovery, but yeah, he should be okay.
And the money? Is it gone for good?
We're taking that issue to the police. Evidently, the group he invested with doesn't actually exist. Finding that out was what sent him over the edge and caused him to relapse. We probably won't recover all the money, but we'll hope for the best.
I'm sorry about the money, Mom, but I'll continue to pray for him and for us. I know the money situation is still a burden, but at least this helps.
Yes, it does.
Mom, is it okay if I go tell Sloan?
My mother smiles.
Of course it is. I like her. I think you picked a good one this time.
Me too.
I give her one more hug and then head out to my truck. I could just call Sloan now that I have her phone number, but I want to see her face. Mrs. Chase answers the door when I arrive, but she smiles and calls Sloan down for me.
What's the matter? Is something wrong?
Sloan asks as she descends the stairs.
No, nothing's wrong. Came over to tell you that I called the Notre Dame Scout, and they offered me a full scholarship.
What? Aaron, that's amazing. I'm so happy for you.
Thanks.
I take her hands.
I don't think I could have done it without you. Not only did you help me keep my grades up, but you helped me become a better man.
She shakes her head softly.
I didn't do that. God did.
You're right. God did do that. But he used you to do it, and I'm so very glad.
There are tears in her eyes when she whispers,
Me too.
Epilogue. Sloan, 6 months later. I can't get over how happy the girl in the mirror looks. Can that really be me? Though this year has been the best year I've had in ages, there are days that I still feel like it's a dream that will disappear one day.
You look absolutely beautiful, Sloan,
Linda says, as I step back from the mirror.
Thanks to you.
Linda woke me this morning and took me out for an entire spa day in celebration of prom. We had massages and then had our hair, makeup, and nails done. I've never felt so fancy. My makeup is soft and not over the top, and my normally straight hair falls in gentle waves against my shoulders. Linda shakes her head.
No, you've always been beautiful. I just helped enhance it.
I agree,
Joseph adds as he enters the room. He smiles at me and then turns to Linda.
Is it time?
Time for what? I ask, glancing from one to the other.
Sloan, we have really enjoyed you being here, but something has been missing.
His face is stoic and unreadable, and my stomach knots up. Are they planning to kick me out on prom night? Or tell me they're getting more kids? That wouldn't be terrible, but I would miss having them all to myself. What's missing? I ask, not sure I really want the answer.
You officially being part of the family,
Linda says. Joseph reaches into his pocket and pulls out a folded piece of paper. He smiles as he hands it out to me.
It's taken us a while to get this, but we finally got word that our request for adoption was approved. We want to make it official, Sloan.
You want to adopt me? My words come out tiny and squished because my throat is constricted with emotion. Tears glisten in Linda's eyes as she steps forward.
We do. Please say you'll let us.
I nod, unable to form any more words at the moment. When I first came to live here, I had 2 dreams, but only one that I would share: to get a scholarship so I could go to college. Last week, I received 3 offers. The other dream, that I would get adopted, had seemed too far-fetched to ever utter aloud. After all, who adopts someone who is almost out of the system? But now it's coming true as well. I pinch my arm, but I don't wake up because I'm not asleep. This is real, and it's really happening.
Do the other kids know? Are they okay with it?
I ask. I finally got to meet Linda and Joseph's other children over Thanksgiving and Christmas. And while they all seemed amazing, I want to make sure I'm not ruffling any feathers.
They're as excited as we are,
Linda says, squeezing my hands. Tears well up in my eyes, but I sniff to keep them back. I don't want to ruin the makeup. Thank you. Thank you both.
There's no need to thank us,
Joseph says, pulling me in for a side hug.
You've blessed us with your presence, and we're proud to call you our daughter.
Their daughter? A few tears slip out at those words, but I can't keep them back. It's been so long since someone wanted to keep me, to claim me as their daughter. I wipe the tears quickly away. They're happy tears anyway, so they don't really count. The doorbell rings, and Linda opens the door for Aaron.
You look beautiful,
he says, stepping forward and taking my hands. Thank you. You clean up nice yourself, I say, smiling at him. Pictures, Linda says, clapping her hands together. We need pictures. We didn't get them on homecoming, so we have to get some tonight. I need to add them to the wall. I look up at the wall of pictures. I would never have dreamed that I would earn a place on their wall. But there I am, at Thanksgiving, at Christmas, and now there will be one of me before prom. I may not know exactly what the future will hold for me, but I do know there won't be any more white trash bags in my future. The end. If you enjoyed this book, please leave a review at your retailer. Even a few short words really helps. This has been Chemistry 101, a YA romance, written by Lorana Hoopes, narrated by Lorana Hoopes, audio copyright 2023.